It was a scream of terror, something guttural, high-pitched with a gurgle of spit. "Penny!" I jumped from my seat at the kitchen table. An involuntary dad reaction. Smack! I got up with such force that the wooden shaker-style chair I was sitting in flew backwards. Upstairs, something horrible was happening. The endless shrieking attested to that. Penny. But it couldn't have been. I must have been wrong. Penny had been dead a year now. A botched dentist visit. It was a simple procedure, but her mouth became infected afterwards. Her whole jaw swelled up, then a chain reaction. Infection spread rapidly through her whole body and she died of sepsis. There was nothing the doctors could do. But upstairs, I heard Penny. I had no idea how, but it was her voice. "Penny! What's wrong? I'm coming, dear!" Her screaming got worse. It sounded like pure pain. With my black cotton socks, I stumbled and slipped on the linoleum floor. I almost did a faceplant, but an old 3-point college football move stopped my fall. Upstairs, the shrieking drone of mortification continued. It was ear-splitting, enough to make my whole head vibrate. "Penny!" When I reached the top of the stairs, my eyeballs popped and my jaw fell to the floor. It was Penny. I had no idea how she was alive, but there she was, standing in the doorway of the bathroom at the end of the hall. But it wasn't my Penny. She wasn't normal. That wasn't the girl who learned to ride a bike last summer. Penny was possessed. Her eyes flicked repeatedly in the back of her skull like TV static. Her fingers were tangled deformities and her limbs were zombie stiff. When she opened her mouth to scream, a faucet of blood spit out, painting her yellow floral nightgown in crimson. And then her teeth, they popped from her mouth like popcorn kernels on a stove. Pop, pop, pop. Suddenly, the floor beneath me morphed into quicksand. I began sinking. I reached towards heaven. I said, "God, please save me." Boop, 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 boop. Oh, shit. With my eyes still closed, I fumbled for the alarm clock until I found the snooze button. It gave me another 10 minutes of sleep until the morning sun peeked through the blinds and onto my face, making it warm. I've had dreams like this since Penny died. Her death tore my marriage with Maggie apart. I don't blame Maggie for leaving. She said every time she looked at me, she saw Penny's face. I think she also blamed me for the death. I was the one who picked out her dentist. I was the one who said she would be fine. It's just an infection, just let it be. I haven't been to the dentist since the accident. Today's my first visit, and I'll be late unless I bust my ass and hustle out the door in the next 5 minutes. I'd rather not go, but I don't have a choice. I have pain on my left side I need checked out. I'm going to a new guy, Dr. Jerry Goldsmith off 14th Street. He specializes in sedation dentistry. I don't think I can go through with the visit unless they totally knock me out. I'm too nervous. My heart starts going frantic just thinking about sitting in that dental chair. It wasn't like this before. I never had a problem with the dentist until Penny's death. Now it's those dreams. Those horrible, horrible dreams. I made it to Dr. Goldsmith's office with no time to spare. I was sweating walking in the door. His people started treating me like a child, which I suppose was a good thing because I was shaking. I was so nervous. I could feel my heart bouncing around, doing flips as my guts cramped. Each step forward towards the exam room was painful, my feet going through mud. The walk of a man going to the death chamber. This was going to be rougher than I thought. The dental hygienist held my hand and talked slowly and calmly to me. Ambient Zen music came from the speakers overhead. Lavender mist gave the whole office a relaxed vibe. Except it wasn't working on me. "Breathe," she said as she invited me to take a seat at what looked like the lazy boy of dental chairs. "Breathe. It's going to be just fine." The metal dental tools come out of the autoclave and dance in the glare of the overhead fluorescent lights. They scream to me, "We're coming for you. We're coming for you. There's nothing you can do. We're coming for you." I wiggle in my seat as Dr. Goldsmith enters the room, shakes my hand, and asks if I want an Ambien. I can't talk. I blink rapidly and nod my head. This anxiety is crippling. The dentist explains the whole procedure to me, says all I gotta do is breathe and relax, says I can count backwards from 10 and think good thoughts. He'll say he'll have a look at my mouth, do the work that needs to be done, and I'll wake up feeling a bit groggy. That's it. It's easy. I nod again. Nothing he can say will help me calm my nerves. I stiffen in my chair, my knuckles clenching the soft, buttery leather until they're white. The chair's supposed to make me sink in and take my worries away, but it doesn't work. How could I not worry? The last time I was in the dental office was when Penny had her procedure. She left complaining her mouth was sore. The doctor said, "Don't worry, it's no big thing." I believed him. But then the infection started. It spread so quick. First her jaw swelled, then there was the brain fog and confusion. Penny didn't seem like herself. I told Maggie, "Don't worry about it, she's just a kid. Kids are like that sometimes." But then she started breathing real heavily, rapidly like a dog panting. I said, "Maggie, it's hot outside, just don't worry about it." But by then it was too late. Her whole body went in shock by the time we got her to the hospital. The doctors pumped copious amounts of antibiotic. They gave it everything they had, but it was no use. I cried so much when I embraced her kid-sized coffin. "Breathe," the hygienist keeps telling me. "You need to breathe." I can't breathe, damn it. I can't. I'm in this chair staring at these god-awful lights. I don't want to be here. I don't. Penny! Penny! She saw the lights too. I close my eyes, and when I open them, the lights have changed. They go from white to yellow to green to red. There's no more lavender smell. It's dank. There's no ambient music. It's all dental drills. 1, 2, 3 of them, a full chorus of drills and suction noises. And there she is, standing above me. Penny, staring at me as I'm strapped to this chair. I can't move, I can't scream, I can't do anything. Penny, wearing bloody medical scrubs, her eyes flickering, her pupils bouncing. Penny with her translucent skin, her veins like rivers on a map coursing with black blood. Penny deformed, her fingers knots, clumsily picking up sharp dental tools, stabbing them in my direction. Penny, her jaw puffed like a rotten grapefruit, her mouth hanging open, showing green teeth. Penny screaming, horrible screams, her teeth popping out of their sockets, falling into my open mouth. Pop, 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 pop. Penny vomiting poison blood, forcing me to swallow it or choke and die. It tastes like pain and misery. Penny pulling out my teeth with those crooked fingers. She laughs and pulls them out one after another, yanking hard with the pliers. I thrash my head as best I can, trying to get her to stop, but it's no use. I can't even scream, just gag from the blackness she puts in my mouth. As the roots slide out of my gums, I can feel the holes in my blood mixing with hers. I close my eyes, trying to imagine my Penny, my sweet Penny, the one I taught how to ride a bike, the one who sold lemonade for 75 cents with the cute sundress at the edge of our driveway. There she is, my Penny, running to me with open arms. Arms that decay. Chunks of skin fall off with each step she takes towards me. Penny screaming, "You let me down, Daddy! You're the reasons maggots are eating my face!" Penny pulling me down to where she is, down to where things burn. Penny! Mrs. Wentworth, it's Dr. Goldsmith's office. It's Miss Griffin now. I use my maiden name after the divorce. Of course, the receptionist said. Mr. Wentworth put you down as his emergency contact. I'm sorry to tell you there's been an accident. He came in for a dental visit today, and before we could sedate him, he went into cardiac arrest. We tried to save him, but there was nothing we can do. I'm so sorry, so sorry. My dentist showed me the x-rays. He said, "Look right there, you can see it. Infection in the root." My dentist said it will be tricky, but he could take care of it. So that's why I'm here today, sitting in this chair, wearing this bib, forced to listen to classical rock from the overhead speakers, waiting for that Novocaine to make me good and numb. Problem is, I had a root canal done on that tooth years ago, and now it's covered with a crown. The dentist said he could drill right through it, though, go right down to the root. Only problem is, he told me it got a 50-50 shot of working. If it didn't work, I'll need an implant. Now, I used to get nervous about these sorts of procedures. The sound of the dentist drill, the suction of the vacuum, the lights blinding my eyes, and those plastic wrap hands stretching my mouth this way and that. But I've had enough work done that I don't sweat it much anymore. Except for this one. 50-50 isn't good odds in my book. And if it doesn't work, an implant? They're going to have to drill into my jaw? That's serious. 45 years old and my teeth are falling apart. I wish I would have taken better care of my teeth. I really do. It's just, I'm a sugar addict. I can't stop. Snickers, they're my downfall. Breakfast, lunch, snacks, that's what I go for. Call me a heavy user if you want. I'm like a 3-pack a day smoker, but with Snickers. I want to stop eating them, but I can't. It's not like I'm obese or anything. I just love my sugar. Well, the Novocaine should have taken hold. Ready to proceed? The dentist asked. He starts up the drill and goes right in. I immediately feel pain. I can feel everything he's doing. I curl my toes in my shoes, wiggle, slap my hand on the chair's armrest. I'm making moaning sounds trying to get the dentist's attention over the drilling noise and the classical rock. But he doesn't stop. He keeps going, keeps drilling. The pain is intense and makes me sweat. I'm trying to keep my head still, hoping the Novocaine will take hold. But I'm shaking, spit's collecting in the back of my throat, and I feel like I'm choking. I can't help it. I lurch forward, gagging. The movement causes the dentist to bounce his drill inside my mouth, hitting another tooth, cutting my cheek, causing blood to fly. Now I'm choking on that too. The pain, I can't take it anymore. You like butter! I push the dentist's arm away. My mouth's all mumbly, half numb and dripping with blood. You gave the wrong side of my mouth! You ruined my mouth! I storm out of the office with the blood-stained bib still on. When I get to the car, I check the damage in my rearview mirror. I can't tell how my teeth look because it's all red and bloody, but I see the slice on the inside of my cheek. My head is throbbing. The pain. I gotta stop the pain. I need immediate dental work to fix what this asshole did. I do a search on my phone for cheap dentist emergency. It brings up a Dr. Irvin Monroe 5 miles away. I call him up. I have a dental emergency. My mouth's in agony, half deadened with Novocaine. The receptionist says, "Come in, we can fix you immediately." Dr. Monroe's office looks similar to any other dental office. Generic prints of flowers hanging on beige walls, magazines 2 years out of date scattered on side tables, uncomfortable conference room chairs. Classical rock plays on the overhead speakers. What is it with classic rock and dental offices anyways? 2 people in the waiting room crank their neck in my direction when I walk in. They see my blood-stained shirt and my drooling, bloody mouth and hit the exit. After a minute of waiting, Dr. Monroe calls me back. He's a small guy, skinny, diminutive really, probably in his 50s. He's got jet black hair that I swear is dyed. As I settle into the dental chair, I try to explain what happened, but it comes out all mushy. "It's okay, I'll take a look," Dr. Monroe says with a gentle hand on my shoulder. "Now open wide." I open as best I can, though since Chernobyl happened in my mouth, I can't really tell if it's open or not. "Oh my," Dr. Monroe says, covering his mouth. "First, let's get you some pain pills. Then let's get you cleaned up. I can take care of your teeth. We'll also do an x-ray just to make sure we know what's going on, but from what I can tell, you've got one chipped tooth. I think it's okay for now, but we need to look and see if you need a new crown on that other tooth. The x-ray is going to tell us more." There's a sense of sureness with Dr. Monroe's voice, which makes me at ease. He says he's got all sorts of questions for me, but let's get some of the work done and we can talk when I'm in better shape. The entire visit to Dr. Monroe's office was smooth. He took care of all the stuff he could, cleaned me up real good. I was so grateful he was able to squeeze me in that I gave him a hug afterwards. I never give a hug to a dentist. I'm going back to him next week for an implant. He said in his medical opinion that was the best thing we could do for that tricky root problem. He wasn't even going to try to drill through the crown. I told him I don't have much money for an implant, and he didn't even raise a fuss about it. Usually I found dentists try to upsell you or give you unnecessary treatment, but not Dr. Monroe. He seemed really honest. He said he had this new implant material that was straight out of a dental research lab. He said it's the best material he's actually ever seen, and because it's new, it's cheaper. He said don't worry about the cost one bit. It's not going to be an issue. Getting the implant was a breeze. I was worried about it, but Dr. Monroe was really gentle, just like before. I had nothing to be worried about. It didn't even hurt a bit. Yeah, the recovery kind of sucked, but Dr. Monroe gave me enough painkillers that it didn't matter. I gotta say, I feel like a new man with that implant in. It's hard to explain. I just feel different, more confident, I guess. It goes beyond just being able to chew with no pain. It's like I have no more worries, none at all. Maybe it's because I cut out sugar. After all I went through, I said no more Snickers. From now on, it's healthy mouth. I brush 3 times a day since that implant went in. I'm the model dental patient. It's like I have Dr. Monroe looking over my shoulder, reminding me about good oral hygiene. Even here, sitting at the kitchen table, looking at all these bills piled up, I'm not worried. Yeah, I quit my job since I got the implant. I know rent's due, the water bill's late, I'm having to skip my credit card payment to pay my electricity bill. But oh well, what's some late fees and interest? I figure I got a few months until the collection agency comes calling. And even then, I'm not concerned. All I do is smile. A big tooth smile. Show off those pearly whites from Dr. Monroe. Now, there is one thing. I didn't want to tell you about it, but there is something kind of weird going on. I'm not sure what it is, and it's not even enough of a problem to see anyone about it. It's more like an annoyance, like a mosquito buzzing around your head. Ever since getting my implant in, I've been hearing this high-pitched noise. It's faint though. Like I said, kind of like a mosquito buzzing, or that sound you get when you stand under a power line. It's low and constant. I'm not sure what it is, but I hear it all the time. I thought maybe I've been playing my headphones too loud, and it's whatever they call that constant ringing in the ears. I hear it, but I don't hear it. It's hard to explain. I actually think it's almost coming from my mouth or my jaw. I know it sounds stupid, I know, but I can't figure it out. Whatever, life's good. I'm not worried. Everything's fine. I'm off to the bank now. Gotta make a withdrawal. No. It's not money for me or these bills. It's for Dr. Monroe. I've done him a few favors like this since I've had the implant in. I don't mind. It's the least I can do. That noise is a bit bothersome today, though. I feel like a dog hearing a dog whistle. It's there, but not there. I grabbed my XD-45, a cloth sack, and a ski mask. I bought the gun after my oral surgery. I've never had a gun before, but for some reason I thought I needed one. Now, I couldn't tell you a 9mm from a, I don't know, what's the other pistol types? But the guy at the gun store said this is the one for me. He said it's great for concealed carry and had real stopping power. Since I'm not working anymore, I go to the bank in the middle of the day. It's empty, which I guess is good. Ski mask on, guns out. Hands up, this is a robbery. Put all the money you have into the bag. I go straight from the bank to Dr. Monroe's office with the bag of cash. He gives me that friendly pat on the shoulder. He says we need to do a quick tune-up of my implant, though. An adjustment, he calls it. He escorts me to his dental chair and doesn't even have to numb me up. He just pulls out some newfangled radio-like device and does his thing. I just sit there and smile. I'm feeling good. Better than good, thanks to Dr. Monroe. At home, I brush and brush and brush, and I smile. I smile a lot. In the mirror, to other people I see at the street, to the checkout lady. Look at my teeth, the smile says. Go ahead, ask me who did my fabulous work, my smile says. See Dr. Monroe and feel good about yourself, my smile says. The noise in my head, it's a bit worse than usual today. It kind of does this sometimes, I don't know why. I guess I'm just getting older, aches and pains and things that go buzz. This time, I grab my XD45 and some rope. No ski mask needed. I'm off to Dr. Monroe's house. He's not there, of course, but his wife is. I don't know how I know, I just know. She's supposedly supposed to be doing her domestic chores, but she's really fucking the pool boy. Oh, she can't hide it from Dr. Monroe. The pool boy stink is all over her. Doors open when I get there and I walk up to the bedroom. The pool boy doesn't even see me pull the gun out. He's pumping away and I watch his naked ass clench with each thrust. And then bammo! His brains are all over the bed and on Mrs. Monroe. She's screaming and screaming, crawling backwards towards the headboard, but she's got nowhere to go. I just stand there smiling, holding my gun. Look at these teeth, my smile says. It's your husband's work. I grab the rope and tie her up. Her exit plan isn't going to be as quick and painless as her pool boy lover. I finish the job and it's back to Dr. Monroe's for another adjustment. Final one, he says. It's quick, painless. He gives me that reassuring pat on the shoulder. Says thank you for being a patient. It was so nice of him. I'm in my garage now. The car's on, the garage door's down. I've got a tube going from my exhaust pipe through my window. I'm coughing a bit and that buzzing in my head's still there. Maybe worse now since I saw Dr. Monroe the last time. The world's starting to get a bit fuzzy on account of all the exhaust fumes, and it's getting hard to breathe. But I'm not concerned. I just smile to myself in the rearview mirror. Look at those teeth. Dr. Monroe did such a great job. You need to go to the dentist. My wife keeps nagging me. I tell her I know. I've been putting it off a while now. Now, I'm not no pussy, but that initial shot they give you, that scares me. The rest I ain't too worried about. I mean, once I can't feel anything. But I don't like seeing that needle, and I don't like feeling the pinch. You know, the dentist always says, you'll feel a little pinch. But I'll tell you what, my wife don't mind a little pinch if you know what I mean. Except when she gets that pinch, she's not wiggling around and screaming like what happens in a dental chair. I also don't like when the dentist does that little wiggle he does after he's got the needle in your gums. When he's shooting you up with that Novocaine. Nope, not a fan of that. The other reason I've been avoiding getting this pain in my tooth checked out is, well, we ain't really got much money to spare. I mean, the recession's really been putting a dent in our pocketbook. My wife don't know it, but we're running on fumes. I even started doing that hypermilling or whatever those Prius drivers call it. You know, where you go real easy on the gas pedal. I get people honking behind me, giving me the finger as they zip by, but I got no choice. I'm already having to skip lunch twice a week just to afford a tank of gas. My wife found a coupon for a dentist, one of those Groupon deals or whatever, like 50% off. I mean, it seems like a good deal, so I'm finally going to go next week. New office special or something. She said she checked into it and it's just what I needed. She also said this office don't use no Novocaine either, so I don't got to worry about them needles. Only problem is it's on the other side of town. It's going to cost me at least a quarter tank of gas to get over there, but I figure a coupon more than makes up for that. Sorrow Smiles, the place is called. Seems kind of a weird name, but I ain't no businessman, so what do I know? I found it tucked away in some nondescript office plaza, wedged between a pet cremation place and a tombstone maker. Weird spot for a dental office, that's for sure. I park my Chevy Silverado out front, walk in the door, and a little chime goes off alerting the receptionist to my arrival. I look around, wonder if I'm in the right place. This ain't seem like no regular dentist's office. Something's different. I could tell as soon as I entered. It's, I don't know what you call it, I ain't too good with words. Morose, maybe? Dark, I guess? Not like dark, not like dim lights or black walls or anything. The place is bright, just like any other office, I suppose. But along the walls are pictures. They look like family photos or something. And then there's these floral arrangements, like the type you see at memorial services, not the little flower pots you usually see in an office. And there's no chairs either in the waiting room. In fact, there's no real waiting room at all. I hear a welcome coming from somewhere on the other side of the receptionist's desk, but I don't see a face. "Hello," I shout. "Is this Sorrow Smiles? I got an appointment?" Then I see a head pop out, little lady with graying hair. She looks frazzled, like an eccentric librarian from my high school days. She looks down at some paper scattered on her desk and says, "Mr. Blacksmith?" "Yep, that's me. My wife made the appointment." "Ah, I see she did, yes. I got one of them coupons," I say, holding up my printout. She smiles, flashing ghostly white teeth 15 shades too bright. She tells me to sign this consent form, and that's what I do. As I'm signing, I notice the smell. The place smells like rot, like leaving a raw steak out in the summer sun. Makes my stomach turn a bit. I bet it's the pet cremation place next door. "Well, we're ready for you. Come on back now, don't be shy," the receptionist says, waving her arms. She brings me back to the examination room. It's cold in this place, like really cold, making me shiver. The place isn't too welcoming. It's sterile, I guess you could say. Looks more like an operating room, not like any dental office I'm used to. Metal and subway tile all around. The receptionist points me to the chair and I take a seat. It's not the most comfortable dental chair I've been in. Seems a bit rusty and old if you ask me. Chubby guy comes in wearing a doctor's lab coat. "Hi, I'm Dr. Yankum," the man says with a smile. I crank my neck and give a crooked look. He smiles and says he's just joking. "Sorry, dentist humor," he says. I'm not laughing. He sticks out his hand for a shake, says his name is Dr. Lee. He asks what brings me in today, and I say I got a pain in one of my back teeth. I think it's a cavity. Says I've come to the right place. Says they do holistic dentistry. Says that means they treat the whole body. Says if you got an unhealthy mouth, then you got an unhealthy body. And he says the pain starts somewhere, and that's what they're going to figure out today. "We'll get to the bottom of your pain," he says. He leans me back and I open wide. "Ah, I see you have some old amalgam fillings." "Amal what?" "The silver fillings, they're called amalgam. That could be one source of your pain. They're horrible, horrible things. They leach mercury into your whole body." My eyes flash wide. Never heard of that before. "Let me ask you," Dr. Lee says, "do you use fluoride toothpaste? Drink tap water?" I've got no idea what this guy's getting at, but I answer yes to both. "Fluoride, fluoride, fluoride," he says. "Another source of the problem, most likely. Goes straight to your brain. Stuff is toxic. Makes you dumber, too. They put it in our water to keep us docile and compliant." "They do?" This guy's telling me stuff I'd never heard before. "Okay, I'm going to have you stand up now," Dr. Lee says. "I'm sorry, stand? I never had a stand at a dental office before." "Yes, I need you to stand. I need to check your body chemistry balance. I bet you have bacteria all throughout your body. Usually we can discern these things just from how you stand." I get up and stand there, casting a distrustful glance at Dr. Lee. This is the most bizarre dental visit I've ever had. I don't know how my wife Madeline found this guy, but I'm here now, so I'm hoping for the best. Cost me an extra quarter tank of gas to get here, so this better be worth my while. "Oh my," Dr. Lee said. "Patricia, you need to see this." The old lady receptionist comes in and takes a look at me standing up next to their old dental chair. "Oh my," she says, mimicking what Dr. Lee said. "You need help," Dr. Lee says. "I mean immediately. I don't know how you made it this far. We need to operate right now." Everything kind of went blurry at that point. I got no idea what the heck's going on. Did the dentist just say operate? And he got that just from me standing here? Operate, I say? Come on, are you sure? "Patricia, your help please," Dr. Lee says. "Hey, watch it," I say as Patricia pushes me and I fall into that old rusty chair. I have no clue what's going on. Stunned would be an understatement. Patricia takes out some straps and puts them over my arms and legs. She's done before I realize what the hell's going on. "What is this?" I say. "What kind of joint is this place? What are you doing?" Anger's now come over me. This is some messed up shit. This ain't no type of dental office I was used to. This guy was nuts. "Get me out of this chair," I say. "You have no right to tie me down like this." I fight against my restraints, but it's no use. I pull with all my might, raise my chest up, give it all I got, but them leather straps won't budge. "I have a toothache," I say, "a cavity. What do you mean operate? What is this nonsense?" "Sir, you really don't have time for this. Please cooperate," Dr. Lee says. "Your body is filled with toxins," he continues. "I can see it just from looking at you. We need to take care of all of you. Treat the whole body. Mercury, fluoride, processed flour and sugar and everything. All that stuff is down in your belly. But we'll take care of it. We're here to treat your whole body, not just your teeth. A few simple snips from your innards should remove those toxins. We'll sew you up and that should be that. Then we'll pull those teeth with those nasty amalgam fillings. Actually, we probably got to pull all your teeth. There could be cross-contamination. And of course, we'll have to do the blood transfusion to get the fluoride out of you. We'll purify your whole body, get you good as new, or get me the fuck out of here. Get me up. I didn't consent to any of this. I don't want none of it. I came in for a toothache." It's as if I'm talking to an empty room. They completely ignore me. The guy's a nut job and I'm his hostage now. All I could do was yell and fight as much as I could. I couldn't break those restraints, but maybe somebody would hear me. Maybe somebody would walk in or there'd be somebody next door or outside. "Help! Get me out of here! This guy's fucking crazy! Help! Help! Untie me! I don't want none of this!" Dr. Lee presses a button and the chair reclines flat and I smack the back of my head. "Or, as I was saying," Dr. Lee continued, "your body will go into shock. There's a decent chance you may not make it through the procedure, but we have no choice. We have to do this. Your whole body is toxic, but there's a chance it may not know how to survive without all those nasty chemicals. And if it doesn't, so be it. Better dead than walking around with all that toxic crap in you. Patricia, prepare the patient." Patricia rips off my shirt and splashes some iodine on my stomach. I flinch, but that's all I can do. "Help! Help! Somebody! Stop, you motherfucker! Stop this madness! I got a toothache, that's all!" I might as well be talking to a wall. "We'll start at the belly," Dr. Lee says. "That's the source of the problem. And then we'll go from there. One word of warning though, this will hurt. We don't believe in Novocaine here at Sorrow Smiles. I think your wife called and asked us about that. Don't worry, we'll give you a stick to bite on, just like the old times. That's all you'll need. And if something does happen, we have a special agreement with the cremation place next door. We could send your body to them for a discount. They'll extract the teeth, of course, before they burn your body. They can't burn the mercury in your teeth. That's bad for the environment. But we'll package your teeth up nicely for your loved ones, put it in a box with a nice framed photo of you, just like the photos you saw on the wall when you came in. We'll also send an arrangement of flowers too. A little gift from Sorrow Smiles, where we treat the whole body, not just the mouth, or die trying. People say the place I work at could cause a black hole. Total destruction of the Earth, tearing a fabric into time-space. Some say what we're doing at CERN, that's the European Organization for Nuclear Research, was satanic. against nature, against the laws of God. I laughed at all of this. All we do at CERN is science stuff. We run a big particle collider underground in Geneva, Switzerland, goes into France too. All it does is smash energy together so we can discover and study new subatomic particles. But 3 nights ago, I saw something when I was riding my bike home late from a bar that shook me. My route home took me along a back area of CERN, a place where buildings gave way to open space and a giant statue of Shiva, the Indian god of destruction. It always seemed weird that a workplace would have such a statue, but it was a gift from the Indian government. They couldn't send it back and they had to put it somewhere, so I guess this back area was the most out-of-the-way spot. At least, that's what I thought. But there, in front of the statue of Shiva, under the light of the full moon, it was a group of, I don't know, worshippers maybe? It looked evil, that's all I know. The stuff those conspiracy theorists always talked about. I stopped my bike and hid behind a tree, watching what was happening. There were 5 people wearing hooded cloaks, standing in a semicircle in front of Shiva. They looked like they were doing some sort of ritual, worshipping the god of destruction. The one leading the ritual was wearing animal horns, something from a deer maybe, I don't know. He was also holding a chalice. The rest of them all had their hands raised in front of them, towards the statue, towards the one wearing the horns. I watched for a few minutes to confirm I wasn't hallucinating. I mean, I had been drinking after all. But then I took off. I was scared I had been seen. The group of worshippers turned in my direction and started dancing in a circle. That was enough for me to get the hell out of there. I pedaled home faster than I ever have before. What I had seen was bonkers. It couldn't have been real. It had to be a joke or something. I mean, there were a ton of conspiracy theories out there about what we were doing. Mostly, I thought, because our research was kept secret. The big underground tunnel we used that crossed from Geneva into France, well, that surely didn't help things either. I think that's why people thought it would explode or cause a black hole or something, especially because the word nuclear was in our name. But CERN always had answers for these conspiracy theories, though. They talked about how they were false, how silly they were, how all we did was science. But I had seen something in that field, in front of the Shiva statue. The CERN PR people couldn't tell me I was making up what I saw. It was a group of pagans or devil worshippers or something doing a ritual. Normal God-fearing Christians would never do such a thing. I didn't want people thinking I was crazy, so I kept what I saw to myself. I mean, I kinda asked around at work on Monday, but I did it in a joking fashion, saying, "Hey, you know what I heard about?" I tried to play it off like I wasn't serious. Most of the responses I got were dismissive. "Oh yeah? Been reading those conspiracy sites, huh?" But then I got a response that surprised me. It came from Glenn, who worked in the corporate offices in Building 107. He said in hushed tones, "You've seen the truth. Can't talk here. Meet me at Frank's, tonight at 8. I didn't even have time to respond before he threw away his paper cup at the water cooler and left. I stood there confused. The truth? What did he mean by that? I was curious what he was talking about, so I decided to find out more. I decided to meet him at Frank's. Frank's was across the border in France, one of those small local bars some of the CERN people sometimes went to. The place was lined with mahogany wood paneling, which gave it a closed-off feel. Not the most welcoming place, but somehow suitable, I thought. I arrived at Frank's promptly at 8. There weren't many people in the bar, I guess because it was dinner time. Yeah, most people eat around 8 p.m. in these parts. And because it was a Monday night. In the booth towards the back, I saw Glenn. I'd seen Glenn on occasions at CERN, though I didn't work with him. We never went beyond general chit-chat, actually. I was in Building 513, he was in 107. CERN was a giant place spread across many acres and many buildings. Most people never set foot into other buildings unless it was for a meeting or something. The only time I saw Glenn was when I had to go into the administrative building where he worked. Actually, I wasn't even sure what Glenn did at CERN. Something high level, I thought, given his location. Over a drink, I told Glenn what I had seen, the ritual, the man wearing the horns, the chalice. As I told my tale, I felt like I was crazy. It all sounded so fantastical, but Glenn just nodded the whole time I spoke. He didn't look at me like I was a nut job, which made me feel okay. After I finished telling him what I saw, I asked him what he meant by what he told me, that I had seen the truth. Glenn looked around to make sure no one else was in earshot, then he got real low to the table. He told me in whispered tones that he had been hunting down Satanists for years at CERN. He was trying to get in good with them, infiltrate their group, kind of like what the FBI does with outlaw motorcycle gangs. Try to be one of them and then take them down from the inside, expose them. Glenn told me CERN was actually started by a satanic New World Order, the people that pull the strings in the world. They worship death, he said, and CERN was designed to bring about the destruction of the world. He said that's why there's a Shiva statue on CERN grounds. He asked, what other place has a Shiva statue like that? Seems weird, doesn't it? I said, yeah, but it was a gift from the Indian government. He told me that was a ruse, a trick, just like the justification for CERN itself. He said the satanic death worshippers at CERN planted the Indian government story in the media. That way no one would ask questions, and if they do, they could point to them as being crazy. Glenn said, why do you think CERN goes through so much trouble to deny all these rumors? The lady doth protest too much, methinks, Glenn said. He asked, why are the rumors even there in the first place if they're not real? Where did they come from? Who would make this stuff up? He said people don't have these sorts of rumors about other companies. Isn't it a little strange, he asked. Glenn said the whispers exist because there's truth to all of it. Glenn told me there was a group of shadow administrators, ones that aren't on the payroll or any org chart. He said they're the ones that really run the show at CERN. These are the ones he's trying to get in with, to expose. Then he lowered his voice even more. He told me I need to be careful now. It's possible I was spotted. I said I wasn't, but he said don't be so sure. He said watch my back at all times. The way he said it got me scared. On the bike ride home, my head was on a swivel. I looked this way and that. I even stopped multiple times to look behind me. I felt eyes on me. I didn't see anyone, but I felt them. That night, I had trouble falling asleep, but I eventually passed out. I woke up with a start and saw I was outside, strapped to a table. Around me, a thick fog, above me, the stars. I thought I was dreaming. I looked around and there was a shadow in the fog, a robed figure holding deer antlers. No, I said, this can't be real. But yet, it was. I could feel the dampness on the air of my skin. I was kidnapped from my apartment and taken to Shiva, a satanic sacrifice. Glenn was right. I screamed and fought against my restraints, but it was no use. There was no help. No one would be coming by this back lot of CERN. No one had any reason to be over this way. In the fog, souls danced around me. Hooded figures painted the color of night. The one carrying the horn spoke to me, getting down close to my face. It was someone I had seen before at CERN, but I didn't know his name. I think I saw him in the administrator building, the one Glenn worked at. Maybe one of those shadow administrators he talked about. The darkness will purify your soul, the robed figure said, his cancerous breath making me wince. Through the sign of the horns, the gates of hell will open. The Ancient One will return and this world will be no more. Your blood our sacrifice. The other figures whooped and hollered and danced in a circle around me. The priest or whatever he was, he raised those horns above his head, their tips pointing down at me, ready to pierce through my midsection. The night seemed darker now, the stars dimmer. It was going to be my end. I was a sacrifice to an evil god for an evil purpose. No, I screamed. No! I jerked and thrashed, but it was no use. The horns raised higher, the priest stretched out his arms, ready to gut me, to have my blood spill for the god of destruction. I closed my eyes and said a prayer. There was nothing else I can do. I prayed for Mary to save my soul. I prayed for help. As I said my final amen, I heard a loud bang. It sounded like a firecracker popping and it made me flinch and my ears ring. I opened my eyes. The horns were no longer above me. The road dancers had scattered. I cranked my head to where the priest was standing, and I saw Glenn holding a pistol. Its slide recoiled backwards, his fingers still on the trigger. My prayers had been answered. Glenn untied me, and when I got up, I saw the satanic priest crumbled in a pool of blood, his horns resting on the top of his limp body. "We gotta get out of here," Glenn said. I took off running, heading in the direction of the main road, hoping there would be someone, anyone that could help us. I turned back to look at Glenn, assuming he was behind me, but he wasn't. I stopped and shouted his name, "Glenn! Glenn!" No response. I squinted through the fog, and that's when I saw it. Glenn, the horns through his belly, blood pumping out of his mouth like a fountain. I wanted to run back to save him, but I knew it would be suicide. Now, I know there's no evidence of this happening. I know there was no blood found at the scene. But you must listen to me. Warn the people, tell them what I've told you. I am not crazy. I am not crazy. I speak the truth. The world is in great danger. I can't believe it. I've been busting my ass for 10 years now at this company. Gave them everything I got. I've worked so hard it cost me my marriage. And this is how they reward me? They promote that bitch over me? Me? I've got double her experience. What's she done that's so great? So she's from the UK, just like our new VP. So what? Is this the way it works now? Reward your country at birth rather than hard work? And what's that mean for me? How does this red-blooded American get promoted? She probably sucked the VP's dick or something. You know, slobbing that knob under his desk, him teaching her how to play the clarinet. A little jobby before the VP heads home to the missus. I used to really enjoy my job. That's why I put my whole life into it. But now, with this young know-nothing as my boss, I'm in hell. I mean pure fucking office hell. It's a toxic stew of hatred every time I scan my badge and walk through those doors. My heart starts pumping, my blood pressure starts rising, and I feel an anger inside of me. Then I see her, that smug British face, that puffy fish and chips eating face. I seethe every time I see her. As a manager, she's struggling and unsure of herself, so she's all Devil Wears Prada now. I mean a total bitch with a capital B. Do this, she says, do that. She has no business managing people. I mean none. Fuck it if she thinks she's gonna get the best out of me. I've been screwed, that's what I've been. There's no justification for what happened. And the VP thinks he's all great too. God's gift to the company or something. This guy's totally fake. A Botox-injected, suit-wearing, baby-kissing corporate politician. Plastic banana, that's all he is. He won't even give anyone under him the time of day, except for his new shagging partner, my new boss. It was our summer pizza party when I thought of the path forward, the way I could get promoted. You're in charge of your career, our HR department says. Yes, I am. The VP and my boss will be over for dinner any moment. I thought breaking bread would be the best thing to do. Not some big office pizza party, just the three of us. You know, really get to talk and know each other in a more intimate setting. This was a thing back in the 50s or whatever, right? Invite the boss over, have him meet the wife and kids. Too bad they won't meet my wife and kids on account of my divorce, on account of me putting in so many hours at the office that my wife left me. But that's okay. I have a wonderful dinner prepared. Some nice wine too, you know, I gotta impress. When the doorbell rings and I open it, I'm not surprised. They've arrived together. I smile that plastic smile at them, the one that shows all my teeth, the one that the VP does at the office. John, Rita, I say, welcome to my home. Come in, come in. We brought you this, Rita says, handing me a bottle of wine. I inspect the label even though I really don't know anything about wine other than what Safeway puts on the end cap. Smells good in here, John says. That fucking politician is still wearing a suit. Does he not have any other clothes? What's wrong with this guy? I think you'll enjoy it, I say. Made it special for you two. We take a seat and I pass the turkey roast. Good stuff, John says with that fake smile. Yes, you'll have to give me the recipe, Rita says, mimicking her boss. She's got one hand under the table, presumably jerking John off as he eats. I watch them stuff food in their mouths, but I don't touch the food myself. They don't even notice. They just keep shoveling in more meat into their mouth. I smile and nod as they chew and swallow. I opened the wine that Rita brought and took a sip. It's good, better than the stuff I usually buy. Of course, she can afford it on account of that promotion she got. Eat up, I say as they chomp away. There's plenty of food. As John reaches for a second helping of mashed potatoes, I notice it. He starts twitching. His hand spasms uncontrollably. He flashes a concerned look and retrieves his hand, holding it down with his other in his lap. I can tell he's panicked, but he doesn't say anything. Rita's head starts in next, twitchy, uncontrollable spasms just like John's hand and arm. She lets out a moan. They look at each other, sweaty and scared and unsure of what's happening. Then they look my way, their eyeballs displaying fear. I just smile and nod. Enjoying dinner? I ask. They don't respond, but I'm not surprised. The strychnine has taken over now. They no longer have any control of their body. John cries, his whole body going into convulsions. He arches his back. The spasms get worse, as does the pain. It looks like both of them are vibrating, their muscles moving non-stop, making them twitch so much that they fall out of their chairs, screaming in agony on the floor. They twitch and jerk and vibrate and scream. John and Rita look possessed, their spines contorting so much it looks like they'll snap in half. Severe hyperextension, the look of someone getting folded like the laundry. They can't even get a word out, only scream and cry as their bodies twitch and jerk non-stop. From what I read, it'll continue like this, violent, uncontrollable spasms throughout the whole body, crippling spasticity. It'll be another 2 or maybe 3 hours before they die. The spasms lead to a whole host of issues. Lactic overload in the muscles, hypothermia, skeletal muscle breaking down. It's supposed to be an excruciatingly horrible way to go. They'll either die from exhaustion or from when they lose control of their ability to breathe and they asphyxiate. Me, I'm in charge of my career, I tell John and Rita as they flip-flop like a fish out of water on my carpet. Isn't that what HR says? I take another sip of the wine. It's really good, very good. I'll have to make note of the brand. Maybe it will be the first bottle I buy once I'm promoted, since the company now has no other choice but to promote me. The Great European Beer and Women's Summer of 1992. If I was making a t-shirt, that's what it'd say. Of course, I'd never tell my parents that. Their t-shirt would read, The Great European Education and Family Reunion Summer. I can't believe my parents even agreed for me to do this trip in the first place. But after I broke up with Tina, they knew I wasn't in a good spot and I wouldn't be able to concentrate on starting college. So my parents reluctantly said yes when I told them I needed to clear my head. I said I wanted to get away, experience something different. Not Montreal different, but different. I said Europe. They were concerned, of course. You'll be alone. You don't speak the language. What if something goes wrong? But in the end, I won the argument. The only thing my mom said was an absolute must was visiting the old country. My mom had family in Hungary, and she said if I was going to Europe, I had to stop there. It didn't matter that she couldn't tell these distant relatives from Adam and Eve, and I didn't want to go. What teenager wants to visit Hungary? Hell, does anyone visit Hungary? But my mom insisted. She said it'd be good for me to connect with my roots. I'm beyond excited. I just touched down in London and I'm on the tube. I'm off to the pub. Legal drinking! I'm off for 6 weeks going to all the different hotspots. My first order of business is beer, and then more beer. Actually, second order of business. My first was dropping off my backpack at the London Youth Hostel. It's hostels all the way on this trip, other than my stop in Hungary, where I'm staying at the house of some relative I don't know. Oh, guess what? You know when I said I was going to Budapest? Yeah, it turns out that's only a train stop. I'm actually staying way out in bumfuck Egypt, someplace in the Carpathian Mountains that I can't pronounce. Lillafred, I think. Lillafred. I don't know, whatever. Hey, I'll have a pint, please. How cool is this? Fucking drinking, man. A proper beer, too. All I've known is some shitty Coors Light stolen from Tim's house. Tim's my best friend, so I get dibs on the loot. I pay him back by doing his English homework. Tim's old man is usually too loaded to notice a few extra beers missing. Dude goes through a case every few days, it seems. It's kind of shitty having a dad like that, but access to beer has made Tim a legend at Essex High. Go Hornets! I told Tim I'll call him when I could so he could live vicariously through me. Har har. Hey Tim, it's my first time calling Tim since I arrived a few days ago. I'm about to head out to Paris, so I thought I'd give him a quick rundown of the London scene. And I've also talked to my parents too to let them know I was alive. Chancy! This is what Tim calls me. It means good luck or an uncertain outcome or occurring by chance, depending on what definition you're going to take. I'll take the last one since my real name's Chance, which, let me tell you, was kind of brutal going through school. But I got used to the taunts. Eventually. Day 3, isn't it? Tim says. Shouldn't you be heading to Paris? Tim has my schedule down better than I do. He's jealous as hell about my trip. He tried to get his parents to agree to go with me, but they said they didn't have the money. And besides, he didn't have a passport. And they certainly didn't have money to get a frickin' passport. Tim said he jawed a snarky response about having money for Coors. That got him a slap to the face for being disrespectful. Yep, train leaves in a few hours, I say. In London, tell me everything. Well, Westminster was interesting. It was more ornate and smaller than I envisioned. Buckingham Palace was, hey, stop clowning, Tim says. You know what I mean. Okay, I say. Tim, I have been drunk since I landed. No one carded me at all. No one cares that I'm stumbling through the street with a can of beer in my hand. And the women? Oh man, the women. I'm not saying London girls are easy, but I've done all right. You'd be surprised how quickly things progress when the pub closes. At first, it's touchy-feely stuff, a light graze on your arm or thigh as she's laughing at your Yankee humor. From there, you're making out in the street. You're both sloppy drunk and barely able to stand. Next thing you know, you're seeing Bush and shagging at her flat. I could hear the tent forming in Tim's pants over the phone. Awesome, he says. The first couple weeks in Europe flew by. Paris and Amsterdam went mostly the same as London, drinking and looking for ladies. And I got laid in Paris, too. I struck out in Amsterdam, which is funny enough considering I could have paid for tail in their red light district. But it was my fault. I spent the entire time stoned out of my gourd, walking around with a smile and a daze. So no girls, but a good time was had. I lost my lunch a few times in Munich, downing liter after liter of Paulander. Prost! The Germans were a friendly lot, much friendlier than I imagined. And yes, I did find a beaut of a Fraulein who rung my bell with some moves I had to tell Tim about. After a few details, Tim was like, spooge. I'm certain of it. So far, I'd rate the trip a solid A. Sure, I've struck out a few times, but I've also increased the amount of sexual partners I've had by 200% if my math is correct. I'm still a bit hungover from Munich, so don't get out a pencil and paper on that. The train to Budapest is lulling me to sleep with its gentle swaying motions. At each stop, more people get off, so I'm one of the few remaining as we roll into the outskirts of Budapest. I know I should be more excited about going to such an exotic location, but all I can think about is this detour to see family is taking me away from La Dolce Vita. At the Budapest train station, I'm being picked up by some guy named Attila Gross. He's supposedly my mom's second cousin twice removed or something. I'm not sure who he is. I yawn through my mom's ancestry lesson. Whatever. I don't even know what this Attila guy looks like, and he doesn't know what I look like either, so I guess we're even. Somehow my mom tracked down her relative's phone number, and we had one phone call. They knew about 5 words in English, which is 5 more than I know in Hungarian, so the call didn't last long. I'm pretty sure Attila will be waiting for me at the train station, holding up a sign with my name on it. I think he is anyways. If not, I guess I'm exploring Budapest solo. The train rolls softly through the hilly Budapest outskirts, rhythmically clacking its way across the Danube River and into the station downtown. I exit with my backpack and get my bearings. The station's much bigger than I expected, much bigger. It's an imposing place, with white stone walls and a grand kaleidoscope of windows that bring the outside in. The sun's rays dance off a vaulted ceiling that beckons towards heaven and makes me feel like I'm in a church. It's quite the first impression of Budapest. I may have underestimated this place. As I walk down the stairs, I see a stocky man staring off into space. He's holding a piece of paper with my name on it. It's gotta be Attila. Now, this is a man from Hungary. Attila checks all the boxes of what a Hungarian person should look like. At least what I think a Hungarian person should look like. He's got jet black hair with this stupid side part, complemented by a bushy mustache that radiates 70 porno vibes. Add in a brown suede jacket that's wrong by 2 seasons, and faded jeans from the Khrushchev era, and there you have it, a Hungarian man. Without nary a word, we get into something too small to be considered a real car, but it's got 4 wheels and I guess that will do. The silence continues as we bend our way out of Budapest and sweep past abandoned Soviet military installations. Maybe when they were full of live military gear they commanded fear, but driving past these empty shells of concrete, there's a sadness that takes hold. They're also a bit creepy. Abandoned buildings always are. Attila and I ride in silence for nearly 3 hours, putt-putting our way shoulder to shoulder through quaint Hungarian villages. They look like they've been ripped from before the agricultural revolution. We snake our way up a tortuous mountain road, past women in colorful embroidered skirts, flogging dusty rugs with brooms made with sticks. We meander past men in poofy button-up work shirts, floppy hats and pants tucked into leather boots who sit atop horse-drawn wagons, bringing in hay from nearby fields. At the top of the mountain, we arrive at a tiny hamlet with 4 dirt roads, about a dozen homes with burnt orange tiled roofs and 3 ancient sagging barns. The village is surprisingly busy. A group of about 20 people mill around, doing various chores or talking. The clothing here is different than what we saw people wearing in the places we drove past. It's traditional, yes, but I'd say simpler. The women wear colorful pleated skirts and headscarves. As we drive past, I can hear the jangle of their golden coins that hang off their clothing. The men aren't so colorful. They wear simple white shirts and black trousers. Most also wear black overcoats with large silver buttons and broad-rimmed hats. "We arrive," Attila says, breaking our monastic silence. "My farm." He pulls his clown car next to a barn and escorts me to a dilapidated, leaning house. Yes, leaning. The thing looks like it's ready to collapse. In the kitchen, I'm greeted by 2 women who are cooking over a wood fire stove. Both are wearing the same colorful, flowing, embroidered skirts with golden coins that I see the other women wear, but these 2 are also wearing aprons. One woman is older. Judging by the crow's eyes and the wrinkles starting to form on her forehead, I'm guessing she's near 50. I'm also guessing she's Attila's wife, though since Attila went straight upstairs without introducing us, who the hell knows? The other woman is younger. She looks to be about my age and, oh my god, I think I'm in love. She is absolutely knockout gorgeous. Skinny with creamy olive skin, her skirt is pushed low on her hips, making my mind spin about what's below. Her shirt rides up past her navel, exposing a taut stomach I gently want to kiss. As she stirs whatever she's cooking on the stove, those golden coins on her outfit jangle as her jiggly, perky teen tits bounce. Her swaying long brown hair lashes her apple-shaped posterior with each enthusiastic stir. What's the Hungarian word for total babe? The older woman notices my staring and elbows the younger woman. That's when I realize my mouth is hanging open and my eyeballs are bulging from their sockets. And if I'm being honest, that's not the only bulge. The younger woman turns to me and smiles. That's when I see them. Her resplendent green eyes. They're more hypnotizing than her body. Her face is almond-shaped, her lips plump. Perfection. Hello, the young woman says, pushing her hair away from her face and behind her ear. I regain my composure and shake my head. Did I hear correctly? You speak English? I ask. It's a dumb question given that she just spoke English, but I'm not thinking clearly. The blood has gone from my brain to my crotch. Yes, a little, she says with a distinct Eastern European accent. Her voice is gentle, soft, and even in those few words, seductive. I'm Chance, I say, finally getting my thoughts together. You can call me Chancey if you want. I'm visiting from the U.S. Distant relatives, I guess. Like distant relatives. Both women are looking at me like I'm speaking Chinese. Then they turn to each other and start talking to themselves. I guess it's Hungarian. I don't know, I can't understand a word. I am Evie, the young woman says with a gentle smile that produces the slightest dimples. I feel myself melting. This, my mother, Pele. We eat soon, she says. Come sit. The nest of gold bracelets hanging off her wrist clang together as she beckons me to the kitchen table. I sit and the women go back to cooking, back to ignoring me. Evie, I can't take my eyes off her. My mind is doing hula hoops as her body jiggles with each stir of the spoon. Attila comes back downstairs. He's now out of his Western wear and looks like the other villagers. A white shirt, black trousers, black overcoat with large silver buttons. The table is set with some sort of stew. Goulash, I suppose, since we're in Hungary. There's a whole chicken complete with its head dangling off a plate, a loaf of bread, some gelatinous red-black pudding that makes Spam look appetizing. The table's quiet as we eat, the only sound the tearing of dead flesh and chewing, all eyes looking down at their respective plates. It's as awkward as the car ride. Some family reunion this is. My dream girl looks up and asks, "Tell me, how life in America?" All eyes turn my direction. Yeah, well, I'm about to start college in Vermont, I tell them, realizing after I say this that if they don't know New York from Los Angeles, then Vermont will be especially meaningless. It's a state out in the east, I explain. I don't know what else to say. I keep staring at Evie, enchanted by her beauty. Attila notices my eyeballing his daughter and gives me a stern look. Behave, he warns, shaking his head from side to side slowly. I nod. Message received. We return to our food. More silence, more ripping of dead flesh, more chewing. At the end of the meal, I thank them for their hospitality. I should have said it earlier, immediately when arriving, but I guess better late than never. I add that I'm looking forward to seeing how life is here. It's a lie, but I figure I need to be polite. After dinner, Evie shows me to my spot in the barn. Yep, I'm sleeping on hay. Somehow, in this place, such a sleeping arrangement doesn't seem abnormal. At least there's no horses or cows to worry about, just some field mice. I shrug my shoulders in a what-the-hell fashion and toss my backpack on the bale of hay before jumping onto my straw bed. Evie lets out the most fabulous giggle and copies my move, jumping next to me, sending bits of straw flying into my face. She turns to look at me with those radiant green eyes and irresistible smile. Tomorrow, I show you village, she says as she touches my arm, sending a jolt of electricity directly to my crotch. Unexpectedly, she leans over and pecks me on my cheek, wishing me a good night. I can feel my face get hot as I blush. My mouth is hanging open again. I'm so smitten I can't even get a word out in response before she bounces off the hay, jangling her gold coins as she sways her hips out of the barn. I interlock my hands behind my head and do my best Cheshire cat. Man, oh man, I cannot wait to tell Tim about this. I look up and I can see a nearly full moon through the holes in the thatched roof. I drift off to dreams of an exotic girl doing exotic things in an exotic land. The next day, breakfast is the same as dinner, silent. After mid-morning chores, Evie shows me around town, all 4 blocks of it. I find out the town's name is Lutar, and it's as ancient as it looks. The July air is still and humid. I know the sun is there somewhere, but I can't see it through the hazy sky. It's oppressive heat, and I wonder how the men could survive wearing their heavy overcoats, especially the ones laboring in the fields. We walk slow, her arms interlinked with mine. We look like happy newlyweds, though I'm feeling a bit uneasy with the way some of the locals are looking at us. She says everyone that lives here has grown up here. It's a tight-knit community who isn't particularly fond of outsiders. In fact, she says I'm the only visitor they've ever had since she could remember. She said, don't worry about the glances. I don't want to say anything, but everyone we passed looks miserable. Granted, it's not a lot of people, but there's not one smile in the group. I also don't see any youngsters. I hear a few babies crying, but they're behind closed doors. There's no one else Evie's age, though she says they would be working right now anyways. The men on their farms, the women tending to their houses. Do you have someone special? I ask. You know, a boyfriend? Evie giggles and pulls on my arm tight. No boyfriend, she says with a gentle smile. As we get to the end of the street, the village abruptly ends, turning to dense black forest that light doesn't penetrate. It's like this on all sides of Lutar. Thinking my tour is over, I stop and turn around, but Evie tugs my arm to keep going. She says the forest is a special place since it provides everything they need. What they don't farm, they hunt or forage. Nearby, she says, there's a lake that provides drinking water. It's also a good place to swim, she says with a wink. Shall we visit? Evie tugs my arm again. I'm not too keen on walking through a dark forest, so my feet go to more of a shuffle. I come to an abrupt stop when I hear a wolf barking somewhere in the distance, but Evie pulls me forward. I tell myself the noise I hear could have been a dog, though my brain responds with logic, telling me I didn't see anyone with pets in Lutar. I'm not scared exactly, but I've read enough grim fairy tales to know not to go into places like this. It's not far, Evie says, clearly sensing my apprehension. We enter soaring pines and visibility is immediately limited. Now I'm the one holding her tight. Evie glides around soaring pines, mossy stumps, ferns, and mushrooms. It seems she could do the route with her eyes closed. After about 20 minutes, the forest suddenly opens up and the crystal clear blue waters of a mountaintop lake appear like a mirage. Against the background of dark brown and green from the surrounding pine trees, the lake takes on a neon hue. I've only seen water like this in pictures of the Caribbean. Whoa, I say, unlinking my arm from Evie. I wish I had my camera. This is stunning. When I look at Evie, she's already stripping off her clothes. A shot of electric current runs through my crotch, then my entire body, giving me shivers as I see the coolness of the forest air making her nipples erect. My mouth is back to being open like an ape. I know I should turn away, I should look away, but my 18-year-old self can't help but stare as she runs into the fresh water naked. As I feel stirring in my pants, my brain goes into overdrive. I turn on my cousin calculator and think how far she is removed from me and where's the line. She's family, isn't this like incest? No, we're like 7 generations, third cousins twice removed or something. I'm not even sure we're related, I tell myself. Satisfied I'm not crossing any boundaries, I smile, quickly undress myself, and run after Evie into the lake. It's my first time skinny dipping, and I wish the freezing cold mountain water wasn't so clear. If Evie looks down, she might think lesser of me. Evie gets close to me, but before we can do much of anything, thunderclouds appear overhead, turning the hazy sky dark. Lightning flashes and the heavens open. Golf ball-sized hail rains down like missiles into the lake, forcing us to duck underwater to protect ourselves. Our clothes! I yell when we surface for air. The forest canopy protects us most of the way on our walk back, though our clothes are soaked. When we arrive back in Lutar, the rain stops. The storm has done major damage to the town. I see broken windows and holes in roofs. I don't remember rain like that, Evie says. As we walk the street back to her farm, I notice all eyes of the village are upon us. People were staring before, true, but this time it seems different, more intense. I can see the villagers muttering something under their breaths too. Their lips are moving as we walk past their broken homes. One woman shakes her fist as we walk by, her gold coins on her tunic jangling as she does so. I give a friendly nod, but she responds by pointing at me with a shaky index finger, and she keeps muttering something. At the farm, Evie gives me some of her father's clothes so I can let mine dry. It's the same outfit he wore to pick me up at the airport, so now I look like a 70s porno actor. Dinner was silent again, and again Evie escorts me back to the barn. Today was fun, thanks, I say. It doesn't have to end yet, she says as she slips off her top, exposing her shoulders and her breast. Her eyes are locked on mine. She's watching me watch her. Then she shimmies off her jangly skirt. This is better than that chick in Paris, better than the Fraulein in Germany. Standing naked before me is perfection. Evie innocently bites her lower lips, and I can feel my hips involuntarily thrust as she presses close to me. Her hair smells of lilacs, her skin baby smooth. I must be dreaming. This is a fantasy come true. I wake up to screaming, yelling so loud it makes me jump from the hay in fright. It's Attila. He's in full roar, whipping a leather belt, and he's coming towards me. I look down and notice Evie next to me in the hay. She's also naked. Oh shit. I have no idea what Attila's yelling, but I don't need a translator. Message received. He cracks the belt whip and it makes a sick snapping sound. I back up in the horse's pen as far as I can. Evie pulls at my leg, shouts something I don't understand back to her father. As they start yelling at each other, I know I'm royally fucked. Evie stands in her nakedness, nose to nose with Attila. He backhands her, sending her tumbling to the dirt. Then he looks at me, stares at me, his eyes filled with rage. He yells something I don't understand and whips his belt once more. He raises it in the air and my stomach drops to my feet. He's gonna strike, but then he stops. His eyes pierce my soul and he says something, unfamiliar words dripping with venom, spit flying from the corners of his mouth. I feel warmth running down my leg. I'm so scared I peed myself. And just like that, Attila stops his yelling. He spits in my face and turns to leave. Evie keeps her head down in shame as he walks past her crumbled naked body. I'm still frozen in place, covered in the stench of my urine. What the fuck was that? I ask Evie. She tells me I've been marked and I should leave. Now, she adds. My mind is racing. Marked? What does that mean? Evie doesn't explain but says I can use their phone to call someone. She says I need to leave. I feel sick to my stomach and so alone. All I want to do is go home. I'm in a bad situation. I knew I shouldn't have come to this place. I knew I shouldn't have listened to my parents on this one. I should have stuck to my vacation, doing what I wanted, visiting the places I wanted to visit. I should have gone to Italy. but I didn't. And now I'm covered in my piss and marked, whatever that means. I'm so royally screwed. I want to ask for Evie's help to get out of here, but she looks more shaken than I do, and she's gone mute. After making sure the coast was clear, I sneak into the house and call Tim. He's the only one I can think of. I'm certainly not going to call my parents. What would I say? Hey, you know those relatives you talked about? Yeah, well, I boned the daughter and their dad caught us. Yeah, no parents. I thought I was going to tell Tim a story that meant instant spooge, but now I'm hoping he can book me a flight to get the hell out of this country. You need to apologize, man, Tim says after I explain my predicament. Don't be that American asshole. Yeah, I guess, I say. Honestly, though, I don't even want to see Attila, Bay, or even Evie at this point. I want to slink away as silently as I came and forget all about this. But Tim's right. I do need to apologize. Mostly because I don't know where the hell I'm at, the direction I need to go, or how I'm supposed to leave. Attila was my ride. There's no bus or train stop in this godforsaken place, and I haven't seen any cars drive by either, so hitching a ride's out. Apologizing will have to wait though. No one's around and I don't want to sit in their house. I get dressed and decide to take a walk through town. It doesn't take long to feel like the whole village is watching me. I know it, I'm being watched. It's more discomforting than before, more intense. At least then I had Evie with me. Now I'm alone, the foreigner, the outcast, the one who royally messed up by taking a roll in the hay with one of the locals. From behind, I hear jangly gold coins. I'm being followed, but I don't dare look back. I walk a bit faster, but I have nowhere to go. The village is 4 streets and then just darkness. There's no bar or other place I can duck into, and from the sounds of the coins, I can tell the ragtag pack behind me is growing in size too. And then I hear something else. Chants. They're low but loud enough to unsettle me. I don't need a translator to know this is bad news. As I near the edge of the village street, the voices behind me go up an octave. They're moaning, giving me chills. Their gold coins rattling nonstop, a symphony of rage and vengeance. I'm trapped. There's nowhere to go. In front of me, a forest that light doesn't penetrate. Behind me, an angry mob. My heart is racing. What do I do? Where do I go? Forest or mob? The pine trees sway as a gust of wind comes from out of nowhere and pushes against my back, propelling me into the forest. I don't have a choice. I enter the blackness with my arms stretched out in front of me. My visibility barely extends beyond my fingertips. As I walk, the voices of the mob become distant. They're not following me. That's good. The forest feels evil without any light penetrating its canopy. Unlike Evie earlier, I move slow, shuffling over dead pine needles. The last thing I want to do is fall and get injured. If that happens, I'm a goner. I don't think Attila or any of the villagers will mend a broken bone. I thought I was walking straight, but maybe I'm going in circles. I have no idea how long I've been walking, but it seems more than the 20 minutes I walked with Evie to the lake. The lake. Yes, the lake. I need to go to the lake. There, I can rest. There, I can come up with a plan. And there, the forest canopy opens and the light shines. As I shuffle, I hear a cry that makes me freeze. It's a howl, the same one I heard when I entered the forest with Evie. My stomach turns in knots. It's a wolf. I know it. It's not a dog. Dogs don't howl like that. It's a wolf. Now I'm really shaking. It's not the shiver of being cold, but it's fright that scares me down to my bones. I'm feeling ill. Screw the lake. I need to get out of this forest. I need to go back to the village, apologize to Attila, beg for forgiveness, and tell him he'll never see me again. Dear God, just get me out of this place. Drive me away. You don't even have to drive me to Budapest. The nearest bus stop will do. Just get me off of this mountain. Another cry of the wolf, this time closer. My shuffle now becomes a run. Pine needles crunch beneath my feet. My heart is throbbing in my throat. Another howl, closer. My run becomes a sprint. I'm huffing and puffing and racing until shit! I hit a rotten branch and go down hard. My ankle twists like a pretzel and my chin smacks the ground. All I see are stars. For a moment, I don't know where I'm at. I think I'm back home with Tim, telling him about my first pint of London's Pride. Then I feel a sharp pain radiate from my ankle and I'm snapped back to reality. I don't know that I can walk, and even if I could, where would I go? I have no idea where I'm at. There's only darkness and forest all around me. A third mournful howl. There's the wolf. He's closer than ever now, stalking me, I'm sure. I'm dead, I know it, I'm dead. Easy prey. I won't even put up a fight. How could I with this twisted ankle? But I need to at least try. I need to get out of this God-forsaken place. I can't go out like this. I won't. I got myself into a mess, but I'm gonna get out of here, alive. I need to live. I've got college to attend. I want to live. My hands poke the forest floor until I find a branch that I can use as a cane to help me to my feet. My ankle is throbbing. I can barely support my weight. I take my first hop, but the bouncing sends amplified rawness shooting up my leg. I let out a yelp. It's no use. I'm stuck. And then in the blackness, I hear those jangly gold coins. The villagers! They didn't stop looking for me. They're here, so close I can hear them. Maybe the noise scared off the wolf, though. I never thought I'd be happy to see an angry mob, but they're my only chance. Hey, over here! I'm over here! I can see a light in the distance, a torch. It's the villagers! This way! When they get close, I realize what a mistake it was. I should have taken my chances with the wolf. Every single person from the village surrounds me with gnashing teeth and sour faces. They have torches and pitchforks, and some even have spears. Easy, easy, I tell them. I realize they don't understand a word I'm saying, just as I don't understand their words. So I hold up my hands in the universal surrender sign. Two burly men in black heavy overcoats grab me by my armpits. The villagers spit at me. They drag me through the forest, my feet and shins whacking fallen branches and tree stumps. My ankles made my whole foot numb. The pain barely registers. And again, I can hear the wolf's cry. The villagers don't react at all, but it seems to be following us, tracking us, staying close to know where we are but far enough that we can't see it. As we reach the edge of the forest, I see a glow. Shadows dance off glimmering houses and barns. The men continue to drag me through the grassland that separates the forest from the village, and that's when I see it. At the center of the village, a massive bonfire. No! No! I scream and try to wiggle free from my captors, but it's no use. They only tighten their grip and continue dragging me towards the flame. The mob begins chanting again, repeating the same verse over and over, getting louder and louder with each step we take. Their words sound like a record being played backwards, their gold coins providing the disharmonic orchestra. As we get to the center of the village, I see something that's straight from the Middle Ages. Oh my God, Evie! There, in the middle of the fire, is Evie, tied to a stake, the flames kissing the bottom of her dress. Her eyes meet with mine. Chance, she cries. The flames burp skyward and Evie turns her head, wincing from the heat. And then the howl, the wolf. It's here. From the other side of the fire, another howl, strong and virile. And that's when I see him. The beast. It's Attila. What's left of him anyways. He's transforming. His legs and body are savage. Human skin replaced with ashen fur. His hands and feet turn to hooven claws. And his face elongates, his jawline morphing into something canine. His teeth growing to razor-sharp incisors, big enough to devour the largest animal. He lets out a blood-curdling howl that makes my body go completely limp in trepidation. The villagers throw some sort of dust into the fire, causing it to belch. As the flames dance, Attila howls. Evie screams, her dress ignites. Her skin begins to bubble and melt. She drops her head and goes silent. The villagers release me and I collapse onto the ground. I feel sick to my stomach, and I know I'm next. Evie told me I was marked. This must be it. This is the end. The beast comes my way, howling in madness. I'm so petrified, so scared, I can't even piss myself this time. My whole body wants to shrivel into itself, to disappear. The villagers begin their backward chanting again, jingling their gold coins as they begin dancing in a circle around me, around the fire, around the beast. Another howl and the beast stands before me, huffing and exposing his monstrous fangs and claws. I close my eyes and pray. I shouldn't be here. I should be home. My life flashes before me. I see Tina and how happy we were together. I wonder why we broke up. Why wasn't I happy with my life in Vermont? Why did I need to get away? I see myself getting ready for college. My parents patting me on my shoulder, telling me how proud they are of me. And then I'm gone. My parents are in my empty room, wondering what happened. There's crying and holding my old baseball mitt, the one my dad broke in for me when I was 9. I no longer exist. I wonder what my parents will think. What will they find out about all of this? Will Tim tell them what happened to me on this mountaintop village? Will they come looking for me? How will they feel knowing they were the ones that suggested I come here? I feel something warm gush from my throat and I inhale blank air. I hear the wolf speak. The wounds you cause come back to you. My eyes open and I see a village in mania as my blood drains onto a dirt road. I feel a tug at my arms and I'm being dragged into the fire. In the flames I see their faces. Evie, Tina, my parents, the wounds I caused. This weird email just came in. It's from our VP of Marketing, Jonas, telling us to return to the office. Email says something about the common good and how we all need to be doing our part after our stay-at-home orders. It's weird though, because shouldn't something like this come from HR or even from the CEO? Why the VP of Marketing? He never sent anything like this before. Though I'm just a lowly manager, so what do I know? I was really enjoying being at home too. Why go into the office? The commute, the social aggravation? I hate all of it. I hate Jonas too. That guy's a dick. Me and him got into it a lot over the years. He'd steal my ideas, take over my projects and give them to his team. He'd do whatever he could to ensure I wouldn't shine and get promoted over his yes men. Damn email. Says all employees are supposed to report to the office tomorrow. Says there'll be a special gathering in the cafeteria. And here I was hoping to keep my Call of Duty streak going too, but I guess all good things must end. As I roll up into the Cavalier packaging offices, there aren't many cars in the parking lot. Some, but I was expecting more. I double-check the email Jonas sent, make sure I'm not too early, and I'm not. I guess the others just haven't arrived yet. Maybe people won't come in. That'd be great. I'd love to see a stay-at-home worker revolt. I mean, it's such a waste of time being in this building. I'm on my computer all day. Who cares where I'm at? As I head into the lobby, I notice there's no one there, not even security guards, no receptionist either. My floor is the 3rd floor and it's empty just like the lobby. It's weird. I can't be the only one who responded to Jonas's email. Maybe they're all on 7 at the cafeteria. I guess that's where the email said to go. That's where the special meeting would be taking place. I decide to put my laptop on my desk and then I'll head there. Who knows, maybe we're all being fired. As I head past the break room and round the corner to my desk, I see some people moving. I squint thinking I'm not seeing correctly. Maybe the morning sun's coming in through the windows making things look funny. There's others, yes, but they don't look right. They're disheveled looking as if they slept in their clothes. I take a few steps closer and realize it's actually worse than that. Their clothes are torn and stained, and they're kind of staggering as they walk, like they're drunk. One is dragging a foot and they walk aimlessly, bumping into desk and cubicle walls. This doesn't seem right. Something's really off here. I get a bit closer and I notice their faces. They're deadened, sunken in. I want to shout something to them, but I'm a bit scared. My mouth is as dry as a desert. They're human, but not human. I don't know. I can't really... Oh my God, that's it. They're zombies. They look like they're zombies. What in the hell's going on around here? Is this some sort of prank by Jonas? Some Halloween and summer stunt? Am I being set up? Are there hidden cameras somewhere? I backpedal and trip over a small table, making the vase on top of it crash to the ground. The noise makes the zombies look in my direction and they start coming my way. I turn to run, but I can see more at the other side of the hall now. I can't go forward. I can't go back. Panic rises within me. My primal fight or flight response kicks in. The stairs, yes, the stairs. I see an emergency exit sign in the hall about 10 feet from me. I think I can get there before the zombies would get me. I run down the stairwell, trying to head to reception where I know it's safe. On the 2nd floor, I peek my head out, and I see there's more zombies there. Lots more. I'm gonna be a goner if I try to escape here. I take the stairs down as far as they can go, to the ground floor loading area. The door's locked. I can't escape. I head up, past the 2nd floor, past the 3rd, head to 7, I think, where the others surely are, where I could find Jonas and find out what the hell's going on here. I'm sweaty and out of breath by the time I get to the 5th floor, but my adrenaline carries me the rest of the way. On 7, I peek out at the cafeteria. It's worse here than the other floors. The place is swarming with zombies. And they're all colleagues, co-workers in various states of decay. Some are missing jaws, some have noses chewed off, some with their eyeballs missing. It's horrid. I see Jonas standing on top of the salad bar, out of reach of the zombies. He looks normal. He's not turned into the undead. Why? He's the only one I've seen here that's not a zombie. In his hand, I see something. It looks like a stick, but thicker, black, a rod of some sort. I watch as he uses it against the zombies who get close to him. I can see a spark of electricity come from the stick. It's a zap stick, the ones our security guards wear. The zombies react to it, it seems, and move away when he zaps them. I watch this go on for a while from the safety of the stairs, trying to figure out how I could reach Jonas without getting eaten myself. He's my only hope of getting out of here. He's got a weapon. I've got nothing but a backpack with my laptop. It looks like he's controlling them somehow with that zap stick. I need to get to Jonas, but between me and him are at least 20 zombies. I see the CFO, the lady who works in the lunchroom, Jim from accounting. A zombie sees my head poking out and comes my way. I close the door, but in my fright, I don't hold it, and it closes with a loud clanging sound. The zombies noticed. I hear scratching coming from the other side, the zombies clawing away, trying to get the door open, not knowing how to turn the handle. I hold myself against the door, doing my best to keep it shut. And then the scratchy noises stop. The zombies have moved on. I take a deep breath before a knock makes me scream. A knock. Zombies don't knock. Then a jiggle of the handle. I push myself against the door with all my might. Hello? Who do we have behind the door? It was Jonas. Thank God, Jonas. I'm saved. Jonas, it's me, Dan. Is it safe to come out? I hear a zapstick and a zombie moan. Ah, Dan. Good old Dan. I was hoping you would show. I'm still pushing hard against the door. Something seems off in Jonas's voice. Jonas, I'm scared. Is it safe to exit? How do we get out of here? What the hell is going on? More zapping, more zombie moans. Oh, it's safe, Jonas says. I've got a plan. Come out. I take a deep breath and slowly crack open the door, peeking out to see if it was really safe. The zombies are all a good distance away now. Jonas seems to have them under control, or at least can keep them away with his zapstick. I exit and Jonas smiles when he sees me, grabbing my arm. Come with me, he says, holding his zapstick out, ready to fend off any zombies that may come close. Jonas takes me to his perch on the salad bar, safe from the zombies below. As I'm surveying the scene, Jonas clocks me, sucker punches me right in the jaw when I'm not looking. I fall to my knees, seeing stars. What the fuck was that? I say, regaining my composure, rubbing my chin. I've always hated you, Jonas says. Ever since you undermined me with that proposal, like I don't know what I'm doing with my department. That made me look bad, almost got me fired because of it. So yeah, I've got a plan. Jonas is looking at me all crazy, his nostrils flaring, his eyes wide. Jonas, I thought we were beyond that. I apologized before and I'm apologizing now. I didn't mean anything by it. I wasn't trying to make you look bad. Jonas zapped the zombie that came close and then held the stick up to my chin. Yeah, well, I got a little proposal of my own right now. You, my friend, are my exit strategy. You see, while I was working at home, something happened to my dog. He got bit by some rabid animal, raccoon or something. He died, but then he came back. He tried attacking me, but I was able to cage him. Then I thought of a good idea. Take your dog to work day. Take your zombie dog to work day. I could bring him in and have him attack the people I hate. Have them turn into zombies. Have them get out of my way so I don't gotta deal with them anymore. Things got a bit out of control. I didn't expect them to attack the way they did, and I got stuck here on 7. But I'm glad you're here. Now I can get out of the building. With an actual human as bait, I can get free. And you, my friend, you are the bait. You're my shield, my way out. I recoil, scrambling backwards on the salad bar. Can't we come up with a better proposal? I ask. A zombie takes a swipe at me. Jonas presses the button on the zap stick, making me jump and the zombie back away. Get up, you son of a bitch, Jonas says, again pointing the stick at my face. We're leaving, now. A zombie comes from behind, causing Jonas to turn away to zap him. I lunge at Jonas, tackling him, sending the zap stick flying to the floor amongst the group of zombies. Jonas's head knocks against the metal salad bar, stunning him. I jump on him, punching his face, bloodying it. The zombies must smell the blood because it sends them into a frenzy. They rush towards the salad bar. I get up off of Jonas, finding a place in the middle where the zombies can't reach. It's too late for Jonas. They grab him before he can react, biting his shoulder, ripping into his face, tearing off chunks of flesh as he screams bloody murder. Within a minute, he's dead. Within 3 minutes, he's reanimated, undead. I'm trapped atop the salad bar, no zapsticks and a forest of zombies between me and freedom. There's no way out. And then I remember, my backpack, my laptop. I can get a message out, send an email, get help. I fire it up and thank God Wi-Fi's still available. I open Outlook and put the DL everybody in the email address to field. I type while zombie Jonas growls at my feet. If you're reading this email, I am trapped on the 7th floor. I need help, but beware. There are zombies roaming the entire building. Yes, zombies. Do not set foot into the Cavalier Packaging building without guns or weapons. Please, I need help immediately. I do not know how much longer I can survive. Before I can hit send, the Wi-Fi goes out. Then the power. The cafeteria goes dark. The moans of the zombies become louder. The only light comes from my laptop screen. I've got 1 hour of battery life left. I don't know if that's enough time to come up with a new proposal. I love Hawaii. It's paradise on earth. I've traveled all over the world and nothing beats this place. Though I've been here a few times, this is our first time on the Big Island. My wife and I are having a pre-baby honeymoon. A baby moon, it's called. It's a real thing. Look it up. Anyways, we're really looking forward to seeing all the sights, especially the volcano and some of that native Hawaiian culture. Native Hawaiian. What a scam that is. Native. Pfft. I remember back when Bush was in power. I'm talking W, not his dad. I was working in the federal government at the time, and these Hawaiians were petitioning to get native status, same as them Indians got. Of course, they didn't get it, not under Bush anyways. We laughed at them. Native status. You're in Hawaii. Come on, get out of here with that stuff. Not sure what happened to the issue since. Don't really care. Still love visiting here though. So far we got a good tan and some shaved ice. Big Island's nice, palm trees, nice beaches, and the lava rock. Whoa! I felt like I was on another planet when we landed in Kona. All black rock everywhere. It's gorgeous, especially when you get a lush green fern or a palm tree jutting from it. I want some of those rocks. I think they'd look real good on our mantle at home. I'm hoping I can get one with a petroglyph on it too. So we're gonna head to one of the parks to snag some. I don't know the name of the park. It's like 30 letters long and 29 of them are vowels. It's not English is what I'm saying, even though we're in the goddamn US of A. They say you're not supposed to take these lava rocks. They say you're cursed if you do. Supposedly all sorts of bad stuff will happen too if you take these rocks off the island. It's Pele's curse. The rocks are her children or whatever. Pele isn't just some soccer player apparently, but she's a Hawaiian goddess. The goddess of the volcanoes and the creator of the island. If you believe that, I got some oceanfront property in Kansas to sell you. I can't believe it. No one's even paying attention to us at this park. The rangers are asleep. Typical. We walked in with 2 empty backpacks and we're walking out with so many damn lava rocks I think I'll sell the extras on eBay. I even grabbed a whole bunch with petroglyphs on it too. These should go for a pretty penny. I'm glad we brought the extra suitcase. We're gonna need it with this haul. The flights back weren't too bad. If you think 10 hours isn't bad, that is. For me, the worst is having to drive an hour and a half back to Doleville, Missouri after we landed at the airport. The other problem is jet lag. Betty's tired enough that she conked right out, but I can't sleep. I'm still on Hawaiian time. I'm trying to keep myself busy though, hoping maybe sleep will just sort of naturally happen. Right now I'm pricing out these lava rocks and looking at these petroglyphs. I think we picked up some real winners, some shiny new ones and some that are absolutely ancient looking. These petroglyphs are quite interesting too. The ones we snagged have a little circle with a dot inside of them. Supposedly it's something to do with fertility or babies or something. National Park Service website says a dot with a circle in it means hole for the firstborn. I think that's pretty neat, considering we're expecting our first. We're keeping 3 lava rocks on our mantle, 1 on each side and a chunky one with a ton of holes in it that looks like Swiss cheese for the center. In between, we're going to put those petroglyphs with the circle and the hole. It's going to look real nice above the fireplace. Seems appropriate place for them too, considering their fiery origins. The others are all selling on eBay, selling like hotcakes. We've made enough that Betty and I could go out for a nice steak dinner. Not too shabby for some rocks. Though I'm back on schedule sleep-wise, my stomach's been bugging me lately. I think it's a bug I picked up. Maybe it's some sympathy morning sickness. Betty's been feeling pretty rough lately too. That pregnancy's really taking it to her. The worst are the cramps. You know how you get those gas cramps sometimes? Well, the cramps I'm getting are kinda like that. They make me have to stop what I'm doing. I'll be packing up one of those rocks to ship off to a buyer and I have to pause. I have to hold my stomach until they go away. They seemingly come out of nowhere. Betty's belly's getting really big now too, much bigger than I thought it would get so early on. I didn't think women started showing until later into their second trimester, but Betty's already showing and we're still in the first. I swear every day her belly's getting bigger. So I thought I had a bug, but if I do, it's not going away. It's been 3 weeks now and I still have those cramps, nausea and vomiting too. Betty as well, she's clutching that porcelain toilet. So if this is sympathy pains or something, I sure wish they would stop. It's really becoming unbearable. Feels like my insides are getting all twisted up like a pretzel. It was so bad the past 2 days, I had to skip work. Betty's saying her stomach feels heavy. She says there's a heaviness inside of her. I said, yeah, it's heavy, you got a baby growing in there. But we're about to head to the doc to check on Betty. I told her something doesn't seem right. When she woke up today, she was twice as big as yesterday. Said it seems like she's growing too fast. I mean, she looks like she's 9 months pregnant, ready to burst. We're only on month 5 too. I said maybe we got twins in there and the doc didn't pick up on it before. Poor Betty. She could barely move with that belly. I had to help her out of bed. I wasn't much better with that cramps and nausea, but she's waddling down the stairs and I'm having to hold her hands. We're stopping every few feet to let those pains wash through our body. And I swear every time I look away and then look back at her, her belly was bigger. Hold on, Betty, let me get you a cold cloth for your forehead, I say as I escort her to our lazy boy to take a seat. She's really sweating now, complaining about that pain. Please hurry, Betty says. Something doesn't feel right. I turn towards the kitchen and pause, and I have to catch my breath. A big old cramp washes over me. Worst one I've had yet. Makes me double over for a minute. I grab the hand towel in the kitchen, run it under some cold water, and when I get back, I see Betty on her hands and knees, huffing and puffing. Baby, what is it? What's wrong? I put the cold towel on the back of her sweaty neck. I don't feel it, she says. I don't feel the baby. All I feel is pain. What do you mean? I say. You don't feel the baby? I rub her back, doing my best gentle massage, trying to reassure her. All I feel is heaviness, she says. There's no kicking or movement or anything. It feels. Betty starts wincing. Her face scrunches up like she ate something sour. She fights to get the words out. It feels so heavy. Feels like it's tearing me up inside. It's dropping. She gets down on her elbows and I take her hand. She squeezes mine until I can hear my bones shift around. I didn't know she had such strength. The baby's coming now, she says. Now! Betty lets out the most primal grunt, a release. I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I'm looking at her caboose, trying to figure out if I should lift up her skirt so the baby can pop out, or maybe I need to help push on her stomach. I don't know. Let me call the doctor, I say, pulling my hand out of hers. Or an ambulance. No time, she spits out through her teeth. Oh my God, the pain, it's so heavy, it's ripping me up. I look down at her crotch and it's a faucet of blood. It's like someone just turned the tap on. Blood drips out from between her legs, staining our beige carpet, turning it pink, then deep red. The pain comes back in my belly too, severe cramping that makes me double over again, and the nausea. I don't know if it's sympathy pains or the sight of the gore, but I'm ready to puke. Betty starts inhumane sounds, short pants with deep grunts that come from the solar plexus. I want to help, but I'm on the ground, curled up in a fetal position, trying to wish the pain away. I feel like Mike Tyson just gave me his best body shot. I can't stand. I can't even get to my knees. Now it's a growl from Betty. She sounds like a feral dog, spit flying from her mouth, her jaw clenching. She's flashing her gritted teeth. The blood keeps pouring out of her too, pulling on the carpet, a river of red starting to run my direction. I'm sorry, baby. The pain is so bad, dull and heavy, throbbing. I'm sweating, shaking. I close my eyes, praying to stop the pain so I can help my wife. It's tearing me apart. It's so heavy. There's so much blood pouring from Betty that it covers the entire living room, including me. It's warm and smells of minerals and earth. I look her direction, desperate to help. I see her leaning against the couch now, slumping against it, half passed out. I reach out my hand, trying to touch her, but the pain makes me recoil. Betty, baby, hang in there! I gotta call the doctor! It's stupid words. I can't even get my hand out to reach her. How the hell am I gonna get to the phone and call a doctor? But I see Betty widening her legs, trying to open them up to have the baby slide out. That's when I see it, there, in the background, on the mantle. It's those petroglyphs, the ones with the circle and the hole in the middle, the ones that mean hole for the firstborn. They're levitating, floating. The rest of the lava rocks vibrate around them. The pain's making me hallucinate. I shake my head, trying to see straight. I wipe my eyes, but all I do is smear Betty's blood on my face. No, it's coming! It's dropping out of me! Coming out of me, tearing me! Behind her, the rocks vibrate, dancing to her painful birth. I'm not hallucinating. It's Pele, the curse of Pele. The rocks are her children, and now she's coming for our child. Baby! I yell, doing my best crawl towards her, but each movement amplifies the pain and makes me pause. Betty lets out the loudest scream I've ever heard, a horrifying shriek that makes me cover my ears, screaming so loud the windows might shatter. I look at her and see her body contort, violent jerks. She looks like a cat hacking up a hairball, her belly pumping, pushing out what's inside. From her vagina, a torrent of blood, and then a thud that splashes into the pool of crimson. The baby's out. Betty passes out and collapses. The levitating and the vibrating at the mantle stop. The pain inside of me is gone, but I'm shaking at what I see. My face turns a ghostly white. My eyeballs become bigger than the sun. My throat closes, choking off any words. All I can do is look in wonderment and disgust. There's no baby in that pool of blood on the floor. There's no human. It's something black and shiny and inanimate. A lava rock the size of a football. Betty birthed a child for Pele. I look at my wife. She's still passed out. Blood continues streaming from the hole for the firstborn. I was investigating the death of one of our lawyers at the firm, Gus Samuelson. He was healthy, mid-50s, and he died just like that. It was like the snap of a finger. He's here, and then he's gone. Really shook all of us at Hanley & Hanley. We weren't a big firm, about 25 lawyers, so losing Gus felt like we were losing family. Gus was in the prime of his career, too. He was just given one of those Best Lawyer awards. The local newspaper recently did a profile piece on him, too. He got his photo in the paper and everything. That was only 80 days ago. So far, my investigation didn't really uncover much. I talked to the police, who said they had no reason to investigate. They said the death wasn't suspicious. I said, how could that be? The guy dropped dead just like that. They said people die all the time, and Gus's family didn't authorize an autopsy. It's true. I talked to Gus's family. They were as puzzled about the death as we were, but they couldn't stand the thought of his body being cut up and taken apart in an autopsy. Let him rest, is what they said. I asked them what the doctor said. Apparently they didn't say much either. The docs had no answers. They said it was likely his heart, even though he had no history of health problems. Sometimes these things happen, the doc said. I went through Gus's cases too. In our business, you never know. There could be a client who didn't like an outcome or didn't think he was being represented well. It's a sad statement, but people are crazy these days. I combed through all his files, talked to all his clients. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary there either. Gus wasn't involved in any controversial cases. They were all routine affairs and his clients were happy with his work. I talked with the newspaper too. Asked the reporter who wrote the piece on Gus whether there was anything amiss since she spent a couple days with him. Again, I got nowhere. No leads, no clues. I was stumped. Maybe the docs were right. These things just happen sometimes. Sitting there in the Daily Journal's editorial offices, staring at that photo of Gus, tapping my chin, trying to figure out who to talk to next, that's when I noticed it. Something seemed off in that photo. Gus seemed off. I couldn't quite figure it out. Wasn't sure what it was, but Gus looked shrunken, I guess. Smaller. It's the best way I could describe it. Maybe it was the angle or the camera lens, I didn't know. But I thought it best to talk to the photographer. We hired a freelancer, the reporter told me. Budget cuts forced the Daily Journal to cut back on most of their full-time photographers, so now they hired freelancers by the hour. Journalism must be in a really sorry state when a local paper can't afford photographers, I thought. So I asked the reporter for the photographer's details. He's kind of a weird one, the reporter said, as she handed me a phone number and an email address. A weird one? That's interesting. What do you mean? I asked. Tweaky, I guess I'd say. He's got these nervous tics. He's kind of hard to work with, but Gus was very kind to him. I do know that. From the other side of the cubicle wall, a head popped up, like one of those moles in a whack-a-mole game. You talking about Brent Stevens? Who? I asked the eavesdropper. Yeah, Brent, the reporter says. Who's Brent? I ask. The reporter opens her mouth to answer, but the eavesdropper cuts her off. Brent is a weird one. Used to work here, but he was fired. Tweaky is a great way to describe him, as Rose said. Ever since we used him as a freelancer, he comes in with this arsenal of equipment. Takes hours to set up. Then he uses this old ratty camera. I don't know why. I'm glad the guy was fired. Seems like this photographer might be a guy worth talking to. I emailed and called Brent, but got no response. I tried every day for a week, but no dice. Without any other leads, I decided to dig into this Brent guy some more. Now, the Daily Journal couldn't legally give me his employment details, but I asked around and pretty much got the same as what I heard from that whack-a-mole in the cubicle. He's a weird guy, nervous tics, takes way too long to set up with that old camera. I dug into his previous assignments. It seems like his photos changed over the years. I suppose that's natural as people perfect their craft, but when he was an employee, his photos seemed crisper, sharper. Then, since he was fired and taken on as a freelancer, people started looking squished, like Gus looked. I asked the Daily Journal's editors their thoughts. They agreed his quality had gone down. They said they didn't really pay attention before. Said they're a small paper in a small town. People don't expect Pulitzer quality. They also said there was nothing on their end that could explain the way those people looked. They didn't do anything special to the photos during layout. They didn't change the aspect ratios or even crop the photos. I decided to look into the background of the people he photographed, especially the ones squished like Gus. The earlier photos, when he was an employee of the Daily Journal, those people were just fine. But the ones in those squished photos, I couldn't believe it. They died too. Out of nowhere, poof, they kicked the bucket, just like Gus. One of them was an elderly gentleman, gently passed in his sleep, his obit read. 4 others were younger, like Gus, supposedly perfectly healthy until they died. But not everyone. The recent photos, the ones taken after Gus, those people were still alive. There were 3 of them, Mary Jones, Phil Worthington, and Maxine Stansberry. My next leads. Mary and Phil couldn't tell me much. Just a photo shoot, both of them said. I asked them specifics about the photographer. Did he say something or did he do something? They both said no, nothing out of the ordinary, but neither had been photographed for the newspaper before, so it was all new to them. Fortunately, Maxine was a wealth of information. A portly woman with long, unkempt hair and a wine belly that stuck out further than her breasts. She told me she dabbled in photography as a hobby, so she was really excited to get pictures taken by a professional. She said she peppered Brent with questions. All through the setup and the shoot, she asked question after question. She says she was especially interested in the camera he was using. She had herself a Sony A5 and she thought a professional would be using something better. But Brent had some old camera. The thing seemed ancient. Maxine said she was surprised it even worked. Brent told Maxine that he bought the camera from the local camera shop. Apparently it was broken when he bought it, but Brent said he fixed it. I remember his words, Maxine said. Fixed it good, better than good. That's what he said. He had this look about him when he said it too. And then he licked his lips, the corner of his mouth, I think. He had this smile, I don't know, he was just a weird one. I thanked Maxine. It wasn't too much to go on, but it was more than what I had. An old camera could explain why Gus and the others looked a little funny, but that didn't explain the deaths. The following week, Mary died. The paper didn't say how she died. I reached out to her family, but they didn't want to talk. Too shook up, they said. It was all so sudden, they said. It was happening again. Someone was photographed by this Brent guy, and then they died. Why? I tried to get somewhere with the police again, but they said there was no foul play in any of these deaths. Nothing suspicious. I was incredulous. I told them they were all photographed and all in the paper. They shrugged and gave me the people die line again. A few weeks later, Phil died. This was no coincidence. Something was happening to these people. But what? I looked again at their photos. There had to be something I was missing. Something that everyone was missing. I read through their articles again to see if there was a connection. Mary was pictured with her award-winning apple pie. Phil was photographed showing off his coin collection. I went through every single person photographed by Brent since he was fired. Every single one of these people died. Nothing connected them, other than being in the paper. And even then, it was different reporters doing the stories. Nothing was the same. Nothing but the photographer. Gus dies, Mary dies, Phil. That's the order they were featured in the paper. That had to be significant. I looked at the dates their photos were published, and as best I could work it out, there was no pattern there. Sure, they were in order, but their dates didn't match. The only thing that seemed of significance was they all died within 3 months of getting that photograph. I asked the Daily Journal for the exact dates of the photo sessions. After some back and forth and grumbling from their record keeper, I got what I was after. 80 days. It flashed at me like a big Vegas neon sign. 80 days. Every single one of the people who died, they were photographed 80 days before they died. 80 days and not a day more. How? How could this be happening? I called back Maxine, the one who gave me the details about the camera. She was on day 76. If I was correct, she'd be dead in 4 days. I didn't want to scare her, so I didn't mention anything about her dying. She hadn't been paying attention to the obituaries like I was, so she was totally ignorant about the other deaths. I asked her if she would accompany me to the camera store. I said I wanted more details about the camera Brent used, and I didn't know the first thing about photography. At the camera store, Maxine described the camera. She said it was ancient looking, something she's never seen before, big and clunky, a real antique, she said. The camera store guy knew immediately what she was talking about. He said it was a Kodak Brownie 127, which was badged as a Brownie Starlet in the US. He says he bought the camera from some curio shop in New York City. Said he got it cheap since it was broke, and then he resold it for twice what he paid. Said he was going to charge even more, but he knew Brent. Brent was a loyal customer, so he gave him a deal. Maxine asked, how do you fix a camera like that, and how do you get parts? The shopkeeper shrugged, said he had no idea how you could fix something so old. Would it make people look squished? I asked. Could be. It was old. The lens was totally shot. Nothing like the quality you get today. Hell, nothing like the quality that was around in the 60s either. I have no idea how or why Brett wanted it other than as a collector's item, maybe. We thanked the man and left. I quizzed Maxine a bit more, trying to get her to remember if anything else was out of the ordinary. Was there anything else about Brent? Was there something he did or said? I had my answers, I guessed, about the squished people in the photographs. Brent used the old piece of shit camera, but it didn't explain the deaths. There had to be something else. Maxine had no new details. She said he was just a weird guy with nervous tics. He didn't smile much until he took the photo. Supposedly he said something to her about love and how it will turn out. Wait and see, he said. I didn't think words like that coming from a photographer were anything out of the ordinary. I went home that night and did some more research. I googled photos and death. A bunch of selfie takers who fell off a ledge at the Grand Canyon or other places came up. Not what I was looking for. But then I came across something else. Well, someone else. Harvey Glattman. He was a serial killer in the late 50s, the glamour girl slayer. He would lure women under the guise of being a photographer, say he's going to take pictures of them, then tie them up, sexually assault and kill them. Taking pictures the whole time. A real sick son of a bitch. Could Brent be like Harvey? Maybe, but it didn't make much sense. Harvey tied up and killed women. He was a sexual deviant in the truest sense of the word, getting into things like autoerotic asphyxiation when he was 12. What I had was a photojournalist with a nervous tic and people dying 80 days after he photographed them with an old camera. He didn't do anything like tying people up or even focusing on women. He just took the jobs he was given. It's just, people ended up dead with no explanation. But still, Harvey's story of rape, murder, and destruction was the closest thing I had to anything that made sense. Maxine had 3 days left. I went back to the Daily Journal, said I really needed to talk to Brent, but I couldn't get a hold of him. Neither can we, the editor said. We got a shoot in 2 days and we've already paid him for it, so we're hoping he shows. Maxine, 2 days left. I had to let her in on what I found, the 80 days, her impending death. It wouldn't be fair to let her check out to the great beyond without getting her affairs in order. If I was gonna die, I would want to know, wouldn't you? I gave Maxine all the information I had. She thanked me and told me a story. I never thought I'd die before I reached 50, she said. I'm so close to 49. 49 and I'm gonna kick the bucket. I never really thought about my life before and when I would die. I just took things day after day, taking for granted the morning sunshine, the friendly hello from a stranger at the checkout line. Those are the things I'll miss. These are the little things that make life enjoyable. But I'm not scared of death. I got over my fear of death a long time ago. There's something I never talk about with anyone. My family knows, but that's it. Not something I really want to bring up with people. It's my brother, Ken. He died when I was 10, drowned in a neighbor's swimming pool. It took me years to get over that. Ken and I used to fight a lot as kids. Well, I think it was more me fighting with him. He just wanted to be left alone, wanted me to stop bossing him around, stop telling him to brush his teeth. Ken was 2 years older than me, black sheep of the family though. I didn't know that then. My parents were always yelling at him. And then there was me. I was the little angel of the family. Ken could do nothing right, I could do nothing wrong. The last thing I remember with Ken is my parents yelling at him to pick up his socks. He was always leaving socks on the floor, telling him to be a man, to grow up. I got on his case too, just like my parents. I said his feet stink and he's disgusting. That's when Ken slammed the door and left for the neighbor's house. The coroner couldn't tell us if it was suicide or an accidental drowning. I guess it didn't matter much. He was dead and that was enough. It took me 5 years to get over that hole in my heart. 5 years to accept the reality of death, to come to terms with the concept of life ending. So you tell me my life ends in 2 days? I say thank you. Now I can be reacquainted with my brother and my parents. Life hasn't been worth living without family, and I've got none except in heaven, just a few friends now. So if Brent really is some killer, if he's going out and doing what you say he's doing, well, I'm not going to cry about it. Maxine may not be crying about it, but I was. The idea that her life would end with the snap of a finger at 80 days, just like the others, it was enough to make me sick to my stomach. It wasn't right. Something had to be done about it. I called the Daily Journal and pried out Brent's next assignment. They didn't want to tip their hand to what they're working on, but a couple of Benjamins in the right hand did wonders. Brent was scheduled to take photographs of some homeowners over on 180th Street. They won some big legal fight with their HOA. The shoot was tomorrow, the day Maxine was scheduled to die. I called Maxine. What time did Brent take photos of you? Maxine let out a big sigh. Why? Why does it matter? You said I'd die tomorrow. Maxine sounded resigned to her fate, depressed even. This wasn't the same person that gave me the stoic speech and a stiff upper lip. Maybe I shouldn't have told her my theory about her future. Yeah, but maybe we can stop it. Get to Brent. He's got a photo shoot tomorrow. It's our best bet. There's something going on, or there's something he's doing, something with that camera. It's not a coincidence. Another sigh from Maxine. Let me be. Let me spend my final days surrounded by my friends. Maxine, please. I can't do this alone. After another 5 minutes of pleading, Maxine finally relented. It was 3:30 p.m. when that photo was taken. I remember looking at my watch. That was the time. We approached the house Brent was supposed to be at 3 hours before the photo shoot was to begin. According to Maxine, Brent showed up more than an hour ahead of time to get set up. He put up fancy lights and diffusers and arranged it all like it was a movie set, even making sure things like pillows were in the proper place. Then he put that old camera on the tripod. The only thing missing was the makeup, Maxine said. If my theory was correct, and Maxine bit the bullet at 3:30 p.m., the same time her photo was taken, we wouldn't have much wiggle room. Today's photo shoot was scheduled for 3. Brent better not be late. On the drive over, we devised our plan. We would tell the homeowners, Frank and Nancy Templeton, that we were from the Daily Journal. We would ask Nancy and Frank if we could take their place, pretend we were them. The story would be that we're from the newspaper's quality control, and we wanted to check on Brent's work, as things had been a bit suspect lately. We said this is done to make sure the public was getting the best journalism possible from its local newspaper. Of course, we'll tell them, if the shoot starts off fine, and there's no reason it shouldn't be fine, We'll swap out and they can take their original spots. They'll still get the photos in the paper. Nancy and Frank were an agreeable couple, and they agreed right away when we explained the situation. Anything to help the local news, Nancy said. I absolutely love the Daily Journal. It's the first thing I read with my coffee. With Nancy and Frank in their bedroom upstairs, Maxine and I waited. It was just as Maxine said. Brent was about an hour early. He showed up carrying 3 bags plus a backpack, enough gear for a Spielberg movie. We had just short of 2 hours to find out what the hell was going on and stop it before Maxine gave up the ghost. Brent was different than I imagined him to be. He was maybe $150 soaking wet, about a head shorter than me too, and I'm no colossus at 5'10". The guy looked like a poster child for the least likely to succeed in the high school yearbook. His nervous tics were evident right from the initial handshake. He would turn his head in a jerky fashion every couple minutes, while his tongue simultaneously touched the corner of his lips. It was uncomfortable standing there while he jerked and licked. Though he wasn't mentally handicapped, you could tell he was a few fries short of a Happy Meal. I could understand why the cubicle whack-a-mole was happy to see him go. I tried some chit-chat with Brent as he set up, but he was a man of few words. Yep, the weather's nice. Yep, what a game last night. Yep, this won't take much longer. He wouldn't take any of the bait, just give me these pithy sentences while twitching his head and licking the side of his mouth. Then Maxine chimed in, asking about his gear, specifically the old camera on the tripod. He glanced up from adjusting his light modifier and squinted at Maxine. Have we met before? Shit, I didn't think of that. I never thought about Brent remembering taking photographs of Maxine. I'm so stupid. What is that camera? I quickly interjected as I got up off my stool and walked to the old Kodak, trying to do something to get his eyes off Maxine. Don't touch that! Brett snapped as I ran my fingers along the camera's bulky plastic. There was anger in Brent's voice. He didn't like me touching his camera. I looked Maxine's way. She looked pale. Her eyes were looking a bit glossy, too. I looked at my watch. 2:40 p.m. I needed answers. Maxine needed answers. We had less than an hour until she passed away. You don't see him like this anymore, I said, crouching down, inspecting the camera like it was a diamond. It had to be this camera. Something about this camera. It was the only thing out of place. No one used a camera like this anymore. But I couldn't tell what or how it worked. How would a camera like this kill people? I eyeballed every inch of the thing. This thing do good photos? I asked. Oh, it does the best photos I've ever done, Brett said with a sly smile and a lick of his mouth. That was a bullshit answer if I've ever heard one. This camera was trash. A Nokia flip phone could take better photos than this thing. Tell me how it works. You just press here? I pointed the camera at him and put my finger on the shutter release button. No, don't touch that, Brett said as he leaped my direction, pushing me away from the camera with enough force that I fell on my butt. Maxine didn't react. She was slumped over, looking like a druggie on a stoop. I checked my watch. She had 30 minutes to live. I didn't have time to play Inspector Gadget anymore. I needed answers. Maxine needed answers. Gus needed answers. They all did. The family of those who lost someone because this weirdo and whatever he was doing. You son of a bitch, how you doing it? I got up slowly, bracing myself for him to come at me. I looked up and saw the real Frank and Nancy peeking out their bedroom, trying to figure out what the hell was going on in their dining room downstairs. Brett hovered over his camera like it was a child. Do what? I'm just a cameraman, a simple photographer. He twitched his head and licked the side of his mouth like a lizard. You're killing people, I said. I don't know how you're doing it, but you're killing people. Gus Samuelson, Mary Jones, Phil Worthington. Anyone you photograph seems to die. I pointed. Maxine Stansberry. Brent looked at Maxine's direction. I knew I recognized you. 25 minutes to live now. She looked like hell. Her forehead sweaty, her body lifeless, barely hanging on to that stool. Well, I guess it's time, isn't it? Brett said. So you know, I squealed. Brett pivoted my way and put his hand on the camera. Say cheese! I charged at him, a full-on bull rush. Before my hands could reach his chest, my eyes were blinded. The camera went off, a point-blank flash that had me seeing spots. My momentum carried me forward, tumbling into the camera, knocking it over, continuing straight into Brent. We went down hard, as did the camera. Frank and Nancy came out of their bedroom but didn't dare set foot into the carnage downstairs. Brent and I rolled around on the hardwood floor, grabbing at each other. Him trying to break free, me trying to keep him from escaping. It was Maxine. She was swaying, teetering on the edge of the stool, about to fall flat on her face. As I held down Brent, I glanced at my watch. Maxine had 20 minutes to live. My countdown was on too after that camera snapped my photo. It's over! I yelled at Brent, pinning his shoulders under my knees, putting all my weight on him so he couldn't move. He thrashed his head, twitching and licking, twitching and licking. How'd you kill those people? How do I save Maxine? I thought of Gus and the others. None of them deserved to die. The smiles in their pictures showed off a moment in time, a joyous moment. An award-winning apple pie, a legal accommodation, a coin collection. These were proud people, happy to share and be noticed. I'm sure they cut out the newspaper clip and hung it on their wall at home. But then this psycho Brent put an end to all that. Whack! A loud cracking thud. I looked at the stool. It was empty. Maxine went down hard. From the sickening sound, it sounded like it was skull first, no hands out for protection. Her body was lifeless on the floor. She was either out cold or dead. I thought she had 10 minutes left, but who knows? She could have gotten the time she was photographed wrong. I looked at Brent with his twitchy head and his licking mouth, and I didn't hesitate to punch him right in the nose. You bastard! How'd you do it? Brent licked the blood coming from his nostrils and spit it at me. I punched him again. I don't have time for this shit. Fess up! Brett smiled. I guess your time's up soon anyways. It's too late for her, he said, motioning his head in Maxine's direction. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Fuck you, you don't get the benefit of knowing my name. Tell me how you did it. How'd you kill these people? Brett twitched and licked and smiled. Tell me or I smash your precious camera to bits. Brett winced at the thought of his camera in pieces. Then he cleared his throat. Humans take more than 1.4 trillion pictures a year, he said. Moments in time, frozen forever. Frozen smiles, frozen waterfalls, frozen dogs wagging their tails. Did you know natives thought cameras stole your soul? It's true. In fact, there's churches in Central America that still don't allow photographs on their wall because of this belief. Well, you see, my camera's a bit like that. Let's just say the camera has certain powers. And here's something else with cameras. Did you know people used to take photos of the dead? Death photos? They would pose with a loved one, maybe gathering together in the living room with the dead on the floor. A memento. Dead memories, I guess you could call it. It was a popular thing in Victorian England. I was growing tired of Brent's bullshit history lesson. How does it kill people? Tell me! Brent gave a double lick to the side of his mouth and continued. I'm a tinkerer. I like to create things, fix things. Especially camera gear. You know, I have a lot of time on my hands since the Daily Journal fired me. I put this old Kodak into working order from a bunch of different parts I had laying around. The lens is still screwed up, but no one seems to mind. I didn't know my camera was special, not at first. As I mentioned, I cobbled it back into working order using different parts. Some of the parts I used were from a camera I took death photos with, like the ones I mentioned. It's not necessarily legal in all states, but there's a brisk underground business for that sort of thing. Being a photographer doesn't pay much, you know. I can't tell you why what happens, but it does. Somehow with the parts of the camera that I take death photos with in this old Kodak, it's like death was imprinted on it. I got worried at first and wasn't sure it was real. But then after I got fired, after hearing my editor say, "You don't bring profit," I'm so fed up with this fucking place. I use the camera all the time now. Any freelance job I get from the Daily Journal, fuck them all. You people are all the same. Do you bring profit? Brent spit at me for emphasis, and I had to dodge to avoid his saliva blood. I would have laughed at the guy for such a fantastical story if we didn't have a trail of dead bodies, if we didn't have Maxine lying motionless a few yards away. "Why 80 days, I asked. What's so special about that?" Brent laughed, a sadistic, uncaring, high-pitched laugh that was broken up by his twitching and licking. 80 days means nothing as best I can figure. My guess is that's when my negatives get destroyed. I don't keep them anymore. I got so many damn photos over the years, shoot after shoot. So I turn over what I got to a recycling company. My guess is when people dispose of the negatives, that's when people die. I've tried it myself too. If someone really pisses me off, I'll just take that negative out and cut it right up. I guess the natives were right about cameras taking souls after all. He gave another deranged laugh. This one so hard I could feel his belly moving up and down underneath me. "That's it, I'm calling the police!" It was Frank's voice, the real Frank. I forgot they were upstairs watching this whole time. "I don't care," Brent said, continuing his laughter. "I'm done with this fucking world." I gave another punch to his already bloody nose, this one hard enough that I heard it crunch. His head jerked backwards, thumping onto the hardwood floor. As I got off him, I grabbed his camera and pointed it in his direction. "No, Brent, now you're done with this fucking world," I said as I clicked the camera shutter button. The September air is brisk against my face, making my tears cold, making me shiver. I don't have a jacket, only my sweatshirt and sweatpants. I didn't have time to pick up any clothes, not even my wallet or phone. Not with Jimmy yanking on my hair, screaming that I'm the most rotten bitch he's ever been around. Jimmy dropped me off at the Greyhound station around midnight. Well, dropped is probably being too nice, more like pushed. He didn't even come to a complete stop, just kept rolling as he pushed me out the passenger door. He threw $20 at me as I fell on the pavement. Before peeling out, he yelled, "Go back to your sister in Cincinnati, bitch!" Me and him got into it big time. He was drunk again. He was drunk every day, but this evening he really wouldn't quit. He yelled for me to get him another beer. I said, "Do it yourself, fat ass." He threw the remote at me. I retaliated with something heavier, and it went from there. Books, spaces, you name it. The room looked like a tornado hit it. Once we had nothing left to throw at each other, we came to blows. He walloped my eye so much that I felt instant swelling. I retorted with a swift kick to his nuts that dropped him to his knees for a good 5 minutes. Hitting his manhood seemed to end the fight. It also proved to be the last straw. When he got up, he said he was done with me, called me a bunch of nasty names and grabbed me by the hair. It hurt so bad. Felt like my hair was being pulled from the roots. I slapped to get him to stop, but he slapped me harder, hard enough that I stopped protesting. Then he dragged me to the car like a caveman. I don't know, maybe it's for the best. Jimmy was getting more and more abusive, and I'm not really sure I loved him anymore. We've been together a few years now, but it seemed like a spiral downward ever since he got laid off. Money got tight, and each day there was some new drama, and I couldn't tell you the last time we had sex either. Fuck Jimmy, that's what I say. I'm fine on my own. Let him find some other woman to service him. Maybe some Walmart skank, since that seems to be what he beats off to. Oh, I've seen him in the bathroom when he doesn't close the door all the way. I know what he likes. Let someone else deal with his drunk dick. My arms stay cold no matter how much I rub them. The tears have stopped, but the frigid midnight autumn air sails through my sweats. I'm not comfortable being at this bus stop in the middle of the night. It's not just nervousness, I'm scared. The moon and its menacing glow, the shadows from the streetlights, the quietness of the road. I'm also alone, standing here waiting. I feel like I'm a target. The only other women out at this time are hookers. I'd say the bus is late, but I don't know the schedule, and I don't have a watch either. I don't even know if this is the right bus stop. I've been standing where Jimmy dumped me, assuming he put me in the right spot. And I've been standing here so long my legs are hurting, so I'm not sure anymore. But I've got no place else to go. I really wish I did, though. I'd rather avoid my sister's place. She's got her own man problems and they don't have room for me. I'd be a burden, another mouth to feed. Down the road, I see some headlights coming my way. The bus, finally. I guess I'm on my way to Cincinnati, whether I like it or not. As the headlights get closer, I see it's not a bus at all. It's an SUV. I'm not sure of the model, but one of them big ones. All I can tell you is it's black and slowing down. My heart jumps. I knew being out here was bad news. I knew I'd be a target. A woman out in this area at midnight. You're either a hooker or prey. I sure wish I had some pepper spray on me, but I got nothing. The SUV rolls to the curb of the bus stop and the passenger side window rolls down. A man in the driver's seat looks over to me. I think I'm being propositioned. I think he thinks I'm a hooker. He nods at me. I nod back, doing my best to shield my black eye from him. "What's a pretty lady like you doing out at the bus stop at this hour?" he says. I'm expecting some slime ball. Who else goes to hookers? But I get the opposite. Inside the SUV is a sharply dressed man with G.I. Joe features and a gentle smile. Guys like this go to prostitutes? Can't be. He doesn't look like a hooker guy. Maybe he doesn't think I'm one of them ladies of the night. "I'm just waiting for my ride," I say truthfully, turning my face to him fully. No sense trying to make up a story. What would I say that sounds credible? And being honest at least lets the guy know I'm not a hooker. You know, just in case he thought I was one. "Well, I think you're going to be waiting a while. Buses don't come after midnight. Next bus won't be here till 6:15 a.m., no matter where you're going. Unless you're going uptown, then there's a 5:58 express." "How do you know so much?" I ask, rubbing my hands together for warmth. "I work for the bus company," the man says. "Last bus was an hour ago. I'm just off my shift and heading home. Listen, you might as well head home or something. It's not real safe for a woman to be out here in the middle of the night, not alone like this. And you can't stay at this stop all night." If what he said was true, and there's no more buses coming tonight, then he's right. This is no place for a woman. I'll freeze outside too. My only options are basically wandering the street or stay here at this bus stop. Nothing's open at this hour. Nothing but a couple gas stations anyways. The bars are closing soon too, so I couldn't head there. Besides, I don't have a wallet or a phone on me. But I don't want to admit it, not to this man. Another car goes by, creeping slow. This one's a sedan, not an SUV. Inside, I see a man look in my direction, checking me out. He definitely thinks I'm a prostitute. "You got somewhere to go, miss?" the man in the SUV asks, sensing my unease at being eye candy. I keep quiet, looking to the side, not making eye contact. I wish this guy would just go away. "Miss? Miss?" Two men turn the corner and walk in my direction. One's carrying a bottle in his hand. They're both a bit stumbly, looking no good. I hear them yelling about some woman named Diane. Makes me think of Jimmy, drunken, violent Jimmy. They sound like him. "Miss?" The two drunks are closer now. I see Jimmy in their faces. Drunk Jimmy punching my kidneys. Drunk Jimmy kicking my stomach. Drunk Jimmy laughing, saying, "Get up now, bitch." "Miss?" Oh my God, this is it. First the man in the SUV and now these two. I snap shut my eyes in fear. clutching my chest, waiting for the inevitable. I'm wishing the men away, these violent men. Miss, hey, I don't mean to pry. I don't mean you no harm, comes the voice in the SUV. I only wanted to tell you about the bus schedule and to tell you I don't think it's safe out here downtown for a woman, not by herself, not at this hour anyways. His words snapped me back to reality. The drunks walk by without even noticing me. I'm safe. Miss, it's not right for you out here in the middle of the night. You need to go home. Go somewhere off the street at least. Do you have somewhere to go? I shake my head. Well, can I take you to a friend's house or something? I mean, somewhere off the street? I look down and shake my head again. There's nowhere for me to go. Well, listen, let me take you to a shelter then, the man says. Somewhere for the night so you don't have to be on the street. I don't want to go, but I know what he says is true. It isn't safe for me out here. I can't spend the entire night on the street, at this bus stop, fending off men trying to pick me up. He opens the passenger door and I decide to get in. I shift in my seat. It's uncomfortable being in a stranger's car, especially a strange man in the middle of the night. I try not to think about it. Instead, I tell him, "Thank you for helping me." Without taking his eyes off the road, the man reaches an open hand across the center console to shake my hand. I'm Doug, by the way. Friends call me Dougie. I give a light shake, noticing how big and rough his hands are. They're the hands of a working man, a perfect match for his action figure frame. Thanks, Dougie. We drive in silence. I feel the eyes of the man looking at me. I don't see him doing it, but I feel it. Why did I get in the car with a stranger? Yes, his name's Dougie, but he's a stranger. It doesn't feel right in this SUV. It feels weird being with a man that isn't Jimmy. Maybe I was wrong to have fought with Jimmy like I did, throwing things at him. Maybe I deserved to get kicked to the curb like I did. The man, Dougie, looks my way. So, how'd you end up at the bus stop, if you don't mind me asking? I did, but I didn't want to be rude. The man was trying to help me after all. I stare off through the passenger window, collecting my thoughts. The buildings sparkle in the pale glow of the moon. High-pressure sodium streetlights spotlight manhole grates. A young couple holds their hands while exiting a bar. They look happy, maybe even excited about the rest of their evening. It was once like that with me and Jimmy. We were happy once. We didn't always yell and fight. I sighed. Fight with my boyfriend, I confess. I'm on my way to see my sister in Cincinnati. Dougie nods his head. I kind of figured, seeing your eye. I'm sorry for what happened. We get a lot of women like you taking the bus. The ones kicked out, I mean. Say, is your sister expecting you? I mean, I'm not getting in trouble by taking you to a shelter for the night, am I? I wish my sister was expecting me. I wish someone wanted me. No, I say, it's fine. I go back to looking at reflections in the window. I can feel myself getting sleepy as the world goes by. It's been a hell of an evening. My body needs rest. I need a bed. A few more miles go by and I notice the city starting to change to suburb. I couldn't exactly say where the women's shelter was located. It's not a place I've ever looked at before, but I didn't think it was in the suburbs. How much longer till the shelter? I ask. My back presses deep into the leather backrest as I feel Dougie press on the accelerator. About 5 minutes later, Dougie turns onto a bumpy gravel road and pulls upside a gray box of a building. There's no windows or signs anywhere. Looks more like an old warehouse. This is the shelter? I ask, my eyes low, wanting to drift off. This doesn't look like a shelter. Oh, they don't advertise the shelters. They keep it looking nondescript. There's too many psycho boyfriends out there that would come for a woman if they ever put signs up. I shrug. Makes sense, I guess. I just want a place to rest for the night. Wake up to a new day and a new life without Jimmy. Dougie acts the gentleman and opens up the passenger door, escorting me out. The cold air brings me back to life and makes me shiver. It also heightens my senses. We're in an industrial park as best I can tell, but it doesn't seem right. Something feels off. I have a feeling of dread come over me again, the same one I got standing there alone at the bus stop. At the door to the shelter, Dougie puts in a code and the door buzzes, indicating he can open it. "Ladies first," Dougie says, holding the door open, motioning me inside. I don't move. This isn't right. Why does he have a code to enter the shelter? Why does someone who works for the bus company know this stuff? Dougie senses my apprehension. "Listen, you're not the first. Lots of abused women end up standing alone at bus stops just like you. When I see them, I take them here." I step inside. Automatic fluorescent lights flicker overhead with a buzz upon my arrival. In front of me is another door, a caged security door. I look back at Dougie, giving him a concerned look. "Can't be too safe," he says. "Don't want those boyfriends getting through." I turn again, waiting for the security door to buzz, and I hear a click from behind me. The front door. Dougie closed it, but he didn't come inside. I'm here by myself, in this cage. My heart jumps. Icy panic runs down my spine. I look around, but it's blackness on the other side of the security door. The only light, the one above me, shining down on me, illuminating me. Only me. I pound my fists on the door I just entered. "Dougie, what is this? Dougie!" There's no answer. I crumble to the floor, holding my knees to my chest, too scared to even cry. I was so stupid to get in that SUV. I should have taken my chances out on the street, at that bus stop, fending off Johns looking for blowjobs. A loud buzz and the metal security door opens. The lights come on and there's Dougie, standing on the other side of the door. I don't know how he got in there. There must be another door somewhere, a different entrance, maybe one that doesn't trap you into a box. I look down and I see it. He's holding a shotgun. "Welcome to the animal shelter," Dougie says with a smile as the rest of the lights come on. I see other women inside, all in cages, all bruised and looking like hell. Some have flesh that looks green and rotten, and it smells putrid too. Dougie takes me by the upper arm, digging his fingers in tight and sticking the shotgun barrel in my ribs. "Walk," he commands. We walk past cage after cage, some women sleeping, some moaning, some slumped looking half dead. They're all in different states of decay. "What is this place?" I say, looking around. It's row after row of caged women, at least 20 of them in all as far as I can tell. "Your tax dollars at work," he says with a chuckle. "Of course, the money goes through a few nonprofits first. It doesn't come directly from NIH. I'm sorry to have misled you. I don't work for the bus company. I'm known as a sweeper. I sweep the streets, looking for ones like you that fit the profile of what we need. We call this place here the animal shelter. That's what it used to be once upon a time. Then it was turned into a lab where they did medical testing on animals, but those PETA folks found out and raised holy hell. Now, well, what you have here is a gain-of-function research facility." A woman in a cage lets out a sick moan as we walk by. I look down at her and see her face covered with sores dripping with pus. She stinks of rot, makes me want to vomit. "This is where the research occurs," Dougie says. "The human trials. Almost had lid blown off this place when that pesky senator started asking those questions at the hearing. But they deflected it well. They talked about China, Wuhan. It's all a red herring. Everybody's worried about what's happening over there. They don't realize what's happening right under their nose." Dougie puts up a hand. "Stop." In front of us is an open cage. Dougie pushes me in just like Jimmy pushed me out of the car. I trip and fall to the ground. Dougie locks the cage door behind me. I scream and scream until my throat hurts, but it doesn't make any difference. Dougie ignores me as he walks away. The only thing my screaming does is increase the moaning from the rotten women around me. The lights go out and I'm plunged into sensory-depriving darkness. I cry myself to sleep with thoughts of how I got myself into a mess that's worse than anything that ever happened with Jimmy. There's no sense of time in this place, no natural light to indicate day or night. Dougie or whoever runs this place controls the overhead lighting. I don't know how long I've been out. I must have fallen asleep at some point when I was crying and shaking in the corner of my cage, curled up, trying to make myself small. My body's stiff and my bones crack when I stretch. The overhead lights are dim at the moment. It's quiet in the warehouse, no moaning. There's an industrial smell that permeates this place. Part bleach, part hospital, part sawdust, and rotting. Nothing can cover up the stench of decaying flesh and unattended wounds. I hear a buzzer from a few cages over. I see a man in a lab coat. It's not Dougie, pulling out a woman. She doesn't fight or struggle at all. She's calm and docile, following orders. I don't know how long she's been here, but she's in better shape than a lot of the people. I'm assuming she's new, like me. She's still wearing street clothes, not a gown like the others. Research, that's all we are, lab rats. I've read about abductions and all that, even sex trafficking. There's so much nasty stuff out there, but I would have never imagined human experiments. Not on U.S. soil anyways. What did Dougie call it? Gain of function research? I don't know what that is, but judging how I was taken off the streets, I can tell you what they're doing isn't legal, and it's making these women sick. Some worse than others. After the man in the lab coat leaves, I try to rouse the woman in the cage next to me, the one with the pus dripping out of the sores on her face, the one who was moaning last night or yesterday or whatever time it was that I arrived. "What's going on here?" I whisper. "What is this place? What are they doing to us?" The woman stares off into space, unresponsive. Not even a moan from her. The same man in the lab coat comes back into the cages, this time pushing a cart filled with trays. Breakfast, or maybe it's lunch or dinner. It's food. The man drops off my tray of food through a slot in the cage. If it didn't feel like prison before, it certainly does now. As he slides my tray in, the pocket of his lab coat vibrates, startling him. He's getting a phone call. The man quickly answers, says a couple of yeses like he's taking orders, and hangs up before continuing to deliver food to other cages. On my tray there's a piece of bologna or Spam or some mystery meat. There's also a piece of bread and something that looks like it's maybe soup or dirty dishwater. It's all nasty looking, but I'm starving, so I eat it all. "Not hungry, huh?" I say to the lifeless woman in the cage to my right. Maybe she's dying of boredom. The shock of being captive is starting to wear off. I can't even pace the cage, it's so small. I can stand or I can sit. That's about it. There's not even a cot to lay in. Dougie says it used to be an animal shelter. That seems about right, though. I'm sure the dogs in the shelter had more space than we have. The man in the lab coat comes back, taking my empty tray and telling me to come with him. I think about fighting, but I see he's got something holstered to his belt. A stun gun, maybe? Whatever it is, I don't want to find out. As I walk past the cages, I notice there's only women locked up. I try to count the cages as I walk past. There's 5 rows. I think there's 5 across too, but the lighting isn't so great, so maybe there's more. Most of the cages are filled, but a few are empty. The one I saw the lady in the street close in earlier is still vacant. I hear screaming coming from the direction we're walking. It sounds muffled, but it still scares me. The man in the lab coat takes me through a set of double doors and into what looks like a doctor's office, though it's more sterile. There's a metal examination table bolted to the floor, and he tells me to sit on it and wait. Then he leaves me alone. After a few minutes, a voice comes from the overhead speakers, startling me. "Height and weight." I look around confused, trying to figure out where the voice is coming from. "Height and weight." "Fuck you! Get me out of here!" I snap. I've played nice. I've sat in their cage. I've eaten their slop. I could have yelled and fought, but I didn't. But I'm not going to go out like this. They're not going to make me like they made the others, like the woman in the cage sitting next to me with that oozing pus coming out of her face. "You can't kidnap people like this! What is this place? Get me out of here!" There's silence. "Height and weight." "Get me out of here!" The door buzzes and two burly men in scrubs rush in, grabbing me at my armpits and slamming the back of my head against the wall. Hard enough that I see stars. One man takes a syringe out of his pocket and stabs me with it, pushing the plunger down, pushing whatever liquid inside of it into my bloodstream. The world fades to black. I wake up in my cage. The woman in the cage to my left with the pus face is still there. There's another one to my right. She's lifeless. The woman they took away earlier, the one in the street clothes, she's now back, but wearing a gown, as am I. My face is itchy too, like really itchy. I scratch it, but the itches remain. And my flesh, it feels tingly and cold. I don't know if it's the loose gown I'm wearing, the temperature in the warehouse, or something that they put into me. The overhead lights are brighter now too. Maybe it's daytime or a reaction to their shot. I look around and as best I can tell, there's no one watching us. I don't see any of those men in lab coats or the burly men that slam my head against the wall. It's just women in cages in various states of decay. Most look too doped up to move. There's a few moans, though, and they sound more dog-like than human. "Hey!" I quietly shout across the cages, trying to get the attention of the one I saw in street clothes earlier. Unlike the others, she seems coherent. At least, she's standing up in her cage. That's more than I can say for the others. She's hugging her body, looking cold, just like me. "Hey, you standing!" She looks my way. "Yeah, you! I'm Jasmine! What's your name?" She looks nervous, unsure she should answer. I know the feeling. It was the same one I had with Dougie when he first approached me in the SUV. I wonder if he got her too, if he picked her up from a bus stop just like me. I wondered if she had an abusive drunk boyfriend. "I'm from Fort Washington," I say, trying to reassure her that I mean no harm, that I'm a victim just like her. She looks around, checking if the coast is clear before answering. "I'm Brenda, from Springfield." "Do you know what they're doing to us?" There's moaning from the cages around Brenda that makes her shudder. She looks around again, and then says, "I saw men in uniforms. Military, I think. I don't know." Military? Could it be? I haven't seen these uniforms, only men in lab coats and burly men in scrubs. But I guess military is as good a guess as any. They've done all sorts of experiments on people, I suppose, and they do have experience with torture. Maybe it is military. "They're doing experiments on us," Brenda continues. "I know that for sure. They've only started with me, given me one injection so far, but I can feel it working through my system. My skin, it feels all weird. Look around. That's our future. It seems whatever they're doing gets progressively worse until your body can't take it anymore." Yes, experiments. That much was true. I could feel it too. The burning under my skin, the itching like I've been bitten by a million mosquitoes. We've each been given one shot, I think. She must have come in right before me. She was the only other one in street clothes I've seen in the cages. "Is there a way out?" I asked. "There's gotta be a way out." Brenda shook her head. "Not that I've seen." I haven't seen an exit either, but that doesn't mean there isn't some way to escape this hellhole. The people working here, they had to come in from somewhere. It wasn't the security fence entrance that they made us women come in either. When the door buzzed, when I walked inside, Dougie was already there, with a shotgun. He had to get in somewhere. There had to be an exit that we didn't see. The man with the food trays comes out of the blackness, pushing today's slop, stopping at each cage, sliding in the trays. I think it's about time to find out about that other exit. I look at Brenda and she's looking away now. I cough to get her attention. Both her and the lab coat man look my way. I stand there doing my best zombie impression. The lab coat man goes back to sliding trays of food into cages, but Brenda keeps looking my way. I motion my head towards the man and pantomime my actions. I point to her and mouth slowly, "You," loud. I pray that she can read lips. The lab coat man slides the tray into the cage of the pus-faced woman next to me. My heart's beating off the charts. I have one chance at this. If I screw it up, the itching all over my body will be the least of my worries. The man bends down to slide my tray into the slot. I nod to Brenda and mouth, "Now!" She lets out a scream and the lab coat man turns his head to look her direction. I lunge, grabbing the lapels of his lab coat, yanking as hard as I can, slamming his face into the metal bars of the cage. He's stunned and drops the tray. I pull him to the bars again with all my strength, and again. He goes down, unconscious. Moans come from the surrounding cages, like monkeys in a zoo when a new stimulus enters their environment. With the man out cold, I reach into his lab coat pocket. Thank God, his phone is still there. "Hurry up!" Brenda yells. "There could be more coming!" "Keep watch," I tell her. "If someone comes, start again with the yelling. Distract them." I glance at the phone's dial pad. Who do I call? Who? 911. I put the numbers in, but I pause before I hit connect. I can't dial 911. This is a government property. Dougie said so himself. The police won't come to a government property. They probably even have their own police here. And what would they do? They'd either shoot us or dope us up, make us comatose or rotting like the people next to me. Or what if it's military, like Brenda thinks? If the police won't help us, who do I call? I think, and the only number I know is Jimmy. That's the only number I have memorized. Fucking Jimmy. He's the last one I want to call, but I don't know any other number. Jimmy answers with a hello, his voice unsure of the number calling him. "Jimmy, it's me, Jasmine. Listen." "Jasmine? Well, why am I not surprised? You calling to apologize? You apologize or I'm hanging up." "Jimmy, listen, I don't have much time." "I'm hanging up." "Jimmy, wait." "I'm sorry, Jimmy. I really am." "You better be, bitch. My balls still hurt from that kick you did." "Jimmy, I don't have time for this. Listen, I was taken. After you dropped me off, I'm a hostage. I grabbed one of the guards' phones. I'm dead serious here, Jimmy. My life's in danger. There's others too. We're all locked in cages and can't get out. You gotta come save us. Bring guns, bring weapons. These guys are serious." I look down at Lab Coat Guy. He's starting to stir, slowly coming out of his unconscious state. "Jasmine, what kind of nonsense you talking? What are you pulling here?" "Jimmy, please, I'm not lying. I'm trapped. I need to be rescued. I need you, Jimmy. You're my only hope." Jimmy laughs. "Yeah, that's what I like to hear. You need me. I knew it." "Jimmy, I'm sending you my location. Come quick, bring a gun. Jimmy, help me get out of here." I ping Jimmy the location using the phone's map app. I can see the lab coat man's eyes blink open, so I hang up the call with Jimmy. I throw the phone as far as I can in the other direction so the man doesn't see it in my hands when he wakes up. As he gets to his feet, the man rubs the lump on his head. Brenda starts screaming, alerting me to the presence of others. "Well, now you've done it," the lab coat man says, climbing to his feet, still rubbing his head. I see 2 burly men take Brenda out of her cage. She's yelling the entire time. The other zoo animals in cages moan at the action. The lab coat man pulls out his stun gun and zaps me, and I drop. When I come to, my skin is burning. It feels like lava flowing through my veins. My face is erupting too. Something oozing down my cheeks, white and milky. Pus. My body feels like it's disintegrating from the inside. Brenda still isn't back in her cage. I wonder what the orderlies did to her, whether she's getting pumped with the stuff that makes her insides boil like mine. I look at the cages next to me. The lifeless one on my right still hasn't moved. I'm pretty sure she's dead. I don't even see her gown moving with her breath. The pus-faced one on the left looks near death too. Her nose is rotting off. It looks like Swiss cheese with holes in it. The pain going through my body is unbearable. My whole insides are on fire. I feel like I'm being cooked alive from whatever they pumped into me. I know I'll likely end up like the rest soon, lifeless on the floor, pus dripping out of rotting holes in my body. I don't know how much longer I can take it. Sweat's pouring down my face and I feel fluish. I'm weak. I'm fading. Outside I hear something. Tires screeching. Commotion. 2 loud pops. On the other side of the warehouse I see a blinding brightness. Daylight pouring in through a doorway. Rectangular light of heaven. "Jimmy!" I scream. Drugged up women in cages moan as he runs towards me. "Jimmy! Watch out!" From behind, those 2 muscular orderlies are making a beeline for Jimmy. He swings around and fires off 2 rounds, hitting them both, dropping them to the floor like the disintegrating women in the cages next to me. "Get their keys!" I yell. Jimmy does and frees me from my cage. "Let's go, bitch, you're with me," he says, yanking my hand, pulling me out of the cage. "Wait," I say, stopping him. "Brenda! I need to find Brenda!" My limbs are on fire with each step. My feet feel like they're walking on coals, but I press on. I lead Jimmy through a double door where the doctor's room was located. The lab coat guy's there with his stun gun out, waiting for us. Jimmy gets to jump on him and shoots him in the stomach. The lab coat guy's face contorts with pain. He spits out blood and drops to his knees, his stun gun going off, shooting the ceiling. As the blood pools around his body, I notice the patch on his coat. Safer Future Laboratories, it reads. It wasn't military after all, just some messed up government contractor. I race into the doctor's office looking for Brenda. What I see makes me gag in disgust. She's there, on the examination table, her body cut open like she had a zipper running down the middle. Her rib cage is held open with some sort of medical spreader device. It looks like the jaws of life, but for a human body. Her insides are on the outside, organs placed on a tray next to her body. "We need to get the fuck out of here, bitch!" Jimmy yells. Though my blood feels like it's on fire, Jimmy's comment makes it boil over. Jimmy, drunk and violent Jimmy. I look at Brenda. She probably had her own Jimmy. She probably came here with a black eye and bruised kidneys in a black SUV driven by Dougie, being told she was being taken to a shelter, somewhere safe from abusive men. Instead, other abusive men killed her under the guise of gain-of-function research, paid by the good old US of A. I have no idea what they were trying to accomplish or why. I just know that these were men of violence against women. Like Jimmy. I pick up a syringe off the cart next to Brenda's corpse. It's filled with something green, the juice that probably killed Brenda. As Jimmy's eyes are scanning for others that may be coming, I plunge the needle deep into his neck. "No, Jimmy, I need to get the fuck out of here," I say as I press down the plunger, filling him with the entire syringe of green killer. "You can rot in hell with the rest of these abusive men. Enjoy your safer future." Jimmy drops his gun, then drops to his knees screaming in pain. But whatever pain he's going through, he deserves more. I could grab his gun and put him out of his misery, but that would be too kind. He doesn't deserve kindness. None of these people do. Look, there it is. Do you see it? Surfacing right over there. The fish. It's not right. That can't be. It's not natural. Do you see what I'm seeing? Its face. That fish has a human face. The shouts are constant down at the pier. People gawking at that fish with the human face as it swims around my boat. People trying to snap selfies with the damn fish. Kids pointing, babies crying. It's a whole ordeal. Crowd of them gather every day to look at that damn fish. They call it a freak of nature, and they're right. It's a goddamn tourist attraction in the town of Mononic. That's what it's become. And I'm the one responsible for it. I wish it never happened. I wish I can go back in time and undo what's been done. It wasn't supposed to be this way. But it is, and now the mayor says the fish is good for business, so there better be a fish in the water with a damn face on it. Mayor says if there ain't no fish in the waters, he's revoking my fishing permit. And fishing's all I got. Without it, I won't be able to keep food on the table. So let me tell you about this fish with a human face. It all started like this. It's 4 a.m. and I'm ready on my ship as usual, ready to go out 100 miles for my daily catch. I'm the captain of the Sea Princess. It's a fine boat. I can run it alone, but when I'm trying to get my fish quota, I always have a crew. In fact, I'm on the boat by 3 a.m. every morning. All I need to do is light my tobacco pipe and I'm ready to go. But I gotta waste an hour of my damn time waiting on those sleepy sons of bitches, Lanny Forrester and Ace McWoggins. They're my crew. At least they were before this madness started. Like I said, I'm on the Sea Princess waiting for my crew that morning in May. The moon was high in the sky, shining brightly off the dark ocean waters, waiting on that golden sun to dawn, just like I was waiting on Lanny and Ace. Well, turns out the two of them went drinking the night before. They got good and shit-faced. Lanny didn't even bother showing up for work, but Ace rolled in a good 20 minutes past 4 a.m., stinking like a brewery. The man could barely keep himself upright, still slurring his words, too. I made extra coffee for Ace and we rolled out about 4:30. I was not happy we were getting out so late, and I chewed Ace out for being a drunk. I knew the competition would already have the jump on us, and I didn't think we'd bring in the haul I needed to pay the bills. About a mile offshore, the wind picked up, howling across the open ocean, sending spray across the deck. The waters got choppy. It wasn't nothing I couldn't handle, but I did have to stick to navigation. That meant Ace needed to be the one preparing the fishing gear. Given his squatty stature and his petite hands, he always struggled with the gear, even when Lanny was there to help him. I'm steering and watching him slip on the deck as he's trying to tie knots. The guy was a wreck. He is all sweaty and weak. His hands are shaking and his face is turning green as we rock on the water, tossing this way and that, the ocean spray in his face. It all got to be too much for him and he starts puking his brains out on my boat, right there on the deck. He couldn't even get himself over the edge and puke into the water, that son of a bitch. So I get out from behind my controls and confront him. I really laid into him. I screamed at him that he was a good-for-nothing drunk and I think it's time I get a different crew. My anger really boiled over. Problem was, Ace and Lanny knew finding fishermen weren't easy. They knew it would take months to replace them, and by then, the fishing season would be over. So they abused their position, showed up late and whatnot. As Ace is clutching his knees, trying to recover from his alcohol-induced seasickness, I stand right over him, screaming at him to do his job properly or I'm gonna throw his ass off the boat. They were fighting words. I had had enough of this nonsense. In my opinion, you either come ready to fish or you stay home. I'm not paying you to nurse a hangover. My yelling was all too much for Ace. He grabbed a fillet knife that was on the table we used to gut fish. He got nose to nose with me, holding that knife up, threatening me. Well, it wasn't quite nose to nose since I'm a head taller than Ace. It was more like forehead to chin. But he cranks his neck up, looking at me dead in the eyes, holding that knife. He says it's about time I lay off of him. He says, you want to throw me off this boat? Well, maybe I'll just throw you off the boat instead. What do you think of that? He says. He made thrusting motions with the knife, making me take a step back. He says if I like those damn fish so much, well, maybe he'll make me one of them. Skin me like we skin those fish, and sew my face right onto one of them, throw me back in the ocean. He came right at me with the knife. There was nothing I can do but defend myself. We screamed and wrestled as the water sprayed our face. The ocean waves made us lose our balance and we fought for footing. He slashed me a good couple times through my waders before I was able to tackle him. We fell right into the catch we just hauled in, getting slimy fish goo all over us. The fish that were still alive jumped and flipped over us, slapping us both in the face. I was able to get that knife out of his hand and I grabbed it and held it up to his throat. I screamed at him. I said, putting his dirty, rotten face on a fish? That sure sounded like a good idea. I said, you like to drink? Well, guess what? You can drink all you want in the ocean. In that moment of madness, I became another person. Insanity took over. I knifed Ace in the belly repeatedly, his blood flowing amongst the fish. Then I did just what he said he'd do to me. I skinned his face. I sewed it onto one of them flopping fish, stretched it right over those damn fish eyeballs, lining up his mouth and everything. The sight made me laugh. I said, go have a drink, you son of a bitch. Then I threw that fish with his face on it overboard. Next, I threw in his faceless corpse, figuring it would be good bait. And here's the thing, that fish with Ace's face on it, it followed me all the way back to the pier. I didn't know it until some kid on land screams, Mommy, there's a fish with a face. People heard him and a crowd came by and checked it out. I tried to distract them. I told them what they're seeing wasn't what they were seeing. I said they're not seeing a dogfish with a human face, stubble and all, swimming around my boat. So that's how it all started. That's how that fish got that human face on it. The next day on the water, Lanny was with me. I made up a story about Ace. I said he quit yesterday. I kept an eye out for that fish with his face on it, but I didn't see anything. But it was there again when I returned to the pier with the day's catch. It was there, circling my boat like a seagull. Lanny looked at the fish all crooked. He said it was the damnedest thing he ever saw. He said that face looks familiar too. He said, you know, if I squint, it looks like Ace. I told him it must be like a cloud. I said, your mind's playing tricks, making you see what you want to see. That seemed to satisfy him, though he still looked at that fish real uneasy. There were more people at that pier the second day. The word spread quick. Half the damn town was there to see that fish with the human face. The mayor was there too. He saw all those people buying ice cream and fried chicken and sitting and watching that fish circle my boat. His eyes went to dollar signs and his re-election. That third day was the same. Fish with Ace's face circling my boat when I docked. A massive crowd of people staring and taking photos and video. I had enough of this spectacle. At some point I thought, someone's gonna figure out whose face is on that fish. I needed to get rid of the damn thing. I stayed on the boat till nightfall, until all the gawkers went away. Then I grabbed my rod and I fished until I caught that damn fish with Ace's face. I laughed when I pulled it on board. My hook sunk deep into Ace's mouth, piercing his cheek. His mouth opened and closed, gasping out of the water. I said, "How's that drink treating you, Ace?" His little fish eyes stared at me as he slowly suffocated and died in that cool nighttime air. After his final flop on my deck, I chopped that fish into pieces, Ace's face included, and put it in my chum bucket. The next day, Lanny and me took in a record haul. Must have been my secret chum, I thought. But the problems came when we got back to the pier. There was no fish with the face on it. The crowd was massive that day, but when they found out there was no fish, they all dissipated. No ice cream, no fried chicken. The mayor was furious at me. He said, "What the hell happened to my goddamn fish?" I said, "It wasn't my fish, it was just in the water." He said, "Yeah, but it circled your boat." He said, "I'm the damn fisherman, you figure it out. Bring back that fish." The next day, I did what the mayor asked. I got him a new fish with a new face. Lanny's face. I didn't want to kill Lanny. He was a bit clumsy, sure, and yeah, he got drunk sometimes like Ace did, but I liked him. It's just, I couldn't get my fishing license revoked. So I did him just like I did Ace, stabbed him, skinned his face off, and sewed it onto a dogfish. The mayor had his spectacle and things were good. Except, I could tell that fish wasn't doing too well. The others didn't notice, but I could tell. I don't think that fish was gonna last too long. It was wounded. I could see I messed up where I did the stitching, and that fish don't have long to live. I can't get my fishing license revoked, I just can't. So, I'm advertising for a new crew. I've got a couple of leads. I think they got just the face for fishing. This is a true story. It sounds most fantastical, I know. Something out of a Netflix horror movie. Maggots in milk? Are you serious? But it's true. Cross my mama's heart and spit on her grave. It's the truth. I got a frantic call from Jenny, my girlfriend. She's freaking out, all panicked, screaming for me to get over to her apartment quick. It's gross, she said. She needed help. I didn't even ask her what was going on. I could hear it from the sound of her voice. She needed me over there right away. So I hung up the phone. This was all before cell phones. And I got in my car, driving over to Willingston, the next town over, where Jenny lived in a one-bedroom apartment. I was expecting something horrible, like Jenny bleeding or some sort of medical emergency. But instead, when I got there, she hugged and kissed and grabbed me tight. "Look," she said, and pointed to spilled milk on the kitchen floor. I'm thinking, I rushed all the way over here to clean up a spill? I love the girl, but seriously. She told me to really look, get my nose down there and inspect that milk. When I did, I gagged. There, swimming in the milk, were maggots. Those disgusting white little worm-like larvae, wiggling on the floor like they were at the county pool. "I just bought that milk from the store," Jenny said. "It's not expired. I poured it on my cereal, and when I saw them, I screamed and dropped the milk. They're all in the milk carton. I think I may have eaten some." I tried cleaning them up, squishing them like I would do an ant, but those maggots wouldn't die. I stepped on them, stomping them with the back of my heel, but that didn't work either. Then I grabbed a torch lighter and nuked those little bastards, toasting them like marshmallows, and that did the job. Their skin bubbled and blackened, and a few popped open like popcorn. It was a glorious sight, and I was proud of myself for thinking of the solution to the problem. Jenny, of course, she was beyond grossed out. She couldn't stand the smell of toasted maggots and left the room. Jenny stopped drinking milk after that incident. I don't blame her. I had a hard time drinking it too after that. I made sure I inspected every carton I bought. I looked carefully and shook the bottle, making sure there were no little worm-like creatures inside. Then life went back to normal. For a while, anyways. Not too long afterwards, though, Jenny started getting stomach pains. Like really bad pains. She thought it was period cramps, but after Aunt Flo came and went, the pain stuck around. We were stumped. We didn't think about the maggots. That was weeks ago. The problem had been taken care of. Jenny started getting bad diarrhea and vomiting to go with the stomach pains. She started dropping weight too because she couldn't eat. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong with her. They thought it might have been some allergic reaction, like gluten or something, but all the tests came back negative, so we were left scratching our head. We tried vitamins and Pepto-Bismol. The Pepto made the diarrhea and stomach pains go away, at least for a little bit. Jenny started drinking a whole bottle a day before that too started making her sick. Her illness went on for a long time. It got to the point where she never went out anymore. She was worried about doubling over in pain, having to run to the bathroom, or worse. It started impacting our relationship. I mean, it's not too much fun being with a shut-in who's worried about the bathrooms. It's kind of like being with a gangster who's always mindful of an exit when he goes into a restaurant. I sympathized, but I also wanted to hit the bars, have some fun. And maybe have sex once in a while, because that completely stopped too. Jenny got so stressed she began losing her hair. She looked a total wreck. I don't know if it's because she wasn't eating much or maybe she wasn't getting the proper nutrients, but she didn't look well. She went back to the doc and they still couldn't find anything in the battery of tests they ran. They said get some rest and stay hydrated. Soon afterwards, though, Jenny started getting fluish, like sweaty all the time, running a fever. She still had the shits and the pains and the cramps, but now she was also talking about noises in her head. She was going screwy. I got really concerned. She was disoriented and said there was something scratching her head. She was only in her 20s, but it seemed like she had dementia or something. One night, her condition seemed really bad, so I stayed with her. I slept on the couch because she was sweating too much. Even with the door shut, I could hear her moaning in pain, talking about the noise in her head, the scratching inside her head. When I woke up, Jenny was dead. She died in her sleep. I wish I could say it was peaceful, but I don't think it was. The room stunk like an outhouse when I went in. She shat that bed, either after death or just before, maybe both. It was the nastiest sight I've ever seen. In that brown liquid that pooled around her midsection, I saw maggots swimming around. The maggots, the ones from the milk. They were there all along. When she ate her cereal, they infested her body, nestled inside her innards, and then hatched. How many hundreds of eggs were inside of her, I wondered. Her family ordered an autopsy, and we found out that maggots had wormed their way up to her brain. That's what did her in. That scratching sound, those were maggots eating holes in her brain. Since all this happened, I haven't eaten that much. What I do eat, I nuke in the microwave. Food doesn't quite taste the same or have the same appeal anymore. The idea that I can accidentally consume maggots and they fester inside of me, hatching, eating my insides, that's enough to make me stick to processed foods. I'll take my chances with high fructose corn syrup. It's morning. I can't believe it. It's actually morning. I made it. I completed the Solo Woods Challenge. Somehow, I survived the night, alone, in the woods. but he's still out there, somewhere. And I still need to get out of these woods, back to my car, back to home. I don't hear anything but birds chirping as the morning sun cracks over the horizon, but I'm not fooling myself. Somewhere amongst the trees, he's there. A man so large he looks like Predator. A beast of a man, muscular, wearing something on his head. Some sort of feathers, I think. He was following me last night. He followed me for a good 10 minutes. When I started running, he ran with me, ran after me, behind me, chasing me. A giant shadow holding an axe. Big clomping footfalls breaking twigs, rustling through dead leaves and forest debris, coming for me. I sprinted as fast as I could through fallen branches and thorny thickets that tore up my legs. My lungs were burning, as was the daylight. I had no idea that it got so dark so quickly in the woods. As twilight descended, I found shelter under a pine tree. I think I walked onto the man's property or something. At least, I hope that's all it was. A big misunderstanding, and that he was just trying to scare me off. If I had a chance, I'd tell him I never go into the woods. I got no idea what I'm doing out here. I would hope that'd be enough for him to stop the scare tactics and put down that axe. Not being the least bit familiar with the outdoors, that's what made the Solo Woods Challenge so fun and exciting. You know, it was the latest thing making the rounds on social media. People posting their stories about being alone in the woods, survivor-like. The idea was you spend the night alone in the woods with nothing but water. It looked fun, so I thought I'd give it a try. Head out to the Tonto National Forest, about an hour away from home. I parked at what I thought was a trailhead and hiked a few hours. I stopped along the way, live streaming my adventure, #SoloWoodChallenge. I started getting a lot of likes and I thought it was pretty cool. I saw some neat stuff in the woods. Some rocks with cool ancient looking carvings in them, some arrowheads, pine trees taller than houses. And then I came across that old barbed wire fence. It was around this time that I started feeling like I was being followed, and I saw that muscular man carrying an axe with feathers or whatever on his head. It was just shadows in the trees though. I thought maybe it's one of my followers trying to play a joke on me. Like, haha, let's scare this suburban kid who thinks he could be brave in the woods. That's what I told myself when the fear took over and ice ran down my spine. But then, I realized no one knows where I'm at. Sure, some people liked my social media posts, but I didn't give away my location. In my post, I played it like I was some sophisticated and brave outdoorsman. I was all smiles and tough guy. I didn't let on that I was actually just scared of this man with the axe, scared of being in these foreign woods. I tried to look up my location on my phone. I tried to call for help. But this far into the woods, I didn't have any reception. I was sweating. I got on my knees and prayed. I couldn't contact anyone. I couldn't let anyone know where I was at. I was doomed. Then I figured this barbed wire fence was probably this guy's property line, and he was some whack job isolationist, someone saying UN spraying chemtrails kind of guy. We got a lot of those sorts in rural Arizona, guys with guns and buckets full of emergency rations. I thought as soon as he could see I'm just some dumb kid, that I'm not a government official or a threat in any way, once I got away from his property a bit, he'd leave me alone. But he didn't. I'd step and he'd step. I'd sit and he'd sit. It was a game. I was his prey. And then when the man wouldn't stop following me, I ran fast. I didn't care where I went as long as I put distance between me and him. And I have no idea where I ended up. All I know is I ran and ran, so deep into the woods that the canopy above me was as thick as a Dairy Queen blizzard. After my lungs felt like lava, I stopped. I looked around and didn't see a shadow of a man behind me, so I hid and slept. I didn't sleep well though. Every couple hours a twig would break or some creature would rustle through the dead leaves on the forest floor, but at least I got some rest. I so wasn't prepared for this challenge. I thought an Nalgene bottle would be all I needed. Go out, fill myself in front of some trees, sleep under the stars like a cowboy, and rack up the TikTok views. I ran through the Nalgene bottle of water about an hour into my adventure. My mouth now feels like sandpaper. And between that and the coffee withdrawals and the lack of sleep, my heartbeat is a bass drum inside my head. Boom, 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 boom. How am I gonna figure a way back out? That's the question of the moment. I gotta get home, somehow. Though it's nice to feel a bit of sunlight cracking through the forest canopy, I still have no phone reception, and I got only 3% battery life. I was hoping the winds would blow me some of that wonderful Verizon coverage my way, but nope. So I got no map app. I have no idea where I'm at. I think I'm gonna have to navigate using the rising sun. Sun rises in the east, right? I think that's where my car was parked. Or maybe it was the south. I don't know. But following the sun is as good of an idea as I got, so that's what I'm gonna do. I was hoping I would see something that would let me know I'm going in the right direction, but everything's the same. Some trees are bigger, some are smaller, but I can't tell anything apart. Nothing looks familiar. It might be my imagination because I don't see anything, but I feel eyes on me, watching me. I feel the eyes of that bulky man, the one with the sharp axe, holding it on his shoulder like a baseball bat, ready to swing at my head. Maybe he's out there somewhere, far enough I don't see him, but close enough that he sees me. He knows these woods, I don't. I'm dying. I need water. I need Starbucks. The woods suck. This solo woods challenge sucks. I don't think any of the posts I saw before I started were real. I'm sure it was people pretending like they do on social media. They were probably posting from their backyard or something, because being out here in these woods, alone, carrying nothing but water, well, that's no joke. I could see a rock that looks like a rock I may have seen yesterday, but then again, it could just be a rock and I could be losing my mind. I get down to inspect it and notice there's a carving in the rock. Looks like an arrow. I think I saw something like this yesterday on my way into the woods. I saw rocks with carvings on them. This must be a sign. I have to be going in the right direction. 5 more minutes of walking and everything's the same as the last 5 minutes. Trees and bushes and leaves and trees and bushes and leaves. How do people like going hiking? I die of boredom. But then I see something hanging on a tree up ahead. It looks like paper. A sign, maybe. Whatever it is, it tells me there's civilization nearby. That's good. But I still feel those eyes on me. That feeling of being watched, of something being just beyond my line of sight, looking at me, watching me with every turn. I can't shake the feeling. As I get closer to the tree with the paper on it, I notice it's not paper at all. It's skin, I think. Human skin? Or maybe some sort of hide. I see little hairs sticking out of it. It looks like skin, but I'm not gonna touch it to find out. There's no writing on it or other markings. It's just a patch of leathery something hanging on a nail. What's that? Something in the bushes is making a noise. A squirrel? A bird? The man? What if it's the man? What if he's right there, ready to swing the axe? I don't want to find out, so I'm gonna run. Run and run and run and run. Feet don't fail me now. I've got no idea if I'm going northwest or sideways, but it doesn't matter. I need to get away from the eyes, the noise, him. Bam! I go down hard, ran right into something. I turned my head to look behind me, looking back at that bush, not paying attention to what was ahead of me, and I ran right into it. A tree? I don't know, something big and sturdy that crunched my ear and rang my head, making me go to my knees and see stars. I rub my forehead, moaning, and I look up. It wasn't a tree. It was him. Massive, muscular him. A man so big that all he was missing was a blue ox. I slowly crawl backwards, scooting on my butt, dragging it through the leaves and the mud. The man brings his axe off his shoulder and raises it high above his head, above his ceremonial native headdress made of brown and white and black feathers. This is it. I'm done for. I'm a goner. And all for stupid clicks too. Why? Why did I ever do this solo wood challenge? I'm gonna die for some social media post? The man yells something at me I don't understand, in a language that sounds like backwards German. Maybe he's blessing me before killing me. I don't know. I close my eyes and say a Hail Mary. The silence before the kill is broken up. My phone rings. It rings in my back pocket. It startles me, but more so the man with the axe. It makes him scream like a girl and jump backwards, dropping his weapon. I don't know that he's ever heard a phone ring before, not with a reaction like that. It rings again, and now it's the man's face who looks terrified and ashen. With the shrill voice, he points to me, and then the phone. Then he runs faster than I ran when he was after me. I look at my phone. I have 1% battery life left. It's Newt calling me, my best friend down in Peoria. I answer and I quickly tell him I can't talk, but I send him through my coordinates for him to pick me up. When I hang up with Newt, I still have 1% battery life left. I log into TikTok and upload a photo of myself, giving a thumbs up with the pine tree behind me. Hashtag Solo Wood Challenge complete. I got something to tell you. Something the government doesn't want you to know. Now, just so we're clear, you haven't heard this from me. Understood? You know that lake nestled between Arizona and Nevada? Lake Mead? The one created with the water from the Hoover Dam? Well, there's all sorts of questions about Lake Mead. You've probably heard some of them yourself. Is it drying up? Are there bodies in the lake? The answer to those are yes and yes. But it's not from the reasons you think. It's not from a drought or the mob or anything like that. Sure, there's problems with Lake Mead, lots of them. But these questions about it drying up or whatever, it's a red herring, a smokescreen. Who do you think started those stories? Who controls the water level of the lake? The government, that's who. The question people should be asking? That's what's the truth about Lake Mead. See, the government doesn't want people asking that question, so they do things like lower the water level to get people asking those other questions. The worthless ones that obscure what's really going on. Now, before we go any further, can I trust you with this information? I mean, you're not going to go out and talk to the press and stuff, get me locked up or whatever, are you? Okay, well, here's the truth. Lake Mead, it's one giant science experiment, slowly exposing everyone that drinks and plays in its water to low levels of radiation. Not enough to be detected, of course, like you can't go there with a Geiger counter and get readings. But over time, the radiation in the water accumulates in the body and changes it. It's all part of a government plan. They want to create super soldiers and prepare the population to service our leaders after the coming nuclear attack. The government knows they can't stop us from being nuked, whether it's Russia, North Korea, or some other nutso state. So they're trying to make us survive the horrible radiation. Well, Survive's a loose term here. They really don't care about you surviving as such. But they need bodies to do their bidding. They can't have everyone evaporate or slowly have their skin melt off as radiation sickness takes hold. See, in the land of the free, the government can't mandate homes have bomb shelters like Switzerland, so they gotta get creative. Kinda like how they put fluoride in the water to control our minds. They're doing this radiation thing in covert ways, so no one knows it's happening. People go about their daily routines, maybe swimming in the lake, drinking water from the lake, and they're getting dosed with poison. 25 million people depend on water from Lake Mead. 25 million! It's changing their insides, kind of like hemochromatosis, where the iron builds up in your body slowly over time and damages organs. Same principle here. Why do you think all those new diseases keep cropping up? All these autoimmune whatever? Why didn't we have these before? Where do they come from? And why are we seeing those clusters we see in the Southwest? It can all be traced back to the water from Lake Mead. Now they deny it all, but the government didn't create that lake for altruistic purposes. I'll tell you that. Look, everyone knows the government started nuclear testing in Nevada, exposing soldiers to the bomb. There was outcry about that. It was too overt, those soldiers sitting, watching mushroom clouds, so they stopped those tests. But they didn't stop testing the effects of radiation and how they can make Americans and US soldiers immune to the bomb. Sure, the main government officials and some uber-rich have their own bomb shelters, supposedly allowing for a functioning government in case of a nuclear catastrophe. But answer me this. What happens to the people and the soldiers? Who's gonna fight the war that would take place? Who's gonna produce the food we eat? That's why the government's doing this. You think they care about us? No, they care about keeping the system going. Eventually, we'll have two classes of citizens, those with radiation and the ruling class who were able to hide from the bomb and are poison-free. You think they're gonna let us mix together? No sir, my friend. Once the nuclear winter passes, they'll put us radiated folks, the ones they created, in FEMA camps. They'll control us. Now how do I know this? My grandpappy was one of the first officials working on this. Said the orders came straight from the top. Everyone involved carried the secret to their grave. He told me when he was on his deathbed, he warned me. He said, stay away from Lake Mead. He said, don't believe what they tell you. He said, why else do you think there's a Boeing B-29 super fortress at the bottom of the lake? Doesn't it seem weird to have a plane that drops nuclear bombs at the bottom of a lake? He said they put that plane there and that was their explanation in case this stuff ever got out. They'd point to the plane and say, oh, it's all contained there, it's not a problem, nothing to see here, folks. All the while, there's that secret facility under the lake that no one knows about, the one connected by a secret elevator at Hoover Dam. Hell, maybe they'll even pass out some Lake Mead water at that press conference. Drink it up, you rubes. Drink it up and get that poison in you. So when the bomb comes, you won't die, but you'll be one of our foot soldiers in the war. So next time you hear something about Lake Mead and it becoming a dead pool or how climate change is affecting the water, don't believe it. Don't fall for that mainstream media narrative. That's the government speaking. They want you to drink their poison. And without question, if you happen to find yourself in the Southwest, stay away from Lake Mead. Don't drink that water. Now, because you're a friend of mine, if you buy one of our radiological water filters, you can guarantee that you and your family will have access to water that is clean, healthy, and free from radiation. Our filters take out all radon-222, radium, uranium, plutonium, and cesium-137. And if you buy it today, I can give you a special price, $59.95. Isn't your family worth the peace of mind? Suicide 6 Ski Resort in Vermont. I'm here for a full week of skiing. It's gonna be a nice break, and it's nice to see snow. I don't get snow down in Southern Virginia. But Suicide 6, that's a funny name for a ski area. I asked around and was told the name came from a steep mountain that was marked as hill number 6 on a map. The guy who made the ski runs back in the day said it would be suicide to go down that one. And there you have it, the name stuck, Suicide 6. It was a nice place, wide easy trails for me to get reacquainted with being on skis. After a half day of green, then blue runs, I got some hot chocolate from a local cafe. While waiting for it to be made, I again asked about the strange name. I asked which hill was hill number 6, the one that would be suicide to go down. There is no hill number 6, the barista snapped, wiping down the espresso machine. That's just what we tell out-of-towners so they don't get scared about what really happened. But I thought, my mind drifted. No hill number 6? That's not what I was told. That's not what I read. A woman at the cafe overheard us and butted in. James, you scaring tourists again? Nah, Peggy, I'm just telling them the truth. They deserve to know it. They deserve to know these hills are haunted. I give him a crooked look. Haunted? What kind of games are these locals playing? Haunted, I say. What do you mean, haunted? I'd been to one haunted place before, and no thank you, I'd rather not be at somewhere else that's haunted. My haunted experience was about 10 years ago in Rhode Island. They turned some old asylum into a haunted house. I know there were people in masks and all that, but I saw something else there too. Someone floating. A ghost. It shook me up so much that I swore off all haunted houses and anything horror after that. The barista continued, Listen, that stuff about hill number 6, that's hogwash. Well, I guess it's true enough as far as anyone knows. There is a steep run, Black Diamond, and I could see back in the early days of skiing that someone would think it would be suicide going down it. But the run really ain't that bad. It's nothing compared to some of those pieces in the Alps. So, it's true then? I asked. True enough, I suppose, the barista said. But you said it was haunted. The barista leaned over and jerked his head, motioning for me to get close to him. Then he looked around to make sure that Peggy nor anyone else was in earshot. Listen, the real reason it's called Suicide 6 is because 6 kids died up in those hills. They jumped together off a cliff. They committed suicide. That's the true origin of the name. And they say their spirits haunt the trail, trying to get other skiers to ski right off the cliff, right to their death. That's why we don't have night skiing here. They're worried about those ghosts haunting the trails and calling people to their deaths. Oh, here's your hot chocolate. When I take the hot chocolate, the barista winks at me. I'm unsure what to say, so I simply say thanks and head out the door. That afternoon, I skied until the 4 p.m. closing time. My legs were fried anyways. It had been so long since I had been skiing. Even if they were open at nighttime, I couldn't handle it. My legs were too wobbly. I barely made it down that last run without doing a faceplant. I think the best part of skiing is the après-ski, as the French call it, drinking after skiing. And unlike the French, we've got some amazing breweries near our slopes. Tonight, I'm having the best beer Vermont has to offer, Heady Topper. I was lucky to get my hands on a 4-pack, so that's what I'm drinking. All of it. I'm not sure how my head will feel in the morning, but what the hell, I'm on vacation. The first run of my second day is brutal. My legs feel like jello in my head. Well, let's say I shouldn't have had that last beer last night. I start on a blue run and get down the mountain slow. But at least I'm early. There aren't too many people here yet. Gives me more room on the slopes, which is very much appreciated right now. I'm also assuming people aren't here because the visibility isn't that good. It's really foggy and I can see maybe 10 yards ahead of me. The weather report says it's supposed to clear in the afternoon though, so I'm assuming that's when more people will be here. I do another blue run and my legs are either becoming numb or they're getting loosened up. I'm feeling better, or at least I'm not feeling so wobbly. I got my ski legs under me. Is that a thing? Ski legs? Like sea legs? I may have just made it up, but it sounds good, so I'm gonna go with it. Ski legs. A third blue run and I'm back to where I should be, skiing with confidence, though I'm still a bit slower on account of the fog. It's really rolling in up here on top of the mountain. And if it was busier, I could easily see people crashing into each other when they got off the lift. Speaking of fog, I'm also a bit lost now. I got bored with the same blue run 3 times in a row, so I went up a different chairlift. I thought I was going to another blue run. I'm not quite ready for red yet, but the sign at the top of the mountain, it doesn't make much sense. It shows blue, black, red. So which is it? I don't have my resort map on me, and because the fog's so bad, I can't look down to get my bearings. I'm guessing the trails split up, like everyone starts in the same spot, but then you choose your own adventure. But still, I don't want to head down something I can't handle. Maybe I can pizza my way down the red. That's what I call the way I stop, where I push the ski tips inward. It looks like a pizza slice, at least in my mind. But if I get to the black run, I'm toast, especially with this hangover. I've been standing here for 5 minutes now at the top of this hill, guessing what I should do. I gotta make a decision. But the sign, what if I take a wrong turn? What if I end up on black? Each second the fog gets worse too. I can see them closing the lift soon if this keeps up. And I'm not sure the weather report was correct about it lifting. It just gets worse and worse. Through the fog, I can see a group of people standing on the other side of the run. They're probably doing the same thing I'm doing, trying to figure out what the hell to do. At least they're a group so they can make a group decision. And maybe they're local too. Maybe they know which run is which. I take my goggles off trying to see if I can see better. It doesn't help much, but I think it looks like a group of young boys. I think so. Teenagers maybe, though it's kind of hard to see through the fog. The whole world looks white and fuzzy, like we're in the clouds. "Which run is blue?" I shout over to them. "Follow us," one of them shouts back. My muscles are getting cold just standing around, so follow them. I guess, why not? I don't have a better plan, and I gotta get down off this mountain. The group descends the hill together, not waiting for me to get ready. And they're flying, really gliding down the mountain. I have to dig my poles into the snow and push off, trying not to lose them through the fog. I'm going a bit faster than I'm comfortable with, trying to keep up with this group of boys, but the piste isn't too steep, so it's okay. The group keeps their pack formation, bunched together tight, flying down in a straight line. I've seen little kids ski like this, with no fear, tearing down a mountain with no turns and no braking. It scares the hell out of me when I see them do that. These boys, they're the same, and they're putting more distance between us. I can barely see them now. And then, they're gone, lost to the fog. I stop to look for them and also try to figure out where I'm at. Ahead of me, the trail splits into 3. Which way did they go? Which way do I go? Which way's the blue run? "Hey guys, which way do you go?" I shout into the white nothingness and my voice echoes off the trees. "Which run do I take?" No answer. Only the wind blowing misty cold air across my face and snow across my skis. Those teenagers are nowhere. I can feel my pulse increasing as I stand indecisive and alone. Each beating thump of my heart makes my brain hurt. I won't be drinking 4 heady toppers ever again. "Follow us," I hear. It's the teenagers. I can't see them. I can barely see the skis on my feet, but I can tell it's coming from the leftmost run. "This way! Follow us!" I orient my skis and push off. It seems like the leftmost run has the most trees, which I'm not too thrilled about. It's also narrow too. But as I ski, I can see that group again, still going downhill like a banshee. No fear. I need to catch up with them. I'm still too far away. Their outlines are faint and I don't want to lose them again, not in this weather. I bring my skis together and push with my poles to increase my speed. It's much faster than I'm comfortable going, but I figure it'll be okay, just for a minute. I need to catch them and not get separated. Hold up, I shout, though I don't think my voice carries far. The ski run narrows more, brown blurry tree trunks pinching me in wet heavy mist. And then I see it, the sign. It's not blue, it's not even red, it's black, a black diamond. I'm on Suicide 6, hill number 6. A paralyzing fear comes over me and my body goes rigid. I feel myself getting dizzy. I'm cold, my head pounding, my heart skipping a beat. My stomach drops like I'm on a roller coaster. I don't want to be on this run. I can't. I don't have the skills. I want to stop, but I can't move my skis. No pizza, no turning. I'm dive bombing to hell, just like those teenagers. No turning, no slowing. Following those boys, those ghostly boys floating down the mountain. My face is tight as the wind whips it, and I can't see the snow or the ground. I stare off into the foggy white abyss of nothing. It's purgatory, suicide. Follow us, I hear the boy say. Follow us down. Straight down now, double black diamond, faster than a greyhound. I'm out of control, and I'm off piste now, going through virgin snow. One ski's in the air, my leg up, like a dog taking a pee. Whack! I didn't see it coming. A tree branch whacks my face, causing me to lose balance. I'm brought back to reality as I come crashing down, my entire body snow plowing into fresh powder. I shake off the snow and take off my goggles. There's no boys, no yelling for me to follow them. I'm at the edge of a cliff. A few more feet and I would have gone over. Hitting that tree saved my life. I ended up walking down the rest of the run. Well, not walking, I scooted on my butt. I didn't even take my skis. I left them there next to the tree in an X formation, hopefully warning other skiers about the cliff ahead. Back at the cafe, I seek out James, the barista. I wanted to tell him I saw the boys, the cliff, Suicide 6. He was right all along. I started telling my tale when Peggy, the manager, overheard and said loudly, "Hush now, you keep quiet about that stuff. You keep talking like that and it's gonna scare the customers away. We need all the business we can. There ain't no ghost. You saw nothing." If you could see your future, the fate of your soul for all eternity, would you do it? Would you want to know? What if there was a chance that if you did so, it could make you insane? Would you take that risk? Some say it's a devil's choice, but for many, the temptation is too great. I found myself confronted with this exact dilemma when I was hiking through Europe one summer not too long ago. I was in the eastern part of France, in a rural area in the heart of the Jura Mountains, an area dominated by thick forests and icy rivers rushing with snowmelt. That's when I had, I guess you could call it a vision. It felt like I was being called, actually. Like someone or something was directing me to a shop, a pipe craftsman, Pipes by Claude. You won't find Pipes by Claude on any map, not a recent one anyways. Many go looking for Claude's, but most won't find it. Outside Claude's front door, ivy has overgrown everything. Nature has even reclaimed the once rutted dirt road that stood in front of the establishment. Repossessed by time, it's as if Pipes by Claude never existed. But for those who have faith and find his shop, step inside and you'll be transported back to the mid-1800s, the time when Claude first hung a shingle advertising his special briarwood pipes. Claude's pipes don't look anything special to the naked eye. With their horn mouthpiece and unpolished wood that shows file marks, Claude's pipes look downright haggard compared to the shiny brown lacquered finished ones that sold for 10 times the price. In this area of France, ironically named St. Claude, though that was not the town's original name, it was once the pipe-making capital of the world, producing the most sought-after handmade pipes. But then, as smoking tobacco out of pipes went out of fashion, so too did the once bustling pipe makers of St. Claude. But not pipes by Claude, however. Claude continued filing and shaving his pale golden wood, just as he's done since the 1800s. The way his hands move when they carve a pipe in a lathe, it looks like he's spinning golden yarn. His fingers dance with the finesse of someone who's mastered his craft over more than a century. Inside Claude's shop, time doesn't exist. Some say it's a gift of God. Others say Claude made a deal with the devil and that his pipes produce smoke from hell. Some even go so far as saying Claude is the devil, having traded his horns for a set of wood-carving tools. To find Claude's shop, you need to be called, like I was. It's hard to describe, but you know it when it happens. It's almost like getting an invitation that only you can read. It was Christian pilgrims who were Claude's first customers. They were the ones who discovered the secrets of his pipe. They called it being touched. You see, the city of St. Claude was founded by monks in the 5th century. Eventually, it became a pilgrim site 2 centuries later, after the death of St. Claudius. And as the pilgrims passed through the area, local craftsmen would sell their wooden creations. At first, it was toys for children, but eventually, the area became known for their pipes, and that's what the pilgrims bought. But Claude's pipes were special, different than all the others. Word quickly spread amongst the pilgrims about Claude's pipes. At first, people were unsure what to make of the talk. It was mostly chatter, gossip even, and many of the people who talked about Claude's pipes were clearly insane. They would ramble about their place in heaven. Others turned to murder and mayhem after smoking from one of Claude's pipes. They said they were destined for hell. But a few of the pilgrims seemed of sound mind, and they said they had the most curious experience happen to them after smoking tobacco from one of Claude's pipes. They said it was as Jesus told his disciples, "Rejoice, because your names are written in heaven." These pilgrims told tales of Claude's pipes producing visions of God's book of life. It didn't matter the tobacco used, they said. If you smoked from Claude's pipe, the visions would come. The ones using the pipe would see their destination after death, the place they would spend all of eternity. Those going to heaven would see the names of everyone who's ever lived or will live on earth. Those going to hell only saw a blotted book, no names. But there was a cost for gaining this sight, however. Madness, lunacy. It happened to most who smoked from one of Claude's pipes, though not everyone. There was a chance one could see God's book of life and still be sane afterwards. It was a game of roulette, 13 black, win or lose. Even if you saw the book and didn't go mad, there was still a chance your name could be stricken from its pages. For some, the book became an obsession. They had to constantly feel the warmth of heaven as its pages turned. The pipe became their life. Like the junkie on the street, the pipe from Claude consumed them. They worshiped the pipe, not the Almighty, and they turned away from God. No one quite knows what makes the pipes from Claude so special. Supposedly, it's the tree he carves all his pipes from. While it's briarwood, just like all the other pipes manufactured in the area, the tree he uses, it grows in special ground. It's fertile land drenched in the blood of saints, holy land that has given the tree special properties. Claude will cut off a branch from the tree to carve it into a pipe, and what he cuts is regrown, practically overnight. One tree, thousands of pipes. As the pipe smoking craze boomed and attention was brought to the city of St. Claude, word got out about these most mysterious pipes. Suddenly, the buyers of Claude's pipes were no longer pious pilgrims. Now it was non-believers and wicked men who purchased pipes from Claude. Most of these atheists were not ready for the experience, not prepared to see the book of God in their place for all eternity. Insanity spread like a virus. Area mental hospitals began to overflow. In padded rooms, men in straitjackets babbled about smoking out of a special pipe. This was the beginning of the end for Claude's normal business operations. Not only was the heat from the French authorities starting to come down, but Claude grew distraught over what was happening. He didn't craft his pipes for cheap thrills. He wanted to bring the religious closer to God, and this was becoming an exceedingly difficult thing to do. So, after much prayer for guidance, Claude took down his shingle and boarded up his shop. He let the world pass him by. The shops around him closed soon after, as pipe smoking became less fashionable. The street was abandoned and nature took back her possessions. It was as if Claude's shop never existed. Yet Claude remained. Inside his doors, his shop never changed. Time passed him by. God allowed him to work his magic on that most special of trees, crafting pipes for believers who were guided his way by the Holy Spirit, touched, as the pilgrims said. As for me and my experience, whether I saw the book of God in my final eternal destination, well, I'll keep my visions to myself. I don't want to spoil the experience. Did Claude's pipes make me insane? Well, what do you think? Would you say I'm of sound mind? Would an insane person tell a tale such as I told? As the good book says, with the heart one believes and is justified, and with the mouth one confesses and is saved. Come to the Carnival of Freaks! The speakers on the top of the car wailed as it drove past me. I thought that style promotion went out in the 70s, but apparently, in France, it's still a thing. The sounds came from a slow-driving Citroën, a quintessential French clown car with a giant speaker strapped to the top. I saw a sketchy mustachioed man inside, yelling into a CB receiver in his left hand, his right hand on the stick shift, and his knee steering the wheel. The volume was turned up way too loud, so most of what he said came out in an audible garble. I did pick up one piece of information, however. See the woman with the zipper for a mouth. I wasn't sure I heard it correctly. My French is pretty horrible, so I thought maybe I got a word wrong. I looked it up in my Rick Steves French-English dictionary and I was correct. Zipper mouth. It didn't seem right, but it was the Carnival of Freaks, I guess. A freak show seemed a completely random and strange thing to have around these parts. It wasn't that I was necessarily in the middle of nowhere. The nearest big city, Lyon, was about 25 miles away, but you would think something like this would be in a place with more than a couple thousand people. I was in France for 2 weeks, visiting a friend from college who moved overseas. It was cool to see him again, and things were fine the first week, but then we got into a fight. That's why I was taking the walk alone on that road when the car drove by. It all started when I told Sebastian that he should cool it with the wine. Since I had been there, he was drinking a bottle a night. I said he's going to kill himself drinking that much every day. Well, Seb didn't look too kindly on those words, and we nearly came to blows. It sucks too, since I'm staying with the guy. We haven't talked since. I was only trying to look out for his well-being. I don't know why he spazzed out like that. Maybe go into this freak show together? Maybe that's just the thing we need to bond and get over any hurt feelings. I mean, if we can't laugh and point at somebody with a zipper mouth, well, I don't know that we can call ourselves friends anymore. After telling Seb I'm sorry, I told him about the Citroën and the Carnival of Freaks. He shrugged it off at first, said it was some usual roadside shit that came through, but he gave it some more thought and then he agreed. I think it will be quite interesting for you, Seb said. You won't get this back home in Vermont. It's true, while we had the occasional carnival come through Burlington, there weren't random things like a Carnival of Freaks or people advertising shows with giant speakers strapped to their roof. The Carnival of Freaks was a few small tents out in a farmer's field. As far as I can tell, there were no real freaks. At least, it wasn't like I was expecting. I thought it'd be something like out of a movie, like a total freak show with a fire breather, a hairy woman, maybe some super strong guy in a leotard. But this looked like a roadside scam. Maybe Seb was right after all. The ticket window was a small trailer, enough room for a lady to sit on a stool next to a cash register, and not much else. There was a zoo, if you want to call it that. They had a camel, a horse, a donkey, some goats, all in a fenced area. I guess it was for any kids who showed up at this Carnival of Freaks. There was the main tent where some apparent show would take place, and then they had what they called a Hall of Terror. It was just another trailer that you walk through. Didn't seem like much. And then finally, the pièce de résistance, the girl with the zipper mouth. She had her own tent. Seb and I walked through the Hall of Terror in about 30 seconds. There were a few photos of a supposed UFO and then some charred relic they said was from a voodoo tribe in the Caribbean. It looked like a half-burnt doll they stole from a house fire. Next, we did the show in the main tent. We wanted to save the zipper mouth for the end. Their Carnival of Freaks seemed more like a low-budget circus, if you ask me. As we sat on some bleachers, they had a clown do some lame Mr. Bean-style physical humor. Then they brought in a horse to walk around. The mustachioed guy who drove the Citroën with the speakers on it, he was their ringleader, cracking a whip as the horse trotted in a circle. Then he did the exact same thing, but with the donkey. Then the mustachioed guy started talking to the audience. I didn't pick up on anything he said beyond Monsieur and Madame. But a few others that were watching this shit show laughed. I smiled, pretending I understood what was going on. Suddenly, Seb starts pointing at me. He's saying, "Here, here," in French, stabbing his index finger in my direction until the ringleader saw him and came over. Seb says something in French that I don't understand. I look back at him like he's an alien. He tells me to get up, so I do. The ringleader takes me by hand and escorts me to the middle of the tent. He starts talking to me in French. Again, I don't understand a word, so I shrug at him in a whatever sort of way. As I'm just standing there in the middle of the ring, some girl of about 14 wearing a leopard skin leotard, I have no idea where the hell she came from, hands me a donkey costume. I stare at Seb. I don't know what the hell he's got me into. "They want you to put it on," he shouts with a megawatt grin. I scrunch my face at Seb, What an asshole getting me into this. As I flash a worried look on my face, the crowd starts to clap in unison. They chant, "Put it on!" in French. The 14-year-old helps me with the costume. It's weird, all of it weird. Once I get the costume on, the girl pushes me down so I'm on my hands and knees. I'm the donkey now, I guess. I don't know exactly, but I think the ringmaster says to the audience, "Look at this jackass." Then I feel it. His whip. He's whipping my ass. "Move," he says in heavily accented English. I start trotting on my hands and knees, and he keeps whipping me, directing me to walk on all fours in a circle, just like the animals did before him. The crowd laughs. I hear Seb laugh. This whole thing is insulting. It's embarrassing, humiliating. Carnival of Freaks. Yeah, I'm the freak. I'm the one in the donkey costume trotting around on my hands and knees. After way too long in that donkey costume, I go back to my seat, my head low, anger seeping through me, anger at Seb for pointing and volunteering me. Asshole. After the rest of the stupid show finishes, Seb and I head to the zipper-mouthed girl's tent. Still humiliated, I just want to get the hell out of there, but Seb says we need to see it. Says it's the big spectacle, how could we miss it? We need to wait in line. They only allow one group in at a time. When it's Seb and my turn to head in, we see a girl on a straw podium, raised up like some Buddhist teacher, sitting a few feet above us. Next to her is some carnival muscle, some shaved head guy who's got biceps as big as my head. He stands there with his arms crossed, all business. Zipper mouth girl? Now, this is a freak, really. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I don't know how they did it. The girl, she really has a zipper for a mouth. Everything else on her is normal but her mouth. There's no lips, only a closed zipper. I squint and try to see if there's makeup or how else they've attached a zipper to her face. I mean, this place isn't exactly a big budget promotion. UFO pictures, donkeys, clowns. It's not really a freak show. But this is what I expected. The girl looks to be a teenager, maybe 18, older than the one that got me into the costume, but still with youthful skin and a petite frame. She sits there, her zipper mouth closed, just staring at us. We stare back at her. In my head, I'm thinking mutually assured staring. The one who blinks first loses. In front of the girl is a sign written in French. It looks like it's just a normal piece of paper printed on a laserjet printer. Low budget for sure. I ask Seb what it says. He tells me it gives the story of the zipper-mouthed girl. She's from the Carpathian Mountains, born to a seamstress who made a deal with the devil. The seamstress wanted eternal beauty, and the price for that was her daughter losing her ability to speak whenever she wants. The devil replaced her lips with the zipper. I laugh. That's probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard. The guy with the mustache, the ringleader, he needs to think a bit harder, come up with a better story than this contrived BS. Sign says we can talk to her, Seb says. Ask her one question. Really? I say, regaining my composure. What is this, Big, where Tom Hanks wishes to some fortune teller machine? This whole thing's a bad joke. Some carnival of freaks. Carnival of traveling con men is more like it. Okay, I got a question, I tell Seb. Dear Zippermouth, I say, looking at the girl on the straw podium with the utmost contrived reverence. I pull out my Rick Steves translation book and find the question I'm looking for. In mangled French, I ask, "Can I get a refund?" Seb slaps my stomach. "Hey, what the hell was that?" he says. "That's what you wanted to ask? What a waste of a question. That's ridiculous, man. Insulting. Typical American tourist, I'm better than you crap." I didn't realize my stupid question at this stupid place would hit a nerve with Seb. "Dude, chill out," I tell him. But screw him anyways, he's the one that got me into that donkey costume. The muscled man goes over to the zipper-mouthed girl and unzips her mouth. She stretches it wide, the metal teeth of the zippers clanging together. Okay, I gotta admit, this is pretty freaky. It's not quite Carnival of Freaks, but I honestly wasn't expecting a real-life girl with a zipper for her mouth. I have no idea how they're doing it. It's gotta be glued on or something. Like she must really have thin lips and they just attach the zipper to it. Kind of like press-on nails. But I don't see anything. I don't see the shine of any glue. It's as if the zippers are a part of her face. They blend right into her flesh. It's freaky. However they've done it well. I can see why this is their main attraction. Zipper Mouth clears her throat. Her eyes are wide, her eyebrows raised to heaven. It looks like she's trying to alert us or get our attention, or like she saw a ghost or something, I don't know. When the muscle man looks away from us and towards the door, Zipper Mouth girl mouths something to us, silent, but I can't read her zipper lips. I raise my arms and shrug. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. The muscle man looks back our way, first at me and then Seb standing there, then at Zipper Mouth. Then he barks something at the Zipper Mouth girl. I'm not sure what he said, it's in French, but I thought I heard the word speak. He must be the one that controls or allows her to speak, zipping and unzipping her mouth. Zipper Mouth girl looks at us with those panicked, moon-sized eyes. And when the muscle man gives her a menacing glance, she finally speaks. It's in French and those metal teeth clang as she moves her mouth, but I'm pretty sure she says I'm cute, cuter than Seb. Sebastian has an angry look on his face. I smile wide. You're damn right I'm the better looking one, I say back to the Zipper Mouth girl in English, winking at her. Seb looks over at me, pissed off. You're something else, you know that? Me, I say, incredulous. I thought this all was a joke. That this zipper girl was doing some friendly flirting or something. Seb, you're being a jerk. I'll tell you what, he's got a mood about him. Ever since I made that comment about his drinking, he's had it out for me. Seb, you're the asshole here. You're the one who volunteered me to dress up like that donkey and get whipped. That was humiliating. You deserve it, Seb says, looking at me with cold, angry eyes. I wish they whipped you even more. Man, I don't know what's become of you. You're not the same person I knew in college, I tell him as I turn and walk out the tent. I figure Seb's right behind me, following me out, but he wasn't. He spends a few minutes in the tent before he comes out and says, Hey, the zipper girl thinks you're cute. That's what she said. She really wants to talk to you. Go on, go in there. Wait, what? Really? I was surprised. I thought Seb was going to come out all piss and vinegar and we'd keep taking shots at each other, keep fighting. But now he's being friendly? What gives? Yeah, man, he says. Go back in, go talk to her. She thinks you're hot. Seb nods his head towards the tent. Go on, I'll wait. I throw up my hands. What the hell? I wasn't expecting this sort of vacation, but I'm not going to turn down talking to a pretty girl. Yeah, she's got some sort of zipper for her mouth, but I guess that just means I can shut her up when I want to. Okay, bad joke, horrible joke. I better not say something so stupid to her face. I head back into the tent, and when I get inside, there's no one. What the? I see a shadow in front of me, coming towards me, raising something in the air, and then it's lights out. When I come to, I'm tied to a chair. I can wiggle, but I can't move. I got a splitting headache and a big sore spot on my forehead from whatever hit me, whoever hit me. What the hell's going on? What happened? Where's Sebastian? Where am I? I look around, but there's no one here. I want to scream, but my throat is dry and tight. My heart's pounding so loud it feels like it's going to come out of my chest. I pull with all my might with my arms and legs, trying to get myself free from this chair. But it's no use. I'm gasping for air. My fingernails are digging so hard into the wooden chair that I'm scratching it. A sense of dread comes over me. I can tell I'm in the back of a semi-trailer. I can't stretch my head all the way around, but there's no one in front of me and there's no one on the sides. It's dark on the periphery, but there's a spotlight above me, a single bulb hanging above my head, dangling on the hook at the top of the trailer. I hear a horse neigh outside. The Carnival of Freaks. I still must be on the grounds. But why the hell am I tied up? Why am I in a trailer? Why did somebody attack me? What did I do? And where's Sebastian? I turn my head back as far as it will go, trying to look behind me. I stretch until it hurts, but I still don't see anyone. Though my throat feels like crushed marble, I'm able to get out a weak call of help. I don't think the sound went beyond the trailer walls, though. There's no answer. There's no one here. My chin crumples into my chest. I can't escape, and there's no one coming. But then from behind, I hear footsteps, slow footsteps. Hello? I crank my neck again, but I can't see anybody. So your friend tells us you like our main attraction, the zipper girl. The voice is heavily accented, but familiar. I can't place it, though. He says you want to be with her. I still can't see the man talking. He hides in the shadows. Who said that, I ask. Sebastian? He told you that? Your friend says all sorts of things about you, the voice says. A man steps out of the shadows. It's the mustachioed man, the ringleader who whipped me, the one who drove the Citroën. He's still wearing the maroon carnival tailcoat with the tassels on the shoulder, the one he wore during the show. Now nose to nose with me, he says that Seb told him I wanted to join their freak show. I recoil with each one of his words. His breath stinks of cheap cigarettes and saucisson. The man with the mustache says they're always looking for new talent. He's glad I want to be with them. This is a nightmare and I feel sick to my stomach. No, I don't want any of this, I say. I want to leave. Let me go. From the shadows behind the ringleader, I see a bald head come out of the darkness, followed by a Mr. Universe body, complete with those biceps bigger than my head. The man who zipped and unzipped the girl's mouth in the tent, the muscle. He curls his right hand into a fist and smashes it into his left palm. I'm sorry, the ringleader says. You're one of us now. You're here for good. You're one of the freaks. The muscle man reaches down to his side and comes up with a billy club, the kind the cops use to beat the crap out of people. He raises it overhead with those big broad shoulders as I scream so hard my throat feels like it's on fire. And then the world goes black again. When I wake up, I'm on an operating table. I'm groggy, discombobulated. I have no idea where I'm at. I don't think I'm in a trailer anymore. I don't know what time it is either. Though my face is numb, I can tell it's puffy, swollen. It's also wrapped from my nose to my chin, wrapped with gauze. Good, you're up, says a man in a doctor's coat and a doctor's head mirror. He looks familiar too. Someone from the Carnival of Freaks, I'm pretty sure. But I'm so out of it I can barely remember my own name. Leave those bandages alone, he says as I touch my face. I try to speak, but I can't. I don't think it's the mere numbness of my face, though. I suppose that could be it. But even if my mouth was numb, wouldn't I be able to make more than just moaning sounds? My head flops against the pillow, and things fade back to black. I don't know how long I've been out this time. I'm still in the same hospital bed, but I don't think I'm in an actual hospital. The room is dark, but I can tell it's just a room. It's not a hospital room with its machines and beeps and people coming and going. And I still have those wraps around my lower face. As I touch my chin through the gauze, the doctor comes in again, same as before with that head mirror. Well, I think today's the day, hey! This time I'm lucid when he speaks. The face, the laugh. I recognize him. He's the clown from the freak show. I try to speak, but my lips are sewn shut. All that comes out is a throat moan. I want to lunge at him to get the hell out of here, but I'm too weak. I can't do much of anything but just lay here. The clown doctor unwraps my face. Looks good, eh? He holds up a mirror, and that's when I see them. My lips. They're gone. In their place is a silver metal zipper, now closed. I'm a freak. I want to scream, but I can't. I can't do anything other than go bug-eyed, crawl backwards to the edge of the bed, and stare at horror at my zipper lips. I look down at the floor and I see them, my actual lips, 2 cut-off pieces of flesh. It looks like 2 dead earthworms on the tile floor. It's all too much. The world is spinning. Whatever the clown doctor's saying to me doesn't register. I don't hear him. All I hear is ringing as the world fades away. This time, when I come to, I'm next to the zipper mouth girl on a bale of hay, under the tent, under the watchful eye of the muscle man. My zipper's closed, as is hers. We can only look at each other with those fearful eyes. I understand them now. I understand the look she was giving me in the tent before when I was with Seb. The dreadful, horrible look of fear, that look of terror and disgust, the look of needing to flee. I wish I understood her look back then. I wish I could have taken her away. Outside the tent, I hear the weak engine of a car, and then a noise so loud I cover my ears. It's the man, the mustachioed man, speaking in French over the speaker. He's barking out his promotional material, just as before about a Carnival of Freaks. But this time, I hear him say something about a new attraction, a new zipper-mouth man, a zipper-mouth couple. Will they have zipper-mouth babies? The man shouts through the speaker. The zipper-mouth girl and I do nothing but sit and stare at each other. There's nothing else we can do, not under the watchful eyes of Mr. Muscles. I shake my head, both to say I'm sorry and because I can't believe how this trip turned out. Later that day, I hear the music from the carnival. The horses, the donkeys, the clown. The whole Carnival of Freaks is running again. Groups come to our tent, led in by the muscle man. They ask their one question. The man unzips my mouth or the girl's mouth, yells at us to speak, and we do. Whatever we say is just nonsense. Since I don't speak much French, I usually say something in English. I don't think anybody understands. It goes on like this for hours. Just when I think the show's over, Sebastian walks through the door with a smug look on his face. That asshole has a bag of popcorn in his hand. He's throwing pieces one by one into the air, trying to catch them with his mouth. You want to try? Here, catch, he says as he throws popcorn my way. Oh wait, sorry, you can't, he says with a devilish grin. Not unless this man here opens your mouth for you. The zipper-mouth girl looks at me in desperation. I get the feeling this sort of hazing has been a regular occurrence for her. I want to yell, scream, pummel this bastard, once my friend but now an unrecognizable foreigner. But I can't do anything but just sit there and take the abuse. I'm a freak now, a prisoner in this carnival of horror. You should have kept your mouth shut, Seb says, still munching his popcorn. But you couldn't. You think you're better than me. I'm a drunk. I'm the ugly one. You're the great Kevin Foster, the amazingly awesome guy who ladies love. Well, you can have the lady, and you can shut your damn trap. I wish I would have thought of this zipper thing sooner. He keeps throwing popcorn at me as he speaks, piece by piece, digging it out of his bag, hitting me in the face with it, hitting my zipper. My insides are on fire. I'm raging. I can feel myself shaking with anger. I glance at the muscle man, our keeper, and I see he's got his back turned, giving attention to the next customer in line. Seb looks down, fishing around for more popcorn. I spring off my bale of hay, a coiled rattlesnake, tackling Seb, sending him down hard to the dirt, the back of his head making a cracking sound from the impact. He recklessly grabs at me, but I give him a pie face, poking my fingers into his eyes, making him squeal like a pig. The muscle man turns to the sound of the commotion. I'm so amped I charge him, driving my shoulder straight into his midsection, sending him into the side of the tent. As he tries to get up, he thrashes against the tent and it starts to come down. I look towards the zipper mouth girl. I hold out my hand and moan. If we're gonna get out of here, this is our only shot, my moan says. She jumps towards me, grabbing my hand, and we hit the exit, jumping over Seb and that thrashing slab of meat. The line of attendees screams and parts like the Red Sea as we run full speed ahead. Behind us, I hear more screams, and when I look back, I see the muscular man pushing his way through the crowd, coming for us. I tug on the girl's arm and point. The Citroën! Wheels! Our only hope! We race to the car and the doors are thankfully unlocked, keys still in the ignition. As we slam the door shut, the entire Carnival of Freaks is coming towards us. The clown, the ringmaster, the muscular man, even the ticket lady, all running for us, trying to stop their main attractions from getting away. I slam my foot on the gas so hard that the giant speaker on top of the car comes tumbling off, rolling onto Mr. Muscles. Dirt flies as the tires peel and we bounce our way out of the farmer's field and onto a paved road. We're free! We're free! I can't believe it, we're free! I look towards the zipper mouth girl and smile, except I realize I can't smile. I have a zipper for a mouth. She looks at me with the gentle eyes of a saved captor and slowly unzips her mouth. No refunds, she says, her metal teeth clanging together with each new syllable. It spreads like a virus. The sound, the thing you can't unhear, that most wicked and horrible sound. The clicking, the non-stop clicking. I heard it 25 days ago. Or maybe more accurately, I caught it 25 days ago. It spreads through thought, the power of suggestion. I caught it from my little brother Noah, who caught it from our mom, who caught it from our dad. They said, "Do you hear it? That sound, that distant sound. So faint it's barely audible. Shh, listen. There it is. Did you hear it? A soft click, gentle really, like ocean waves lapping endlessly on the shore. It's there, clicking. Whispers that become louder, clicking that becomes louder. Do you hear it?" The sound was hard to hear the first few days, a mosquito buzzing in my ear, but each day it got louder and louder. I think it has something to do with the new moon. It seems like whoever hears the sound has about a month until they lose all control, going mental and maiming and killing, then suicide. A big bang of violence and destruction before they exit, chewing the scenery and then exit stage left. The only thing my family's death seemed to have in common was that the sky was dark, no moon. It was the new moon when they died. I saw it first with my dad, then my mom, then my brother. He was the one who infected me, who told me about the sound. When they describe the sound to someone, it's pictured in their mind, and then it never leaves. It grows louder and louder, driving the infected to the brink of insanity, and then they flame out. I infected my girlfriend Melanie. She'll die a month after me. I hate myself for spreading the virus sound, but I couldn't help it. I was compelled to do it. Inside of me there was this urge. I couldn't control it. The need to spread the sound like I was preaching the word of God. That's how it replicates itself. That's how it kills. The infected must spread it. They have no choice. The sound wants to live. My dear Mel. Poor Mel. She was my sweetheart. I thought I'd be marrying her soon. I was gonna pop the question, but I kept putting it off. I'm not sure why, but the thought of asking for her hand in marriage made me nervous. Not that she would reject it. We had been together for 3 years now and things were great, but you never know. It's a lot of pressure to put on a man. I could only imagine how crushed I would have been if she would have said no. So instead, I didn't even ask. Yet, somehow, I was able to tell her about the sound. And now, we're not discussing our marriage, but rather our impending death. I think I got infected by Noah 25 days ago. The world's been a bit fuzzy since I saw him go crazy, but I'm pretty sure 25 days ago was when he told me about the sound. And if it is the new moon that triggers a violent end, then I have a mere 5 days left. Melanie could only watch as I slowly lose my mind. It's this clicking, this damn clicking. It won't stop. I can't sleep any longer. I can't think. There's not one quiet moment. It's the opposite of a sensory deprivation tank. Audio torture. Worse than anything the government came up with at Guantanamo. It drowns out everything as it gets louder. Your thoughts, they're interrupted. As the sky darkens, I can feel it too. My bones, they vibrate, getting ready for the madness of the new moon. A bull and a pen, ready to be released. Yankee Blue bringing out a rising cacophony of terror, depravity, and madness. When the sky becomes moonless, I know something terrible will possess me. I know my body will betray itself. My eyes will become the color of coal and my skin translucent. My veins, pulsing with black blood, will wiggle under my skin, worm-like. Then it's back to my maker. It's the release of the virus, that mass swelling of audio blackness that belches out from within, unleashing itself upon the world, making mankind destroy itself. I didn't see my mom or dad die, thank God, but I watched it all go down with my brother. I saw his eyes change, his veins pumping black blood. I saw him run into the street, tearing into flesh, ripping, stabbing. As his victims screamed, he was clicking. I locked myself in my room and watched the madness from my window. I was fearful he would attack me. I know when it's my time, I'll do the same as Noah did. I'll kill others and then kill myself. But I'm trying to stop it, trying to find a way to stop it. There's nothing online about this sort of thing happening. I saw information about tinnitus, but that's most certainly not it. This is viral. It spreads. It spreads through words and thought. There's nothing out there about that. The closest I could find was mass psychogenic illness. Mass hysteria. But this is real. People are really going nuts and really killing themselves. This noise spreads, person to person, by talking, by listening. Since I've been infected, I've been experimenting to try and stop. I'm pretty sure if you can stop the clicking, you can stop the madness. That's my theory anyways. So far, nothing's been successful. The noise keeps getting worse and worse, louder and louder with each day. It's impossible to stop a noise that's coming from inside your head. You can't put headphones on to stop it. There's no noise cancellation for your brain. I've tried. Mel suggested drugs, so now we're going through everything we can get our hands on. She figured if we can't stop the noise from coming in, maybe we can change our brain chemistry enough to stop from hearing it. So far, we've discovered that any sort of drug that increases your hyperness or heart rate, it makes things worse. There's also paranoia. The madness of the noise is bad enough, but when you add in paranoia, looking over your shoulder, worried that someone behind you is going to get you, worried the entire world is coming for you, well, the combination brought me to my knees. The sound plus the paranoia together was like putting my brain through a cheese grater. The moon's in waning crescent, a near sliver. I want to kill myself right here and now for spreading the sound to Mel. But if I did that, I couldn't save her. And she deserves to live, not die because of something I told her. It was after my brother went nuts that I spread it to her. I got infected a few days before, but I never said anything to her about it. The sounds weren't really loud enough when I first got infected, so I really wasn't sure I was actually hearing something. And the sound certainly didn't reach the level where I felt compelled to talk about it. And also, if I started talking about some sound my brother told me about, and how now I always hear it, well, my girlfriend would think I'm nuts. And there's no way she'd be marrying a crazy dude. Melanie didn't even believe me when I told her about what my brother did. The killing and the black blood in his veins and the suicide. That's when I first mentioned something to her about it. I didn't describe the sound to her, but I told her Noah went nuts. She thought I was joking. Now why would he go and do that? She said sarcastically, like I'm telling her something that's so far removed from reality she couldn't even comprehend it. It was right after that moment that I described the sound to her. That's when I infected her. I couldn't control the words that came out. They were like breath, and they came out effortlessly, without thought. I said, "Do you hear it? That sound, that distant sound. So faint it's barely audible. Listen. There it is. Did you hear it? A soft click. Gentle, really. Like ocean waves lapping effortlessly on the shore. It's there. Clicking. Whispers that become louder. Clicking that becomes louder. Mel and I are trying downers next. I hope they're a better experience than the stimulants with their extreme paranoia side effects. I'm thinking if we can slow down our central nervous system, slow our brains, that the sound will slow too. Maybe we could even find the right combo that would stop the sound entirely, getting off this carousel of madness. I don't know where my family caught the viral sound from. It had to be from someone or somewhere. I remember my dad mentioning something to my mom about this noise in his head, this clicky noise. She said he needed to go to an ear doctor because it was quiet as a mouse in the house. There's no clicky noise, she said. And then, a few days later, she started complaining about the clicky noise too. I guess my dad infected her, told her about that sound just like I told Mel, described it until she visualized it and heard it. I went off to basketball camp, and when I came back, Noah said they were dead. He told me how terrible it was at the end. As I broke down hearing the news, he told me about the sound, attaching it to me, penetrating me with his description of it. The downers are really kicking in now. First up, codeine. We also have some Vicodin, Xanax, and for good measure, some red wine. Mel and I have turned this downer experiment into a dinner date, and why not? This might be the last quality moment I can have with her before my release, before the new moon. I'm not even sure how helpful I can be. I'm not sure I can hold a conversation right now with all the world. It seems sluggish, slow. No effect, Mel says. Not on the clicking anyways. I nod, lazily. Yes, no effect. Vicodin, Mel says, grabbing the bottle and popping a pill like Pez. She washes it down with a gulp of wine. Vicodin, I say, following her lead. The world becomes more manageable, relaxed, easy, life on a cloud. Things are slowing. My brain is slowing. Still there, but getting quieter, Mel slurs. Xanax. We have to keep going. I can't feel my legs, I confess. I'm in a stupor, the world a waterbed, cradling me. Slow, my breath torpid. It's too dangerous, Mel. Damn it, David, we don't have time. Look at the moon. Mel points out to the window and my lethargic eyes follow. Outside, the sky is nearly black. The moon, a crescent, almost impossible to see. It's nearly not there anymore, Mel yells at me. You don't have time left. I don't want to watch you go on a rampage, kill people, see the blood in your veins go black. I don't want you to die. I don't want to die. We need to get this right. If it became quieter after the Vicodin, why can't we make it stop with more? We have to stop it. My central nervous system is stuck in neutral, as is my body. The vibrating in my bones is calm, though I'm glued to my seat. Mel grabs the Xanax and downs 2 bars, followed by a wine chaser. I can't hear it, Mel says, fighting to get out each syllable. She's leaning in her chair, Her eyes are glassy, her stare distant, her face turning a ghostly white. She's not looking good, but she's smiling. I love her face. It's round and cheerful, no matter the circumstances. Mel, always positive Mel. She's done so much for me, made me grow up and become a better person, made me serious. She wanted me to be more than the guy who lived in his parents' basement. Mel, her breath shallow, labored, wheezing. Mel dying in front of me, and I can't do a thing. My world's dizzy. Why couldn't I bring myself to propose to her? What was I so scared of? Mel's chest heaving. My head's in the clouds. Mel, I love you, I tell her. I'm sorry. I stumble out of my seat and onto one knee. I feel nauseous, lightheaded. Will you marry me? Outside the window, there's no longer any moon. The new moon, it's here. The vibrating in my bones has come back, but my body's so numb I can barely feel it. My skin turning clear. I can see my veins, the color inside changing, getting darker. Will you marry me, Melanie? You are my life. Melanie. Melanie stopped breathing now. Foam is coming out of her lips. My body jerks. I'm losing control. The virus, it's taking over. The orange bottle on the table, it's half full of Xanax. I feel restless. I can feel aggressiveness pushing through the mellow haze of depressants. With an uneasy hand, I spill the bottle into my mouth, chewing the rest of the bars like candy. Their chalky bitterness makes me gag. Without even a pause, I chugged the remaining wine. I noticed the bottle. It was the one I bought for a special occasion, like when I proposed to Melanie. The world slowly loses focus. Outside the window, in the moonless darkness, I hear screams, screams of murder and suicide. The virus is spread. It is spreading. I take Melanie's dead hand in my vibrating one, and I sit against her slumped body, staring at her. She's blurry looking. I don't know if that's because of the drugs or if my eyes are changing, but it doesn't matter. She's always beautiful. My world goes as dark as the moon. No, it's quiet as the moon. It's quiet. There's no more clicking. Not in my head anyways. I'm weightless while the terror outside metastasizes. My heart beats sedate. I wonder who told who. Was it Melanie or was it my family? Maybe it was whoever told my dad about the sound. But I guess it didn't matter much now anyways. I love you, Melanie. I love you forever. Oh, fuck my life. Imagine not being able to have sex. Like, ever. The 40-year-old virgin's got nothing on me. And right now, this ain't no movie. I'm in a room, on a couch. Sorta. I'm sorta on a couch. Half draped on a couch, really, like a discarded throw blanket. It's a hotel room, I know that for sure. But this one's not mine. It's a suite. It looks like mine, though, just slightly bigger. Same generic fake paintings of flowers, same pukey wallpaper, cookie cutter end tables. And the room's fuzzy. It's spinning. Oh, my head. It feels like a Mack truck drove over it, then reversed and parked on top of it. Damn it. The fuck I do last night? How'd I end up here? Whatever room this is. I remember going to the bar for one drink. I know I only had one drink because that's my rule. Never more than one. If I have more than one drink, I get nasty. And nasty means hostile. And hostile means confrontation. And confrontation means people. People touching me, poking me with their index finger. Actual contact. Real skin-to-skin contact. They disagree with me about abortion and perfume scents and whatever drunk talk comes out of my mouth. And I can't be touched. I can't. It's torturous. Plus, I don't want to be nasty. Not this weekend. Last thing I need is for me to be nasty at the Erotic Authors of America conference. Them revoking my speaking fees and all. The conference is why I was at the bar. The conference is why I was in public at all. I never step foot outside. Not if I can help it. But I had a speaking gig. The things I do to get paid. Now, I'm no Dean Koontz, but I've sold a few copies. It's raunchy stuff I never thought I could write. Stuff I didn't plan on writing, but I failed at every other genre. Turns out, women love my writing. Who would have thought? But I feel like such a fraud. I'm a virgin, writing erotica. Devin Baller. The only thing baller about me is, well, nothing. I'm writing stuff I have no clue about. Not with actual real experience anyways. I get all my material from Pornhub videos. I just write down and describe the scenes. It's endless material. I mean, of course I have to make up the names since most of Pornhub videos don't have character names. So it's Becky with her legs spread wide. It's Jimbo taking a young maiden from behind. Okay, think, Devin, think. I was at the bar. Damn it, my head feels like trash. In this room, it won't stop spinning. I feel ill, though I don't know if it's my head or the hotel's patterned wallpaper. Okay, I went to the bar. I ordered a drink, gin and tonic. There was a woman next to me. Misty? Mandy? Maybe Natasha? Was she a Russian hooker? She lit up the place, that's all I remember. Stunning redhead with green eyes and a black tight satin cocktail dress. It was Saks Fifth Avenue shit. Jessica Rabbit shit. Rita? I think her name was Rita. Damn it, my head hurts. When I say I can't be touched, I really mean it. It's the reason I'm a virgin. I want sex. I mean, I can masturbate all fine and well. Before I write some steamy scene, I'm always hammering my meat. It's just, I can't have people touch me. Not without feeling pain. When I say touch is torture, I mean it. I'm not sure what came first, the hepatophobia or the hypersensitivity, but it's a 1-2 combo. I'm a fucking train wreck. And before you tune out because I'm using 5-syllable words, let me explain. Hepatophobia is a fear of being touched. And when I say fear, I'm talking intense panic. My heart can't take it. I feel like I'm having one of those Fred Sanford big ones. I'm coming to join you, Elizabeth. My whole body shakes, trembles really. I feel like I'm dying. I know it's a phobia, but that doesn't make the fear any less real. Some doctors dismiss me, tell me it's all in my head and that I'm being irrational. They say you can't go around not being touched. It's impossible to live like that, they say. But then there's also been some good doctors. They work with me on my condition, tell me I can get better. We talk about the things I can do to overcome my fear. Nothing's worked, but that's a different story. Anyways, that's my hapnophobia. My hypersensitivity, or my tactile allodynia, that's actual physical pain from being touched. My skin erupts like I'm sitting inside a volcano. It's burning and sweating and me melting away to nothingness. I feel deathly ill with the slightest graze, so I avoid people. I was social distancing before it was cool. This hypersensitivity, I swear it's not in my head. I swear it. Though the doctors can't physically examine me, from across the room they tell me it's severe sensory processing issues. The docs say, here, take these pills, they'll help. They say touch shouldn't cause pain, and if I take these pills, it will help solve the issue. But I say, no way. Touching is pain, full stop. I wouldn't make this stuff up. My insides boil when I'm touched. I can't fake that feeling. You can't fake boiling a frog. So, dear doctors, fuck you and fuck your meds. You and your pharma bro buddies, they're not getting me doped up and numb. Your pills will rot my brain, turning me into some glassy-eyed zombie. And if that happens, there goes my writing. There goes my paycheck. No, I'd rather just isolate. Things weren't always this way. Up until college, things were normal. And I got really close to having sex when I was at Colorado State. I remember it like it was yesterday. I started talking to this chunky girl at a bar. I don't remember her name nor the bar, but that's not important. Now, if touch was pain back then, I certainly did my fair share of drinking it away. My body was numb. This chunky girl, I got really excited talking to her. Look, Mom, talking to an actual woman. I mean, like really, really excited. When she looked down at the bulge in my pants, she saw my excited virgin wetness seeping through my jeans. Premature ejaculation ended anything before it even began, before she even touched me. I remember she rolled her eyes, laughed, and ordered another drink, then promptly went back to her friends, pointing and giggling. Embarrassment doesn't even begin to cover it. I was crushed. I did a spooge-filled pants walk of shame right out that bar. That's the closest I've ever gotten with any woman. God, my head hurts. Where am I? Whose hotel room is this? What did I do? And why does everything seem so fuzzy? Why am I on this couch, or sorta on this couch, sprawled out like I was a used toy? Why is my shirt untucked? And what's this I feel on my lips? This tackiness. Lipstick? Hey, Tiger. A familiar voice from the fuzziness across the room. A silhouette. No, it can't be. The woman from the bar? Jessica Rabbit? Natasha? Mandy? Rita? Dear God, did we? My brain unravels. This cannot be. There's no way I could have. That we. My stomach is upside down. My chest is buzzing, wanting to rip through me like a chainsaw. The room isn't nearly spinning now. I'm in full fucking orbit, hurling towards Neptune in one of those Elon Musk rockets. Everything is distant. So, big boy, you feeling better now? The female voice says somewhere back on Earth. You went completely out on me last night. Last night? My body, it's pins and needles, a charge of electricity. The world is attacking me, touching me, my body twitching, the pain of contact. With a shaky hand, I rub my eyes, trying to see through the fuzziness, trying to see through the pain, through my sickness. It's in my head, I tell myself in my best doctor voice. It's all in my head. Though the world looks like it's covered in Vaseline, I see her, the woman from the bar, standing in a doorway of a hotel bathroom. With my messed up vision, she looks like when a TV show blurs out the naughty bits. Even still, I can tell she doesn't have much on. I see some shiny black around her midsection, and everything else is a blizzard of white skin. Dear God, did she rape me? Is that what happened? Did she attack me and force her touch upon me? Is that why I have this lipstick on me? I've never had lipstick on me before. I wouldn't touch her. I can't touch her. Jesus, my head hurts. My mouth creaks open, speaking words I don't control. Groggy words, out-of-breath words that say my brain is on another planet, far away from this mysterious hotel suite. Did we, My eyelids close. I can't speak any longer. The thought of what we did. My breath is shallow. Each exhale, a finger poking my skin, burning me with its contact, making my flesh crawl. My brain is misfiring neurons. How could I have had sex? That would require touching, and touching equals pain. I couldn't have. I wouldn't have. But what if I did? Did I juice early? Is that why I'm still wearing pants? Maybe I started talking and I spoinked, just like I did when I was in college with that thick girl. Jessica Rabbit or Rita or Natasha snorts, then laughs. Her laugh reminded me of the laugh from the woman at Colorado State, the one at the bar. I knew it. I did fire off early. My pants got to be crusty and now she's laughing at me. There go my book sales. God knows, she says with another laugh, as if for emphasis. Why the other laugh? Was I funny? My mind's coming back down to earth, my body regaining its feeling. The tingling becomes softer. I knew it. Women don't want to have sex with me. Even if I could be touched without blistering agony, they wouldn't touch me. Maybe it was the look that came over my face. I don't know. But the next thing I heard was, I didn't mean it like that. My vision slowly comes back to me, the world a bit less petroleum jelly. Leaning against the door frame of the bathroom, I see the redhead from the bar. Rita, Jessica, whatever her name was, wearing black latex hot pants that show off a peach of a derriere. Her top is fully exposed, wonderfully exposed, while a black lace mask provides a sense of Zorro excitement. And in her hands, I see a whip, a paddle, and handcuffs. I can't say the sight in front of me isn't pleasant looking, but I know one touch from her, and it's searing pain, my flesh burning. Then it's stomach cramps and clutching the toilet, dry heaving until it hurts. Before me isn't heaven, it's hell, temptation of the flesh. The problem with being a popular erotica author is readers expect all sorts of things from you in real life. While I try to stay away from people as much as possible, I still got to do the whole author dog and pony show. That means book signings, Q&A, that sort of thing. Every single time I do these events, I get questions about my sex life. People thinking I'm some real Don Juan. Some bored housewife in yoga pants doing Kegel exercises while asking me something about sex machines. Or they bring me sex toys or other sexual items, things I don't want and can't use. I wish I could tell them the truth, but I like getting paid. As long as people aren't within an arm's reach of me, I'm willing to keep their fantasies going. You got pretty wild last night, the lady in latex says, rubbing the paddle slowly on her scrumptious thigh. How did I end up in her hotel room? I would never go to someone's hotel room. I don't remember anything, unless Did I violate my one drink rule and get drunk? My brain is a little fuzzy, like I have a hangover. It could be. I was wild? I rub my forehead as if that will somehow stop the pain between my ears and make the memories come back. But I thought you said we didn't, you know. Well, after that 5th shot of tequila, I think we all got a bit crazy, the lady in latex says. Shit, I knew it. I violated my one drink rule. Except, I didn't get nasty. I didn't get into any confrontations. I got perverted? No, it couldn't have been. I don't want to be touched. I can't be touched. I can't. I need to get out of this hotel room. I need to get away from here, away from her, away from people, away from contact. Look, miss, I'm sorry, but sweat beads on my forehead. I need to get her to understand. Don't touch me. It's Rita. Miss Rita. I knew it. I knew her name was Rita. Look, I shouldn't be here. I can't be here. Your touch, it will be painful, you see? Oh, I can arrange pain, Rita says, cracking her whip. She's clearly not understanding. No one does. Jesus, what did I get myself into? I cover my hands with my face, pretending if I don't see her, she doesn't exist. I can feel the unease stirring deep within my bowels. You mentioned something about pain last night, too, Rita says. Before you passed out, I mean. My lips weren't painful, were they? I touch my lips and my fingertips are red. It was lipstick, just like I thought. No, that couldn't be real. It couldn't have happened. Touch is pain. Kissing is pain. Even the most gentle kissing from the juiciest lips. She had to have forced herself on me. You kissed me? I stammer. My insides are awash in stormy seas, uncharted territory that makes me want to vomit. Oh yeah, Rita says with a devilish smile. She strokes her fingertips on her latex, making a whiny, streaking sound as she slowly moves her hand from her hip to her ass. Then she smacks herself, her perfect ass. I feel something else stirring inside of me. Temptation. My flesh is weak. I feel the attraction, the allure of her body. Sickness goes away and my stomach flutters with excitement. But my weak-kneed sensation only lasts a minute before my guts go back to contracting. My brain steers me back to reality. Pain. Her body is pain. There's no pleasure there. Her touch is torment. And we kissed? How? The room is back to spinning. My heart rate goes back to the stratosphere. Tingling, pins and needles. I feel her, even there, on the other side of the room. I let out a yelp. I need to get away. Get out of this room. I need to escape. My skin is crawling with fire ants, making me twitch and scratch. I shrink into the couch, trying to hide, but I've got nowhere to go. Before me, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Before me, torturous pain. I plead, Rita, look, listen. Rita cracks her whip. Enough talk, Devin. You're mine, bad boy. You made me wait for you all night. You kept saying no when I could very well see your body was saying yes. She nods to my pants and I look down. I'm erect and pitching a tent. Well, I can't wait any longer. I've got a flight to catch. But first, Rita cracks her whip and slowly walks towards me, her glorious breasts thunderclapping with each step. I let out a scream. It's murder! Murder! The pain is excruciating. I kick violently. My body spasms and contorts, going into feeble positions. I can't be touched. I can't be touched. Please! I cry to Rita. Please! My stomach twists into balloon knots. Bile rises, vomiting soon. Please just let me die. Dear God, I can't take the touching. The world's going black. I could barely breathe. Breathe. Yes, breathe. The doctors told you it's all in your head. It's all in your head. My head filled with pain. The pain that breaks all thoughts. Coursing through me is venomous pain. My eyeballs flicker like static, sweat dripping into my vibrating eyes. My guts in a vice, the room spinning. The room that smells like lilacs. She smells of lilacs. The pain that sends me back into orbit, back into the stratosphere. In the near distance, it's nirvana, an oasis, waiting for me. Please, I beg, please. Psychedelic flashes of agony. Soft, sweet, fleshy agony that smells of lilacs and comes from the pages of Playboy. Nirvana becoming hell. Fear. Grunts. Lightheadedness. Grunts. Warmth. A megaton explosion, radiating blistering pain, burning me from my midsection to my fingertips. Back on Earth, I hear a fading voice, a tinny voice, the sound of another person on the other side of a phone call. What the hell's wrong with you? It's Rita. Oh my God, I can't believe it. We didn't even touch yet. She laughs, the laugh of ridicule, the laugh of the chunky college girl at the bar. It snaps me back to reality. It brings me out of my pain coma. I'm still on the couch. Rita's half a room over, standing with her hands on her hips, looking at me like I'm a pathetic puppy dog. And I am. I feel wetness at my midsection. It was the same as before. Premature everything. The great Devon baller has all balled out, Rita says, continuing with words that bring shame and sting. She lets out another laugh. Some erotica author you are. Maybe try writing some children's books. Dear Jesus, this can't be happening. Why did this happen? I knew I shouldn't have come to this convention, this place where horny women circle me like vultures, wanting to get a piece of their fantasy. I have no words. I can do nothing but slink out of Rita's room. Another walk of shame, wet and stained, just as it happened at the bar so many years ago. I'm ruined. I'm done. Sure, I can come up with a new pen name, but so what? The same thing will happen. I head straight to the hotel bar, spooge stain and all. I don't care what time it is. I don't care about my one-drink rule, and I don't care about my damn keynote speech. I can't read my material. I can't talk to an audience full of women. I can't keep the facade going. I'm finished. Devon baller, all balled out, just like Rita said. Over a whiskey sour, I replayed what happened, the embarrassment of what happened, the pain of what happened, the immense blistering pain, the laughing, the giggling, the pointing at my wetness. Maybe they need to feel the pain. Maybe they need to feel what it's like to have everything burn, to feel your insides twist like a pretzel and be picked with 1,000 needles. Yeah, maybe they do. Another drink and my thoughts turn to how to inflict the pain on these women, the ones who laughed at me, the ones who don't understand what it's like. How could I do it when I can't touch them? Could I wear gloves as I strangle them, putting a barrier between our flesh, covering myself like a condom for protection? Maybe. But what if there's a struggle and my clothing gets ripped off? Then it will be me who feels the pain, the agony of touch. A third whiskey sour. A weapon then. A gun. Maybe a sniper rifle. Maybe be a mile away so there's no possibility of contact. I could watch their insides rupture and spill from my scope. But then, they couldn't see my reaction, the way I'd laugh at them, then walk away as they thrash in pain, the same thing they did to me. Yeah, They need to feel what I feel. The anguish, the trauma. I finish off drink 3 and order a 4th. This time a shot of whiskey. Fuck the sour. I can hear the doctors now. They're telling me none of this is real. That the pain isn't real. That it's in my head. Touch should not produce pain, they say. There's nothing from a light touch that would create pain. No, doc, sorry. The pain is real. It's the most hurtful thing you could experience. It's bolts of lightning and traveling to the sun, the feeling of flesh frying in a pan. And yet, Rita kissed me. Her lipstick was on me. It happened. I don't remember it, but it happened. We touched. Did I want it? Did I ask for it? I was clearly aroused. Did I feel the pain as those plump red lips of hers lustfully pressed into mine? Aren't you? A female voice awakens me from my thoughts. I blink and turn my head, staring absently at the shape that doesn't yet register. Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, she says. I should have known. Leave a man drinking at a bar alone in peace. But aren't you? You're Devin Baller, aren't you? I love your books. The woman isn't another Jessica Rabbit from last night. She's not another chunky Colorado college girl. Sitting next to me is an average-looking woman with curly, dirty dishwater hair and a face that's nice, but no blue ribbon at the county fair. Fair. That's a good description. Not someone I would put in one of my books, if I was still writing those damn things. Devin's days are over, I tell her as I slam down my shot with a wince. She gives me a concerned look, but doesn't say anything. I let out a big sigh. Fuck it. I'm a fraud, I tell her. I can't be touched. It's a medical thing. If I'm touched, it's the worst pain you can imagine. Even a gentle graze will produce stomach cramps and stinging and stuff I'd rather not experience. I've never had sex. I don't know what sex is like. I don't know what another person's touch is like. All I do is watch porn and write what I see on the screen. The woman's eyes are looking at me wide, like she can't understand. No one can understand. But you got lipstick smudged on you. She points to her mouth, showing me the location of the smudge like she's a mirror. If you can't be touched, then how'd that get there? Or did you put it on yourself? She winks. She's fair, yes, but observant. It's a good question, and I don't have an answer. I order us a round of drinks. So you're a virgin, huh? She says. I notice the way she's looking at me, the look of a naughty school teacher. I thought confessing my deceit would send this reader away, but it's done the opposite. She seems more attracted to me than before. And why not, my alcohol brain thinks. A fair lady like this. She's no Jessica Rabbit. She can't get Ken. But a virgin. She's got the upper hand with a virgin. I can feel myself getting aroused, pressing myself against the wet spot in my pants. She notices. Down there, she says, pointing. What's going on? Have a little accident? She gives me a playful look. She's not laughing. Not laughing. I smile a drunk smile. All thoughts of inflicting pain fade away. No strangulation with gloves, no sniper rifle. But a new thought takes hold. I escort the fair woman, Heather's her name, to my hotel room, ensuring we're an arm's length apart as we walk. My room has the same mauve pattern wallpaper as Rita's suite, same industrial eye-bending pattern carpet. No couch, though, just the king-size bed. It's time for Devin to bawl. One last ball that will be so extreme it will sever my brain vessels. The weight of her whole self descends on me, napalming my flesh. The pain is nuclear, but I don't scream. Only tears leaking out of my eyes as I struggle with consciousness. Pins and needles, my mind flying to the next galaxy. Intergalactic suffering. Her tongue licks, wet sandpaper scraping off layers of flesh, her red fingernails, Freddy Krueger fingers tearing me apart. I offer no resistance. My limbs are deadened. Each grinding rotation from the bringer of pain on top of me is salt in my wounds. There's Nirvana again, that oasis waiting for me, my world coming undone. Agony, soft, sweet, fleshy agony. But there's no hell, not this time. Grunts, lightheadedness, grunts, warmth, a megaton explosion, a place where oxygen doesn't exist. There's no pain as blackness consumes me, life fading. A tinny voice back on earth, a fair voice, not laughing but frantic. We have an emergency in room 811. The man I was, with, I think he had a heart attack or an aneurysm or something. I think he's dead. This house is haunted, Jill. Watch the plate. It will move. Watch it. Dale and I stare at the plate. 1 minute becomes 2, becomes 3. It doesn't do anything. It's a saucer on a table, doing what a saucer does. Sitting there, left where it was placed. I'm done wasting my time with this. Dale, don't be silly. They would have to disclose if this house was haunted. They would have to put it in the description. It would be like a legal thing. Dale and I rented a nice little colonial-style house on the outskirts of South Barrington, Vermont. Got it last minute on Airbnb. A great deal. I was surprised it was even available. Everything else was booked, at least everything that wasn't an apartment. It's me and Dale for the next 2 days, a husband and wife weekend getaway. I left the kids with my parents, so life is great. We're just 2 leaf peepers from New York, ready for some intense Yahtzee games by the fireplace, same as all the other tourists. Well, except for the Yahtzee. That's Dale and my thing. A stupid game, I know, but we get into it. So much so that randomly yelling Yahtzee is an inside joke for us. We say it when we need help, when we're excited, when we want the other person's attention. I can't believe we got away. It's been ages since Dale and I have had some time to ourselves. I thought we really needed it. We seem to not be connecting anymore, just kind of distant. It's not that we don't love each other, it's just life, you know? Life's busy, especially with Dale's business. That's why I thought taking a weekend playing Yahtzee, holding hands and staring at nature in Vermont, well, that was just the thing we needed. Dale, if I was to sell a house in New York and the people who owned the place knew it was haunted, they would have to disclose it. At least if they're out there in public saying the place is haunted. All us real estate agents are taught that. The famous Ghostbusters court case. I imagine it's the same with Airbnbs. They can't have us stay somewhere that's haunted and not put it in the description. Finally, a use for my worthless trivia I learned to get my realtor license. The house we're staying at in Vermont, it's a small 2-bedroom place. I'm not sure when it was built. Probably in the early 1900s like most homes in the area. It's renovated, but the basement's still unfinished. Kitchen looks updated too. Looks like it was done maybe 10 years ago. All white appliances, cheap maple cabinets. Though I can tell the rest is original woodwork. The hardwood floors, those nice architectural details on the ceiling, and those built-ins. It's all a bit too much wood color for me, and I'm not a 4-poster bed sort of gal, but it's not my house. Dale keeps staring at that saucer. Ever since we walked into the place, put our bags down and did a quick tour. He said the saucer moved when he entered the kitchen. He's been glued to it ever since. I think this weekend getaway will not only be good for our relationship, but I think it will really help out Dale. He's been so stressed lately. Business hasn't been great at the computer repair shop. I think that's partly why he's been a bit of an absentee husband. But he better stop staring at that damn plate, otherwise I'm having him commit it. I tapped Dale on the shoulder. Come on, let's go see some leaves. I've got the route all mapped out. Dale finally stops staring at that plate and we grab our bikes. We're gonna do a nice 5-mile ride around some farms before coming back to the house for a candlelit dinner. Dale's gonna cook his famous lamb chops. A little wine, then some snuggle time. Who knows, we might decide to skip the movie. A girl can dream, can't she? The roads are clear as we ride and the autumn air is crisp on my face. The leaves are a beautiful decaying shade of yellow and amber and red. Dale smiles at me and I smile back. There's no nagging, no client phone calls, just the two of us enjoying each other and our surroundings. And my legs, they still feel fresh, even as we get close to the end of the ride. It's been so long since I've done any exercise that I was a bit worried I wouldn't be able to do the whole ride. Didn't you close the door? Dale asks as we ride onto the gravel driveway. He flicks his head in the direction of the front door. It's slightly ajar. Yes, actually no, didn't you close it? I can't honestly remember. It could have been me. No, it was Dale. I thought he was the last one out. Maybe. Dale shrugs. Well, it's an old house. Maybe it just didn't latch properly. We lean our bikes on the side of the house and Dale walks ahead of me, but he stops as he approaches the door. Is he scared? Dale reaches out and pushes the front door. It creaks open. Hello? Dale calls out. Dale, you're being silly, I tell him as I push him aside and walk into the house. This is a sleepy little town. We didn't even see anyone as we rode around. There's no one here. And besides, there's nothing in this home to steal. It's nearly empty except for the usual cheap Airbnb small appliances. There's not even any paintings on the wall. You didn't feel anything? Dale asks, looking at me cautious and concerned. What do you mean? I say, and I take his hand in mine. I feel grateful to be here with you. That's what I feel. I give him a peck on the cheek. I feel like I can't wait for your delicious lamb chops and this weekend of freedom. I feel like I could use a shower. Dale doesn't even smile, only looks at me, concerned, with a slight twinge of fear creeping across his face. It was cold. I felt the coldness when I got close to the door. I can't explain it any other way. That's why I stopped. That's why I asked if anyone was there. It was like my spidey sense was tingling. I dropped Dale's hands. Really, Dale? Spidey sense? That's what I'm gonna get from you this weekend? First the saucer and now this nonsense? Time to hit the shower. Hopefully when I'm done, Dale's chilling with the beer, getting dinner ready, or, better yet, starting a fire in the old fireplace. I noticed the homeowners left some wood, so I'm assuming it's okay to use. After the shower, I don't even bother putting anything on other than my bathrobe. Even my hair is half done, wet and wrapped in a towel. I was having some naughty thoughts, so I thought maybe I could convince Dale to a little pre-dinner fun, or maybe a glass of wine by the fireplace first. I really hope he read my mind and got a fire going. When I get downstairs, Dale's again looking at that saucer, staring at it, focusing on it. Dale, really? Again? I hope he can hear the annoyance in my voice. Staring at plates isn't exactly what this weekend was supposed to be about. From behind, I grab Dale by the shoulders, gently kneading my fingers into his neck, giving him a massage, letting him know we could go get physical. There's something here. Someone's here, Dale says, not reacting to my touch, not taking his eyes off the saucer. The plate, it moves. It rattles and taps. I take my hands off Dale's shoulders. I really want to strangle him, but I turn him around. He's distracted, trying to look back at the plate, but I touch his chin and turn his head so we're looking eye to eye. Dale, don't do this. Don't ruin the weekend. My hands drop, as does my jaw. Behind Dale, it's... What? Dale asked. noticing my eyeballs wide as the full moon. I point meekly to the kitchen table behind him, towards the plate, the levitating plate. Dale turns and the saucer comes flying towards us, forcing us to duck. It crashes into the wall, falling to the floor in a million shattered pieces. I turn to Dale in fright and disbelief, my face white and slack. The towel's fallen off my head so my wet curly hair clings to my face like cellophane. What the hell was that? I know what it was, but I can't believe what I saw. That sort of thing doesn't happen, only in the movies. I told you, Dale says. It moves. Before it was rattling. There's something or someone here. This place is haunted. I want to tell Dale it's all nonsense, but I know it's not. Not when plates fly and crash into the wall, it's not. I look again to the table where the plate came from and notice the bananas I bought earlier from the store. They were perfect yellow. Now they're spotted brown, decayed and rotten. What's that smell? Dale says, turning his nose upward, his nostrils flaring. Something's burning. I take a whiff and smell it too. It's coming from upstairs. Dale and I jump over the smashed plate and rush upstairs, the wooden floor creaking, the smell becoming stronger with each step. It isn't a burning wood smell, but more of a burning lint smell, the smell of an unclean dryer running on high. From the master bedroom comes a faint dusting of smoke in the air. I stop short when I get to the doorway. Dale crashes into me, making me tumble forward. Our clothes! There, in the middle of the bed, was our suitcase, open and on fire. Our clothes going up in flames, sending noxious black smoke to the ceiling. Dale pulls the flaming suitcase off the bed and onto the floor, stomping on it, putting out the flame without too much thought of his personal safety. My body is ice cold. I don't know if that's what Dale was talking about earlier, or if all the blood is drained out of me in fright. Dale was right. This place is haunted. Not that I needed any confirmation after the plate incident, but if I did, the flaming suitcase just sealed the deal. We gotta get out of here, Dale says, grabbing my hand and pulling on me to move. But I look down at my robe. My clothes. I don't have any clothes. They were in the suitcase. Dale tugs on me again, making my feet move. Who cares about clothes? We gotta move. Get out of this house. We can't stay here. In the hallway, a violent icy breeze pushes my robe open, exposing my nakedness, making both Dale and me freeze. We can't move, not even our eyeballs. We're statues, frozen in a haunted house. A house with flying plates and burning suitcases. And a breeze that makes guests freeze like we're playing red light, green light. Our shallow panic breath becomes misty clouds of condensation. I want to move, but I can't. I'm frozen, a standing popsicle. From the landing atop the stairs, I can see most of the downstairs area, with the exception of the kitchen. Fog seeps from a crack under the door to the basement. It's as if there's a fog machine on the other side of the door, pumping smoke underneath, slowly enveloping the main area. I can no longer see the hardwood floor through the haze. I feel another breeze and we're unfrozen. Dale and I stumble forward as our bodies suddenly work again. I catch myself with a heavy stomp that makes the floor groan. Dale's not so lucky. He trips over his feet and tumbles. I reflexively scream, covering my mouth in horror as I watch my husband fall down the stairs. Watching in agony, unable to help as his skull makes a thudding noise on each step. An overweight slinky that doesn't slink, but falls with all the force of gravity, and I'm frozen again. The fog from the basement rises like a flash flood, coming out of nowhere and rising. I can no longer see Dale. or the stairs. It's all a fog. Goosebumps cover my flesh as a gust of icy wind races past me, blowing my robe open, making my hair and my nipples stand to attention. Icicles crystallize on my wet hair. I can shiver, but I can't move. A voice from the foggy nothingness. I am the one who is of the shadows. I survived the frozen nights. Come to me. Talk to the dead. Come to the shadows. Around me, there's nothing but whiteness and a breeze, a swirling breeze that circles around my body, filled with laughter, faint maniacal laughter. And I can move again. My body is free, but I can't see anything. Nothing but white. It looks as if I'm in the clouds. I don't know which way is which. I hold my arms out in front of me as I shuffle step. The railing. I grasp it, holding on like it's my life buoy, my only point of reference in this nothingness. My toes dance around, feeling the floor, feeling for the edge. The stairs. I'm a foot away. I could have easily fallen down there. Down with a deadening thud just like Dale. Oh, poor Dale. My heart pounds in fear and pain and sorrow. Dale! I shout into the fog. Dale, are you there? I realize I didn't even hear a moan from Dale after he went down. Not even a peep, just a sickening thud from his head whacking on hardwood over and over. I hope he's alive. I hope he's down there somewhere, injured and silent, but alive. My limbs stiffen and I'm back to being frozen, stuck clutching the handrail tight with brittle fingers. I can't even blink as a shadowy mass rises from the fog. An unrecognizable floating silhouette, a human shadow. It raises its arms in my direction and floats towards me, coming out of the fog. Then it speaks. Of the shadows now, come with me, my dear, take the step. It's Dale! Oh my God, it's Dale! He's alive! Floating! His crumpled and broken body hanging in the air, in the misty fog. But he's speaking! He's alive! Dale motions me his way towards him, floating in the space above the stairs. My feet move, but I'm not moving them. Inching me closer, moving me towards the steps, moving me towards Dale. I can't stop them. Maddening laughter surrounds me, coming from all directions of the fog, decrepit voices that crackle and pierce my soul. Take the step! Take the step! The mad voices shout in unison. Dale beckoning me, the voices in the fog beckoning me. My toes reacting, moving my feet like a worm, slowly, slowly, taking me to the top step. My fingernails dug into the guardrail, scratching the polished wood, trying to slow my journey with brittle, frozen fingers. I'm so close to the edge, so close. The icy breeze behind me, pushing my back, laughing at me, wanting me to fall. Take the step, join the shadows, take the step, take the step, take the step. The world unpauses and I'm back to normal, a violent reintroduction to reality. My momentum jerking me forward, making me stumble just like Dale did, tripping, going down the stairs, down the wooden steps, where my head will whack each one with a thud, and I'll be in the fog. Down the stairs and in the shadows with Dale. Dale! Dale! Yahtzee! Yahtzee! Dale collapses onto the floor, falling like a bag of bricks. I hear his bones crack and splinter upon impact. I'm going down the stairs, but my hands claw at the top of the banister. My fingernails are dug in so deep that they slowly pull away from my fingers as they stop my fall. Dale! Yahtzee! My head violently crashes into the guardrail, knocking me hard enough that I see stars. In my daze, I see the fog evaporate, being sucked down, back under the basement floor, back from where it came. Dale lies lifeless, a crumpled and bloodied and bruised heap of a human. His shin bone sticks through his skin, stabbing out of him like a cheap party trick. His head a beaten piñata. With the moment of freedom, I race to the kitchen for my phone. I need to call police, get an ambulance before the fog comes back, before the ghostly voices come back. I sprint uneasily, but I stop and hop in instant pain, grabbing my feet. I forgot about the shards of broken plate and stepped all over them, my feet cut and bloody. Each step I take produces a spray of blood as I grab my iPhone on the counter. 911, what's your emergency? I need help. There's someone. I stammer. There's someone attacking us, please. The fog comes back from under the basement door and I drop my phone, letting out a scream they could probably hear all the way down at the police station. The fog is heavier than ever, a blizzard of white. I'm back to being in the clouds. I hear a slow creak. The basement door opens. Take the step, join the shadows, take the step, take the step, take the step. My body freezes again, my toes inching me slowly towards the basement stairs. Take the step, take the step, take the step. The voices in the fog whisper in my head. This time I have no banister, nothing that I'm clutching. The breeze is back, pushing me along, helping my toes do their job. I want to resist, but there's nothing I can do. I'm headed towards the basement. From the front door, I hear voices. Not insane laughter of the fog, but normal voices. Then a loud knock, multiple knocks. The fog slowly retreats, scared, going towards the darkness in the basement, the shadows. Another knock. Police! Open up! The fog retreats swiftly now. The breeze, the coldness, it dissipates into the nothingness from which it came. I'm unfrozen. The police burst through the door with their hands on the butt of their guns. They come to a skidding stop, standing above a crumpled and broken Dale. Poor Dale. They look my way, at my shivering nakedness, my crying, blabbering self, wearing bloodied feet and a dazed expression. They look back at each other, then down towards their feet, towards Dale, his bone popping from his skin, his head battered and bruised, his chest not breathing. The younger cop gets on the radio, says something about domestic violence. I don't hear it all. The world is ringing. I don't know whether I'm living a nightmare, awake or asleep, dead or alive. At the police station, after the hospital makes sure I'm okay, some detective tells me they'll have questions for me. More questions, follow up to what they've already asked. I'm not under arrest, they say, but I'm a person of interest in the death of my husband. That's their words, person of interest. They said don't do any traveling, stick around and they'll be in touch. Except I have nothing left to tell them. I told them everything. I told them about the fog, falling down the stairs, the floating, the plate, the suitcase on fire. They looked at me like I had a third eye. They said, why don't I get some rest? I've been through a lot. Maybe it'll all be a bit clearer with some rest. After some more questioning, the police let me go. Apparently, the coroner's cause of death report came back and it was consistent with what I said. Dale fell down the stairs. The police said go home to your kids, but be available. They still might need to talk to me again. I reach out to Airbnb and the owner of the house. From the corporation, I get a generic email saying they're sorry I had a bad experience, and here's a 10% off coupon code for your next stay. From the owner, I get radio silence. Even after I leave a 0-star review, which somehow doesn't get posted, I don't hear back from the person. I searched haunted Airbnbs online, trying to collect evidence to support what I told the police since they didn't believe me. My lawyer suggested I do it, just in case. What I found is there's a whole bunch of haunted Airbnbs all over the world. People staying in them and they don't even know it, just like us. Renters who think they're getting a good deal, just like we did. Coming into their rentals all smiles, happy they found a place when everything else was booked. But there's a reason these properties are available. There's a reason there's not any reviews. There's no law about a disclosure of a haunted Airbnb. Sure, some disclose because it makes it a tourist attraction, a destination for ghost hunters and whatnot. But for every house that's advertised as haunted on Airbnb, there's thousands more where the hosts are completely silent about the dangers inside. Silent about what lies in the shadows and seeps from under the basement door. Dad, there's a spider in my room. Can you kill it? Just as I was about to fall asleep, too. It's always this way with my daughter. I want to yell, "Check for damn bugs before 10 p.m., please." But I can't. Well, I can. I have told her that multiple times now. But I left out the swear word and said it in a nicer tone. She's only 10 years old after all. And though my joints will pop and scream as I get out of bed, my 45-year-old body ain't what it used to be. I know there's not a chance in hell my wife will get up and kill that spider. That's dad territory. Dana's hiding under the covers when I enter her room. "Okay, where's this spider at?" Without even bringing her head up for air, Dana says, "By the bookshelf." I let out a sigh. A few nights ago it was a moth, then a mosquito buzzing around. Now it's a spider. I swear she puts bugs in her room just so I have to get up and deal with it, just so she gets some attention. Well, I've got some facts that could get her attention. There's about 62 spiders in every house, and 100% of houses have spiders in them. Yeah, all of them. You can't get rid of them. They're always there. Spiders can be found in 68% of bathrooms and 77% of bedrooms. They say you're never more than 3 feet from a spider. But I don't tell her that. She's a kid. It'll scar her for life. I also don't tell her people accidentally swallow 8 spiders a year as they sleep. They don't even realize it when a spider slowly descends from its web in the corner of the room, down towards their wet and warm mouth, hanging open involuntarily as they sleep. It's an inviting place for a spider, a damp and dark shelter from the brutal world. The world where I smush 'em. "I am the bringer of destruction," I say as I push down hard with the toilet paper in my hand, making the spider in Dana's room a thing of the past, a black stain on the wall that I'll clean up in the morning. Sometimes I worry that I'm teaching my daughter the wrong thing, or behaving in ways that aren't setting a good example, a kind example. But it's a spider, and she's scared of them, so "Job done," I say to the lump under the covers. "Kiss, kiss, good night." My daughter thinks I'm weird. Coffee, shit, shower, shave, take care of the spider splat on the wall. Check, 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 check. No check. "Robin, did you clean up the spot where I spushed the spider last night?" I scratch my head, both because it itches and I'm stumped. There's no sign that I smashed the life out of a spider in Dana's room last night. No sign of a black stain with tiny little legs coming from it, the imprint of death, visual confirmation of the strong destroying the weak, evidence of killing for no other reason than comfort, the comfort of a child who's scared of bugs and creepy crawly things. "I haven't been in Dana's room," Robin says, adding to the mystery of the missing black stain. "Dana wouldn't touch it, would she? Would she have cleaned up that smush, wiped it clean like a dry erase board?" can't be. Did I clean it up? Did I wipe it up with toilet paper after I killed the spider last night? I didn't think I did, but maybe I'm misremembering. I didn't sleep well last night, and this morning's cup of coffee hasn't kicked in yet. So, I don't know. The problem's taken care of, I guess, and that's what matters. Whoever did it is irrelevant. On average, there's 100 different species of bugs and insects in each home. At least one species in every room. Book lice, carpet beetles, centipedes, things that live off your toenails and breadcrumbs. They don't bother me so much, but I know these things trouble others. I've killed so many over the years that their deaths blend together. I've killed big ones, tiny babies while their mamas watched, stamping out their life with my thumb, burning them to a crisp with a lighter, extinguishing their existence with the heel of my boot. Pouring a second cup of coffee, I laugh to myself thinking of all the bugs I've sent to their grave. I need a stencil to mark my kills like they do in the military. That night, I have a hard time going to sleep. I knew I shouldn't have had that second cup of joe at 10 a.m. If I have anything after 9, I'm usually wired late into the evening. So now I'm stuck, doing everything I can to reverse the effects, to induce sleep. I take some melatonin, listen to soothing sounds, put some lavender scent on my pillow, count sheep. Staring at the ceiling, I swear I see the smush of the spider, the one from Dana's room, the one that was cleaned by someone else that wasn't me. It's there, above me, its broken and flat legs dangling down. I feel myself getting heavy and my eyelids close. I wake feeling like I'm hungover, but I didn't drink. What a shitty night that was. My dreams were horrible. I don't know if it was the melatonin, thinking I saw that black spider smush or what, but I had dreams of spiders. Bad dreams. Nightmares. I remember it so vividly. I was in Dad's spider bathroom, taking my morning shit when I felt a pinch on my ass. I thought it was my spider biting me. Yes, my spider. In my dream, I had a pet spider. Well, not so much a pet, but a spider I didn't smush. Unlike the thousands of others I'd killed before, this one I let live in our bathroom. I figured if he didn't bug me, I didn't bug him. The spider lived near the back of the toilet, down low where the water snakes into the sewer. His web connected the toilet to the rack of extra toilet paper that was on the floor, between the toilet and the wall. It was a small bathroom, a half bath. There was no shower, only a toilet and a tiny sink. The kind of bathroom you send your guests to pee in. The pinch came when I was sitting down, scrolling Twitter, in that moment after I did my business but before I wiped. I screamed and jumped and grabbed my ass cheek when it happened. It had to be the spider. That fucker didn't honor our understanding. He was gonna pay the price. I would smush him with my thumb. In my dream, I began drooling, salivating with the thought of killing another spider. I was the king snake, the apex predator. I flipped up the toilet seat and looked for my spider with a ready thumb, but he wasn't there. Nothing was. I looked to the side of the toilet tank, my spider's usual spot, and he hadn't moved. He was on his web, keeping our agreement to leave each other alone. I looked around for signs of other spiders. There were lots of other spiders in that bathroom, the ones I killed. There was a spider that took up residence on the other side of the toilet, higher up towards the toilet's tank. That one made a web that connected the tank to the wall radiator. I flattened it with my palm. There was a spider who took up residence under the sink, making himself comfortable on the exposed plumbing. That one I stamped out with my shoe. There was only room for one spider in my life, one spider I would let live. And that was my dream. That was all I remember. I told Robin about what happened in my dream. She asked if I was Spider-Man now that I got bit on the ass by a spider. So while I feel like crap from not getting good sleep, I don't want to repeat. I'm sticking with 1 cup of coffee today, before 9 a.m. After coffee, I brush my teeth and I notice there's a spot inside my mouth. Something like a canker sore. A lesion that wasn't there yesterday. It's in the back, next to my right molar. It hurts to touch, so I'm leaving it alone, skipping brushing that area, I guess. I've never had a canker sore before, so I'm not exactly sure what to expect, but I think it goes away in a few days. I just gotta remember not to have anything acidic like orange juice. The next day, the sore seems worse. I'm having a bit of trouble talking and moving my mouth. Each time I stretch it open, my teeth rub against the wound, sliding against it, sending amplified raw pain throughout my mouth. Robin suggested I call my dentist, and I did, but I can't get in until next week. Is it an emergency? The dentist office asked. I couldn't say yes. I mean, it's not like I had a tooth falling out or something. Not like I had a crown that popped off. I told them it's a sore, I think a canker sore. They told me to use some salt water, gargle with it. So I gargled and gargled, but unfortunately, this saltwater solution isn't doing anything. The pain in my cheek keeps getting worse. I don't think the sore is getting bigger, but it seems more tender. When I look at it in the mirror, I see puffy yellow around a little red nucleus. It looks like a volcano, swelled up and ready to erupt on the inside of my mouth. It's pretty gross, actually. I kinda wish I did tell the dentist it was an emergency. Dana says it looks like I have chipmunk cheeks. She's right. I had to stuff some cotton between my cheek and gum to prevent my tooth from rubbing on the sore. I look like I'm chomping on a plug of tobacco, or like I'm that cartoon guy on the pouch of Big League Chew. All I need is the baseball cap and glove. Gargle, gargle, nothing. On the 4th day of the sore in my mouth, I wake up to a bigger issue. I can no longer speak, not without slurring my words. I feel like I'm the Elephant Man. I am not an animal! The fissure in my mouth is doubled in size. It's harder too, a golf ball now. There's also pus seeping from the wound into my mouth. Tastes like rotten cheese. One look at this thing and I can tell it's infected. I call the dentist and say this time it's an emergency. They tell me they can squeeze me in tomorrow. Hang tight, they say. Take some ibuprofen for the pain, they say. That night I feel fluish, feverish and sweaty. My mouth throbs. I stare at the ceiling and count sheep while Robin is asleep next to me. A spider appears and Dana smashes it with the palm of her hand. She says Daddy showed me how to smush 'em good. I count more sheep. The spider that Dana smushed is now a black spot, half-smushed legs dangling over my head. Next to me, Robin starts screaming. Another dream, this one a lucid dream, where I'm aware of what's going on while it's happening. I feel myself laying in bed, just as I was, but now my wife thrashes next to me. Get them off! Get them off! Robin screams, her voice frantic. It's middle of the night, dark, so I can't see a thing, but I hear her slapping herself, dusting herself off. The spiders, she yells. They're everywhere! Another spider dream. At least I'm not on the toilet this time. I feel tingling, the faintest of touches, something almost non-existent. It comes from my mouth, over my dry and cracked lips, over my wet, drool-covered chin. Can you drool in a dream? Robin keeps thrashing around, keeps slapping. She turns on the lamp on her side table and the world goes from darkness to soft white, but it's wrapped in a hazy gauze. Oh my God, the spiders! Robin is hysterical. They're everywhere, over everything. They're babies, tiny little baby spiders. Get them off, get them off. Steve, wake up. I hear her jumping out of bed, slapping at her body, doing a jig, and then running out of the bedroom. I lay there, awake in my dream, sleep awake, not moving but feeling touch that is minimalistic, a tickle, a graze that barely exists. Steven, wake up! Damn it, I hate these things! It's Robin, somewhere off in the distance, the bathroom maybe. I hear her walking back into the bedroom. I see the shadows of her through the gauze. She's standing at the entryway to our bedroom. Oh my God, Steve! Oh my God, you're... Robin goes silent. No more lucid dreaming. Back to sleep for me. Asleep, not awake asleep. Steven, are you... I was wrong. The dream continues. The hazy dream world where things no bigger than the tip of a needle tickle my lips and skin. I hear panting from Robin, scared, desperate, hollow breaths. Steven, honey, say something. Are you alive? What a funny thing to ask. It's weird in this dream. I thought lucid dreaming was about controlling your dreams. Like you're a ship and you're steering it. In this dream, I'm a passenger. I'm just along for the ride, the hazy, gauzy ride. And I can't move or speak. I can only be tickled. Faint grazes across my skin, the tiniest of movements that make the hair on my arms stand up, movements that come out of my mouth, down my chin and down my chest, over and over and over, endless little movements like ocean waves. I think, speak, and I moan. Maybe I'm getting the hang of this lucid dreaming after all. I want to say words, but I can't. My mouth won't move. It's stuck open. My dream's turning into a nightmare. I see Robin's shadow through my gauzy vision and see her slapping herself, brushing herself off. Her shadow approaches me, grabbing me, pulling at me. Robin's hand scratches my face and my mouth. The gauze is clearing. Steve, listen very carefully, Robin says in her serious voice as she continues pulling the gauze away. You're covered in webbing, spider webs. The spiders are everywhere, thousands of them crawling over everything. Tiny little baby spiders coming from your mouth. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm freaked out as all fuck. Wake up, Steven, wake up! Robin scratching and pulling and tugging and swatting and screaming and crying. My mind goes back to something I once read. Spiders can lay 1,000 to 2,000 spiderling eggs. It's astonishing, really. A creature so small laying so many eggs. One sack can have thousands. No wonder why there's so many spiders. Why every single house on the planet has spiders in them. The tickling continues in my mouth that won't close, wobbling on its hinges like an old screen door. The world is soft white now, a full 60-watt incandescent soft white. No gauze, no webbing over my face. Everywhere I look, it's spiders, tiny little baby spiders the colors of straw. They're crawling on everything. This can't be happening. This can't be real, Robin says as her shaky hands hold up the mirror to my face to prove her point. In the mirror, I see the sore in my mouth erupting like Mount St. Helens, sending spiders in every direction, crawling out of my lips, down my chest onto my arms and legs, onto Robin who slaps them dead and dances a jig to shake them off. I slap at my tongue in panic, trying to get the spiders out of my mouth. Their tiny weightlessness makes them fall like bubbles onto the bed, but they keep coming out, stampeding out of my mouth. What the hell is going on? Robin says as we look to each other with disgust and disbelief. I shake my head. This is a nightmare. I have to be dreaming. This is a nightmare. I've got an idea, Robin says and runs back to the bathroom, slapping off spiders as she goes. Then I hear an aerosol noise, Die, you bastards! Her voice is sadistic, gleeful. Die, motherfuckers, die! The bug spray, my faithful companion in the war against those creepy, crawly things that scare my daughter. Robin walks out of the bathroom, pleasure in her eyes. She's gone full Rambo, spraying kill juice everywhere she walks. She's dripping with the stuff, and she's spider-free. Tiny baby spiders shrivel with the slightest touch of spray. I point to my mouth. Spray me! Spray me! I close my throat as best as I can, and Robin unloads the poison into my mouth, making me cough and gag and dry heave. It burns something fierce, but at least the burning is stopping the tickling, stopping the tiny little baby spiders crawling from the sore inside my cheek. From Dana's room comes a blood-curdling scream. Dana! Robin turns her head towards the desperate cries, her finger still on the trigger of the bug spray, unknowingly moving it from my mouth to my eyes, macing me. I let out a scream too, but not as sickening as the one coming from Dana's room. Go! I yell, finally able to get out a normal word. I curl up into a fetal position, crunching endless layers of dead spiders as I do. My eyes are burning like hellfire, my mouth dripping with poison. I think I'm gonna die. Oh my God, Dana! Robin wails from the other room, shrieking loud enough to break windows. My sweet, sweet girl! Dear Jesus! Steve! Steve! I roll out of bed with a thud, the world back to being hazy. My eyeballs are on fire, but the tears are clearing my vision enough that I can crawl towards Dana's room. Steve! It's Dana! You gotta get in here! Help! Each knee, each hand I move smushes baby spiders, some dead from the poison, some barely alive, some crawling as fast as they can to avoid the deadly predator I am. Steve! My guts clench and I pause the vomit. I can't help it. The poison went down my throat. So did some spiders. Robin comes from Dana's room and drags me the rest of the way, sobbing uncontrollably. Dana, she sputters. Dana! Dana! When we reach my daughter's room, I see her through the haze. My tears clear up my stinging eyes and I see her. Dana, or what's left of Dana anyways. Her limbs have turned to spider legs, the spider legs I saw smushed on the wall of her bedroom, sticking up from the black spot where the spider guts mashed into satin egg white paint. Her eyeballs have multiplied. 8 eyes just like a spider, just like the spider I smushed and killed with glee. Dana's half-human, half-spider body writhes in pain, twitching on her bed, spazzing out just like the spiders do after they're sprayed with the poison. Robin breaks down sobbing. Dana contorts in pain, her flesh burning and bubbling from that horrible napalm spray, that gas chamber in a bottle. There's nothing we can do. She's dying a horrible death, the horrible death we give to spiders, feeling the pain that spiders do, feeling their world unravel as their bodies lose control, shrivel, and stop working. Our cruelty has killed our daughter. My cruelty. Across Dana's room, I see a spider web in the corner. A spider waiting. A spider judging us. Not one of those babies either, but a full-grown daddy long legs. In previous times, I'd grab that bottle of poison and do my best Dirty Harry impression. In previous times, I'd stick my hand out and smush with glee, happy with the black stain of death on the wall. But not now. Now I have a daughter to mourn.